What up, what up? Talcott Clip Collection. What up, Talcott Clip Collection? Caucasian Sasquatch, Cynthia, Venus. Cynthia, the link is pinned. Anyone's welcome to join. Fuck, I'm drawing a blank. I've been over in Jack's chat, just playing whack-a-mole with the goons in the comments. A lot of flying monkeys over there. So I barely caught any of the conversation. I wasn't paying attention. Smith, what's up? Good to see you. One of the things that I heard Mitch talking about was, and I don't even know if I caught the context accurately, or really even what he was saying. I just heard little bits of it. Lynn, what's going on? But he was talking about, Jack is a utopian, which I'm not. But in discussing utopia, if I understood things correctly, everybody likes to suggest setting up systems. Caucasian Sasquatch.
Damn, you stupid fly. I forgot how sexy you was.
I know. Don't forget that.
I know.
This is your first time on one of my streams.
It is.
Viewers, this is Caucasian Sasquatch. He thinks I'm sexy. I think he's sexy.
It's
anyways, it is the beard and the hypnotic background, the hypnotic voice.
Oh, it's all part of the plan, baby.
Right.
So like a fungus.
So I was in a different stream and they were talking about utopian societies, right? And people who like to talk about and plan for utopia, basically how things should be, always talk about how things should be set up and structured and blah, blah, blah. And one of them was talking about we need to set up systems to take care of old people and stuff, right?
Okay.
It just seems like
utopia.
Huh?
The mouse utopia experiment.
Which is interesting.
Have you looked into it? Like,
yeah. I have some.
Doesn't it? Hollywood.
What's that?
You remember the final cycle right before collapse when they went through the beautiful period?
Kind of
reminds me of California in its current state.
What was it? They just spent all their time like looking at grooming themselves.
Rats broke into three groups. There was one group of rats who disdained any sort of physical contact and did nothing but sit around and groom, to the exclusion of they did not breed. Right? They would rather be groomed.
I feel like that's a lot of content creators.
This is America. No, the second group basically carried and pitched and fetched for the rats that like to be groomed, that were quote unquote the beautiful ones. And then there was a third group that went around and beat up everybody and took their food.
All right.
And tell me it doesn't look very much like a California Congress setting. I mean, you've got the handful of elites who sit around and do basically nothing but decide what the laws are going to be. You have the general populace who support that crap, but really don't do anything else in support or against it. And then you have the hoodlums and thugs and criminals that basically run around, beat up everybody equally. I'm sorry, it just sounds like San Francisco to me.
It does. Like the fourth, which turning is it? Like, it doesn't matter which model you use, if it's the rat experiment or like the third or fourth turning, whatever. Like, we're kind of at the end of a life cycle.
The question that's been coming up an awful lot is to grown adult ass men, how often do you think about the Roman Empire? And I don't think about the Roman Empire much, but I do think about the Pax Romana often.
I think about the Roman Empire probably a lot more than most people do.
That's the thing, is like we've recently discovered through search criteria, through search histories and checks, that apparently white men in America have some weird quixotic fixation on the Roman Empire. They think about it constantly. And I think it's because you can compare the fall of the Roman Empire to this most recent cycle of Pax Americana, right? I mean, it's a downward spiral and no one knows what to do about it.
Because people want it on a level, right? Because I believe that comfort and luxury are basically death, and that's what we're all about: convenience, comfort, luxury.
Hold on now. If you work for that comfort and luxury, it is a gilding factor. If you are just given
Correct.
the luxury, it is a death of your soul.
Correct. But if you are given it, you have no desire to work for it and actually think that working for it is abusive or unfair. Whereas if you did work for it, it doesn't seem like people who work for it value the luxury because they want to be luxurious. They value the luxury as sort of a measure of success.
Status, yes.
Status, achievement, however.
Status, yes.
There is no coffee backstage. Somebody asked who the guy on panel is. This is Caucasian Sasquatch. He's got a channel. And I can drop the link if you want to drop it backstage.
Sure.
Anytime.
Yeah.
Toilet Bowl Earth. Toilet Bowl Earth, you need to come up here and argue religion with me sometimes when you get out of your feelings.
No, not out of your feelings.
He's one of those, he's a Pharisee. He's one of those Christians who really is aggressive about his way of Christianity being the way of Christianity and everybody else going to hell. Sort of like Tommy.
Bro, I'm in Southern Baptist territory. I'll say I'm in Southern Baptist territory. No, they are everyone is like that. They are absolutely convinced that I'm right, you're wrong, and everybody else is a sinner. And that's one of the reasons I disdained organized religion. Not to say I have not participated in such things. I had a very lovely scavenger hunt when I was 14 with a couple of twins.
I think that religion is it's the opposite of spirituality.
Dogma.
It's dogma, right? It's power structures. It's people believing, the most devout Christians, the most literal Christians as well. Which, as spirituality or faith, like what could be more of the flesh than literalism?
Yeah. Like here's the thing there, and this is where it breaks down for me. This is why I can't take things in the my phone just decided to tune into your show on its own volition.
Yeah. Tell it I said what's up.
I don't know why
it's probably the agents watching you. They're like, hey, I want to hear this dude.
Yeah, no, my FBI agent is thoroughly entertained.
Yeah.
But no, this book's gone through a dozen translations since it was initially conceived, has gone through half a dozen compilations and various changes to structure as well as its general bibliography, pardon the pun. I have difficulty following this, stating incontrovertibly that God's word can't be corrupted when it could be mistranslated 19 times between here and the source.
But it's inspired.
It surely is, and I'm sure each one of those translators was absolutely inspired that they were correct too.
Everyone.
Hail Odin. What are the humans doing?
Also, something that seems grossly illogical to me is, sorry, I think someone's here, is how but I'm going to ignore it still. It's endlessly illogical to me how people can say, okay, I believe in God and my way is the right way, but you're bad because you don't believe in my way, and God wants me to X, right? Change you, persecute you, talk
Oh.
shit on you, talking to you, toilet bowl earth, talk shit on you, and thumb my nose at you. But that's his creation, right?
Are you fixing to have that conversation about big F, little f, faith with me? Said I wanted.
I wasn't fixing to, but I'm open to it. I don't even know what that means. But it just makes no sense that if God created everything, he wants some of his creation to talk shit on the rest of it. Like, what is that?
Oh,
Did he fuck up?
If not, he would not have made me. I literally made my channel to laugh at people on the internet because they're hilarious.
Toilet bowl earth, I'm not espousing dogma. You may have heard this claim or my talking points before, but all I'm doing is pointing out logical fallacies. It is not dogma. And I do agree that atheists, there's some serious dogma in the atheist community. Atheists are some of the stupidest people, honestly, that I've met. People who self-identify as atheists, and then there's channels about atheism. I ran that little circuit for a little while, and I've never seen so many people so devoted to a religion of anti-religion.
Dude, I totally agree. They are the most religious, dogmatic people you ever meet, and they're moralists too. A lot of them, they claim to have all these high morals, and then when you actually dig into their lifestyle, it's like pretty decrepit and disgusting.
Yeah, they picked up heroin from the junkie on the street corner yesterday to get him through the boarding.
Yeah, there's definitely an underbelly to the beast there.
Got a super chat. Lynn is very literal, and that by religious only means repetition cycling or patterned. Everything we observe is through their patterns, aka religious activity. Life is innately religious. You too. I think you expanded the definition of religion or religious too far. If I understood that right. It's a worldview. I think he's talking about a worldview, right? Religion is a worldview. I don't know. Interpretation panel. Cynthia is our on panel religious person.
Yes, I go to church. I go to Bible study. I read my Bible. Pray to God.
Flavor? No, what flavor?
I'm Southern Christian.
You're gonna have to get closer to that, baby. I'm in Georgia. I'm in the Bible Belt.
Baptist.
Yeah. Baptist. Are we talking Lutheran? I mean, like, what flavor?
I was kind of taken back by the words you had to say about that guy who was atheist the other day, Flow State.
Which one?
He was a fucking moron.
Well,
this dude came up on someone else's panel, and was it Jax?
I didn't even remember Flow State even saying anything bad about him. Other than
here's the
thing. Which was true, of course. He is a moron.
He did a big rage quit because people were using certain terms, right, that were like religious adjacent, and he just could not and would not like open his brain up a little bit to understanding what they're saying. Everything you could interchange the word psyche with spirit across the board, and everything would have meant the same thing, and he would have been totally cool with it. Right?
He couldn't handle it.
He couldn't.
The Most High, I think I said that was too much for him.
It was something like that. It was just it was just childish as shit.
Well, I kind of find it interesting because if we have to take that element away of saying, I trust my God, my higher being, and you had to have a conversation and you couldn't reference that, but you had to explain where your moral and values come from. Could we really do that? That question made me think, because like hearing that word, like especially to an atheist, not that I know this for sure, but I imagine that word that irritates him, like the way fingers on a chalkboard would irritate me. So that was a challenging question I saw, and I thought that was a great opportunity. And plus, I had some questions for him, but that was just I think that's a great challenge to myself at how I represent my beliefs without talking about my beliefs.
And probably why I was so pissed is because I agreed with everything he was saying. I thought he was spot on point, until he turned into a little douchebag.
I think he has trauma from the church because he was originally a Christian. And I think God has become a trigger point for him. There's a
Mm.
lot of trauma around religions.
Got a question for the panel, if you don't mind, Flow State.
Go for it.
Sure.
Starting with you. Have you ever prayed?
Yes. Yes.
We know she has. Joe?
What do you consider praying?
I pray every day.
What do you consider as a prayer, though?
I'll let you define that. Do you feel that it's a prayer?
You're talking to Joe or me?
Oh, I literally do.
Yeah, I know my man. He You?
Was that Jeff?
Yeah,
Sarah?
I still pray, and I'm not even religious or Christian or any of that, but I still pray.
Right. I'm not.
So have you ever had a prayer answered?
Yes.
Every day.
Ask me if I've ever had one not answered. That'd be a more difficult question. That looks like they all fucking dreams come true, man. Only that icing on the cake.
I mean,
But
that's
think
a
I'm living
loaded.
a dream. Go ahead, please, Flo. Because
That's a loaded response, though, because like when people pray for something, right? Like time is like, oh, it hasn't happened yet. You know,
See,
there's
this
no.
is why I wanted to define prayer.
not sure I
Because
understand
you guys are all asking for something.
Right.
Prayer is a conversation. It's a
I
back
don't
and forth.
typically
Do you
go
ever
to
hear
God
God
like
talk back
a
to you?
magic genie. Sorry, Sarah. I was just gonna say I don't go to God as a magic genie. I'm not like bringing a bunch of requests.
You don't go like a spoiled child, ask for things that you want.
With my naughty or nice list, like Santa Claus,
Right.
Satan Claus,
Right.
to bring me everything I'm due. No.
I definitely pray every day, and I agree with Sarah. It's the conversation, and that I have conversations with my Lord.
Mhm.
I know that I have made requests, and they have been granted, and I was so thankful. I know I have made requests, and they were not granted, and a couple months later, I was so thankful that they weren't granted. So, but yeah, I definitely agree with Sarah on the conversation.
The most important part of the prayer is to listen. You're supposed to hear God in a prayer. That's the most important part.
Go on.
I don't think I've asked for anything for myself. I can't remember the last time I asked something for myself. But I do the thing where, I hope, wish, dream, manifest, whatever you want to call that, want, and I think God provides that actively. Dear Father, I ask for other people, please help this person, that person. But I get everything that I want the other way, right? Without asking. I don't be like, God, I'm gonna need my tire fixed. I don't think I ask for stuff like that. But I ask, I don't know, goofy shit. Usually help so and so get over this, help her get over that anger, help them stop talking like that or whatever.
Yeah. RT's asking, do you hear a voice? And no, my experience is I usually go to the Most High with gratitude, and it's usually to give thanks to some degree.
Yes.
And I might also ask something to the nature of, if there's anything about me that I need to see better or that is out of alignment with the Most High will, that I would be brought back into the truth.
Right on. That's how all your answers are. Your prayers are answered, because when you get in tune with God, the things you want, you achieve. But you're not asking for Bugattis and shit. You're asking for peaceful moments or for your friend to find some peace.
Has there been a prayer that you prayed and God answered, and you knew it only came from God only, and that kind of strengthened your relationship with Him? Or it did? I shouldn't say kind
I've
of.
won.
It did.
One in
Go
particular.
ahead. I want to hear it. And Sasquatch, you've been doing great work. I've been wanting to tell you that. Love you, baby. You know that. You've been killing.
Bro. I was thinking you was mad. Like, you done got mad at me. I was over here just
Look,
kind
I'm
of.
gonna be mad.
No, okay. Anyway. So I was at work one day and I had to deliver some windows, and it went a little late because I cut a tire and had to change it. I get back to the plant 2 minutes after the horn blows. Everybody's gone. My ride's gone. Cell phone signal goes down. My ass is stuck 30 miles away from my house with no ride, and the boss just left with the truck that I came here in.
Gee, that sucks.
So
No, you're not. No,
2
you're
miles
not.
down the road with this little mantra in my head of like, you know, I've never been the type of person to like outright pray for some shit to happen, because that's not the way that happens. I just don't believe that is
Right,
you know. And I'm walking down the road, and a freaking cop pulls over and goes, "Hey, man, where you headed?" I said, "I'm headed to this town over here 30 miles away." He's like, "Hop in, let's go." And then he tells me this crazy story about some dude he's got to go pick up in my hometown who had busted out of some place just south of there, and he's got to go pick him up. And I can't find any sequence of events in my brain pan that can make that dude go to the tiniest little town in Georgia. And this dude happened to be going to pick him up. What's the
What are the odds, right?
6 o'clock in the afternoon on a Tuesday? It might have been God. I'll give you that one.
That's how I think God works, man, right? He'll have these connections and shit. The day you need something, like you have a job interview, will be the day that your friend will give you that $50 that he owed you and never paid you. Let's it happen like that.
That's how Christians would have God act every Sunday, though.
What you mean? Give him money?
Passing around the pinnacle of every church service is passing around the offering plate.
I can give you some of that. You want some of that? You got donations over here, right? I say Jesus has asked you to dig to the bottom of your pockets. Give to this man. Give till it hurts. I tell you, you reach to the very depths of your change purse. You sweep every dime.
Praise God. Hallelujah. Brother
Okay,
Squad.
but does your church,
The almighty dollar. I'm
does
sorry.
your
I know
church
that.
have business meetings about the tithe money, or does your church not? Because my church
Does it what?
Our church has business meetings. How much has been collected in tithe, how much the pastor makes, how much the secretary makes, how much the cleaning crew makes. Who are we going to pay 10% tithe to? The roof needs to be fixed. What contractor are we going to go with? Like I don't have a problem paying tithe because it's a business and I'm on the business board, I guess I would say. I'm privy to all that information. I wouldn't go to a church that didn't allow me to do that.
Do people do that willingly? Do they feel pressure to tithe while they're in that church?
Listen, we're a super small church. We're like on our best Sundays, 50 people.
More pressure.
Obviously, we're 30 people on good days, and we made tithe. There was a couple of times like we all had to pitch in extra to pay the electricity, and we had to stop tithing to the organization that we tithed to, and that was something that was really hard. And we probably went like that for 2 years. And one day we got a knock on the door about the tower on our property. It turned out to be an AT&T tower that they wanted to use, and they now quadruple pay everything we need to pay. Every month they've offered to buy it for millions of dollars, but we've declined it. And it's been that way for 3 years now. So yeah, we struggle, but we never strayed from what our commitments was as a church. And to this, it's a different church now. We have better youth programs and stuff.
I bet you do with all that money y'all got coming in from AT&T.
Right. They buy golden icons to worship. Wait, no, no, it was ball. My bad. That was totally a different.
Gold Jesus pieces and shit around the tabernacle.
Isn't Satan the god of the air, or electricity, or something, or both? Somebody help me out, Sarah. No,
I've never been to church. I don't know.
I think that.
I guess I could have read it somewhere, but
like, are you talking about like Barak? Like, you know, the Satan will come down like lightning type of deal?
I don't remember. I just recall having some affiliation with Satan and air,
was cast down.
or in
when the
electricity.
dragon was cast down,
I don't
lightning.
know. Maybe.
I kind of feel
like
like
we're both talking about the same thing. Anyways, it sounds like getting Satan's money in that church.
What?
Satan is the great antagonist.
No.
In my opinion. What's that?
What about it?
I was
Entertain
answering
the
Flo,
idea.
not you, not Chiquito. I was answering Flo. Satan's not in the church.
The money. Are you getting dirty money in that church? Or is the
No.
devil? All right. What about the dope money
How
you
do you-
get from the dope boys? You feel bad about that?
Well, there's definitely
Churches
no
are the best laundromats.
It's funny you say that because we just started a new program from 11 to 2 on Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. The homeless people can come and take a shower, and we have a laundromat there for free that they can use.
Very good. Very
Nice.
good.
Love that stuff.
That just started up. We're super excited because we used to go out into a parking lot and do it in all types of weather. We've been doing it for many years now, and it used to be in the parking lot. And now, but it's a group of churches that do this. Like 1 week it's here, 1 week it's there.
So you had a mobile shower?
Right.
Or
And so one of the church, it half of it burned down, and they decided to rebuild it and make it the homeless center. And it's now just getting ready to open up. And that was the first phase in it, was the laundry and provision.
Dope. Very good.
And I do think, like, as much as I poo-poo organized religion, I think churches do a great job at that sort of thing. And that really, I think that's where belongs more than with government and their forced contributions.
It's gonna boil down to what each man is doing. If she's going to that church doing good, if she was outside of that church doing the same shit, helping those people, I think she get the same blessings.
Shall we do the super chat? We could, if anybody has thoughts on the topic. Not sure anybody. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, like if you're like affiliated with the government with a 501 AC or C3, then you're kind of under the auspices of what the government will dictate what you can say and not say and do and not do.
Yeah.
True, but still, it's still more voluntary than something that's funded out of taxes.
I'm sorry, I'm not permitted to join cults or start any. I promised my mommy.
You know that we're gonna need you to front this cult we're starting.
So
I mean, maybe Jack, but you got the voice and the hypnosis background.
That's what I was noticing. He's got the voice and the rhetoric, man.
The rhetoric.
Perfect charlatan.
Huh?
Rhetoric.
I like the second part of the chat.
Sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
Are we looking at the super chat?
I like the second part. I'm not sure
There's
about the
pulse of insecurity being satiated in vanity. Men don't do that. A man just observes inner stillness as a catalyst of optimizing his discernment so that he may act in good timing.
This is why I was asking what you mean by prayer, because some people see prayer as just a request for something you want.
I was
Which is why I
defining it
said
as
it was-
any beseechment unto a higher power.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be tight on the definition. If you felt it was a prayer, it counts.
I do think though that traditional, I would agree with this entirely about traditional prayer. It's and I think it backfires because I sort of believe in manifestation or along those lines. I think that what we focus on is what comes around, and that when you pray,
focus on need,
you'll come. If I focus on you, you'll come.
No, if you focus on need,
you'll
end up having more need manifested because so you asked for something, but really you came from a spirit of like lack. So
You're
you created
focusing
more
on the
lack.
lack thereof. Exactly.
Yeah.
True manifesting also requires action to go with it for it to come to fruition. You can't just put your thoughts out there and hope it comes to you. You have to actually do something about
That's
it.
logical. Yeah.
Can I
So I
put my
can't just focus on Dick and make him come. I have to do some action to him.
You have to actually do something to go with
And
it.
how
Gotta have strong
stimulated you are. How big the package is, you know, a lot of variables.
I put my thoughts and prayers on a paycheck and give it to somebody else to do action if I'm particularly lazy that day. Does that work?
I didn't hear all that.
Does that help manifest things if I pay someone to do it?
It depends on what you pay them to do, but maybe.
It does. I guess, yeah.
Like the cheerful giving spirit seems to create some kind of amplifier with manifestation, especially if you do it anonymously.
Or, you know, with an actual check with zeros on it. Give it to
Right.
somebody.
Or
we come out with trucks and machines and they level the area, build what you want.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yep.
a business transaction at that point.
Imagine telling like
manifestation.
Imagine telling Paul in the Bible that, yeah, I go to this church and it's a 501c3, you know, whatever, independent fundamental Baptist.
Right.
He's like, what the fuck? You know? And so the corporatized structure of the modern church is really just reflective of that whole, you know, virus that's running rampant in our society of the non-liable type of entity that's bound to a certain set of standards. And with the church, it's like they can talk about anything but not really the political stuff. If they step too far in that arena, they risk their 501c3 status. But to me, it's just hey, it's a corporation, so how could it be of God? Even just the
I never
definition
thought of
of a
that till you
corporation.
two guys.
Yeah,
I never
It's
thought
not
of
a
that
corporation,
till you
it's
two
a
just said it.
nonprofit.
Well, it's a governmental status in a corporation. Could at least say that, right?
Corporation, and that's either a C corp or an S corp. That's not nonprofit.
It is a recognized body, though.
I'm saying that the government is a corporation, so it's a recognized status within a corporation. I mean,
I thought you were talking about
the same to me.
The church is the corporation.
Yeah.
I misunderstood.
Can I actually agree. I think our churches have enabled the oppression of the governments. And if they were truly, and if the true messages were shared, it would be about freedom and love and virtue and rising above this nonsense game that's been created.
What do churches? I don't know. Ain't that what they do? They talk about just go good, be good. They don't. I don't know.
I think the main dominant theme through all religious institutions seems to be authority.
Authoritarianism. Yes. Singular authority.
Obedience. That's where the religions have been twisted. The good virtue of obedience has been twisted into control scenarios.
But that's why you cheer.
But you have to be a slave either to the system or to God. I mean, you know, that's you know, if you have an understanding.
Dope is a possible slave master. Dope. You can be a slave to the system or to God or to dope.
It's true.
Yeah,
dope
but
would be your God. It could be
I didn't
whatever
worship
you want to
it, but I did need it.
Well, dope comes from God, right? And then you can choose to utilize it or abuse it.
Do with dope.
But what I mean is that there is going to be some authority, in my opinion, of one kind or another. Like logic or philosophy is a kind of an authority. Whether you want to adhere to that or not, whether you want to abide by that or not, that's up to the individual. That's where the free will comes in. But
as well, too, right?
Like, so how is it authority? Why do you say logic is an authority? Because you're driven by it. I'm not understanding yet, much.
Why is logic an authority?
I thought you said logic is some type of authority. But if it's authority, you say it is?
Yeah. So there's like, for example, like I'm going to use chess analogy again because I play chess, but like there are going to be moves that are going to be better than other moves. And now we can, people before we had computers, we had very intelligent people who were good chess players who would, come up with and say, these are the most logical moves. That's where the book or opening moves come in, and then everything else is theory. But now with the advent of computers, we can actually come to those conclusions, because the computer is able to crunch all those numbers. So
How does
that's
that
logical.
translate? How does it translate into authority, though?
Because you have to, because those you can, as an individual chess player, you can look at that and then agree with it, and then if you don't agree with it, then you're going to do something else. So it's an authority in that sense. Does that make sense?
I think
Or
I hear
am
what
I
you're
just wanted to
saying.
clarify, if
I-
you don't mind, just because you got toilet bowl down here saying I'm trying to slip in the corporation thing on the church. In fact, the 501c3 can be a corporate status. It can be unincorporated as well. But the differentiating factor, which was the primary point to me, is okay. So you have nonprofit corporations, right? But what makes it a corporation? Correct me if I'm wrong, but the differentiator is it's non-liable. I mean, ultimately, it's not like a
Corporations
sole
have
proprietor where
shareholders.
it takes the liability.
Corporations have shareholders.
Stakeholder.
Whether it's a
Damn.
C
Well,
or
thank you. That's it. That's the breakdown. That's it. That's a good
I mean,
definition.
they have other things like liability protection, like he's saying, but
Mm-hmm.
the
But
thing that truly designates the difference between an LLC and an S corp is one has shareholders, the other has members. It's
Well,
a
I mean,
very
of course,
minute,
not all
stupid shit.
no, it's a
LLCs.
great
Shareholders.
distinction. I like it. It helps me define shit. I like it if it holds true.
Unless you're, you're a one-man show, which you could also be with an LLC. But
You can be a one man
I get your point.
corporations are dead
you can
entities
have
that are
shareholders.
operated by
I mean, the one
shareholders.
man would.
well,
Go ahead.
basically.
Hey,
I said
can I-
corporations are dead entities that are operated by basically a psychopaths, and that's how they come
No
to
more.
exist.
That's
Yeah, I
not.
mean, that's my point that I keep trying to
Corporations are
make.
dead
It's like
entities.
it's
So
a
is the fork.
non-liable entity
Run by
that is
psychopaths.
supposed to be the church, which would be the thing that needs to be the most accountable. Does anyone not find that odd? That's the premise, really, that I'm trying to present.
Yeah, and what do the corporations? Who do they answer to? I mean, obviously, board members are there, and the CEOs are there, and all those kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, they answer to profit. That's all that
Yes.
matters.
That's
The bottom
that's
Those
what
line.
are
they're there
publicly
for.
traded
Their
corporations,
god,
not
their
privately
god is
held.
money.
They're a
You got a
tool for
point.
making
He's got a
money.
point, right?
They're a
It'd be
tool
a
for making
corporation.
money. It'd be the same as saying this fork is answerable to food. Food is their god. Well, as it should be, because we use this fork to eat food with. We use a corporation to get returns on investments.
Well, you use the fork. You use the fork to eat the food. So
Right.
right. So food is not the god of the fork. You are the one who's operating
Right.
that
And I
fork.
use the as an investor, I use the corporation to make a return on my investment. Anybody who's Jack, you giggle like you don't have a retirement account
This is
somewhere.
why I like this guy right here.
I used to.
That analogy is flawless flow state.
Thank you.
Wait, I can't keep up. I was laughing from when he said a fork and he had some. I immediately started
That's what
laughing.
I'm
I missed most of it.
People act like corporations are these bookiemans, but they're just tools for people to invest money and save. Really.
Yeah.
So
It's fine.
just
I
like
mean,
this
it's
fork,
yeah.
they do exactly what they're supposed to do.
But
It's a single-use tool.
All right,
It's a
let me
tool.
ask this.
Let Notch go, and then you.
Okay, yeah, Notch.
I'm just saying, like, it's fine, but just let's call it out for what it is. And at the end of the day, I mean, it's to your benefit. You invest with a bank or a corporation or whatnot, and then you want to get a return on it. Same with your retirement account, and you're hoping that you're going to get some kind of a reward at the end of the line, but you use an entity for that purpose. Fine, it's a tool in that sense, but then there's other implications that go along with that. Right?
Why
Just
the
like,
choice? The tool choices. Why you choose that tool? As it's implied. Yeah.
Yeah, just like you pay taxes, and then taxes can go to schools and roads, and those are infrastructures that we need as a society, but then it can also go towards bombs and wars that you may not want to be a part of as well. You don't have any control over that.
Sasquatch,
Go ahead.
where were you?
I don't mean to keep correcting, but I keep getting corrected too. So you could have a member-owned corporation that's that doesn't issue stock. So the only differentiator that I can come to that's unilateral is that there's no liability.
That'd be an
Ultimately.
LLC.
The one difference that I've seen between the collective
It
bargaining,
wouldn't be an LLC either. Sorry, it'd be a non-stock corporation. LLCs issue shares.
No. LLCs do not issue shares.
Yeah, they help me
But
out. at
LLCs
all.
can make S elections to be taxed as a corporate entity, but they're still an LLC with the state. They're a corporation with the government, with the IRS. You
Okay,
can
so you
have a
contradicted
corporation
yourself
without
there because you
having
said the
stock,
differentiator was that
but
a
you have
corporation issued
shareholder
shares.
owner.
So corporations don't necessarily issue shares. Thank you for making my point.
I said every
Dick,
corporation has shareholders. They do not necessarily issue stock.
Is that a thing?
They don't
Yes.
necessarily issue shares either.
S corps. A share is a stock. They're the same thing. Publicly traded corporations all have shares or stocks. They have a
Right.
variety of stocks depending on how they are set up.
Right.
Yeah, a member-owned corporation does not issue shares of
We're
stock.
talking about
Member
privately
public.
held corporations, which there are far more privately held than there are publicly held corporations.
Right, what are they?
C corp
They
will
have
require
stocks.
stock. You can have multiple types of stock for a C corp.
You're a know-it-all,
F
but you're still
corp-
wrong.
This is literally
No,
my
she's-
job.
She's
You're saying
absolutely right.
This is my job.
Private
I am a
companies have
CPA
stock too,
who
is what
prepares
she's
tax
saying.
returns.
Well, you can't have it both ways. I mean, it's either one or the other, you know.
What
If you
is
make a
either one or the other?
contradictory statement, then
What's the
and you're trying to
contradictory
be,
statement?
you know,
The
She's been
owners are
100%
literally
right.
called shareholders. Whether or not they issue stock is depending upon how they set things up.
a member-owned corporation does not issue shares of stock.
You're differentiating
It's a
between
non-stock
private and public.
corporation. It's basically
There
a
are private
corporation
and
that does
public
not issue shares
corporations.
of stock. Look it up.
You do not have
Private and
to
public.
issue stocks as an LLC electing to be an S corp or a C corp. These are all privately held companies. These are not
I've done
publicly.
both at different points in my life.
I'm
mean, I had
saying you
financial
can do
advice
that.
when I did it, but
You can have an LLC with stock and without.
okay, so then it's not a differentiator of it having a corporate status. That
For
was the
an
whole initial point I
LLC
made, and
to
you had to correct me,
stock, it
and you were
has to
wrong when
make
you
an
corrected me, and I
SOC
corrected you
election.
on that, and you want to sit here and play know-it-all like you're some kind of fucking oracle
not
of truth
hearing
on
me.
everything to do with corporations.
Dick, what do you
LLCs
think
are
the
filed
difference
with
is?
the state, not the IRS.
I already said it's liability.
She
Which she
corrected your
acknowledged as
correction,
well.
correction that corrected the correction that corrected some other fallible correction that no one corrected, and I'm still lost because I don't.
All right. Anyways, Sasquatch, what were you trying to say when Dick decided to jump in? With his...
I'm wondering
The
what.
point
Yeah, I
is,
don't either.
imagine classifying your church as something non-liable.
Look, an LLC also takes liability off of the owners. So that's not the distinction that makes something a corporation.
Can I offer a
Let
different?
me try to. Oh, go ahead.
You
Go ahead,
still
Jack.
I didn't catch that. I apologize.
You have limited liability corporations, you have limited liability partnerships, you have corporations. All of these are legal structures that serve to guard the owners from legal repercussions for the actions of the business.
Yes.
So,
Can I jump?
I agree with that.
Sorry.
So are they inherently evil, which is what it started with Nazi saying, is if you fuck with a corporation, you become some type of corporation with the church, then you're probably fucking around with some evil fucks. Does it still hold after all of that shit y'all just said?
The love of money is the source
So-
of all.
Yeah, like I just want to say is that just because something is a corporation, that doesn't necessarily mean it's evil per se. You know, I mean, there could
Okay.
be some very good corporations out there, but United States as a corporation, and you know, you have the
Yeah.
presidents and you have everything else. This is all facade, and they answer to somebody else that we don't really know, and there are differing layers to that. That there, you know, we go up to the Illuminati or the Rothschilds, but I think there are entities beyond that that they ultimately answer to. So at the end of the day, if a vast majority of the corporations are owned by the same people like Vanguard and BlackRock, right? And then these people are run by the same people, you can more or less say that most of the corporations are corrupt. Now, that doesn't mean all of them are corrupt, and that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't take advantage of it and create trusts of our own and and have our own corporations, and we want to run it the way we want to run it. But profitability at the end of the line is still going to have to. I mean, you can run a corporation, but if it's not profitable, it's ultimately going to fail. I mean,
I got
that's
a
just the way it
question for
is.
you, Nachi, if I can. Earlier, when you talked about Sun Tzu, you also, I think, at the same time, talk about some Machiavellian tactics. I forget where we were going with that shit, but you know, that's straight up manipulation and shit. That can get pretty deep. Would those be how far could we go using Machiavellian tactics and still call ourselves honorable and trustworthy? I'm just
Well, I mean, that's a difficult question to answer, but like, you know, if you're in a war, which I believe that we're in a spiritual warfare and physical, mental, emotional warfare, et cetera, then, you know, in a war, like, in a field of battle, are you willing to kill your enemy? And then whether that enemy is a slave and he's mind controlled and he thinks that you're an enemy for a wrong reason, doesn't matter. It's you have to be willing to cross that line. And then with that, there are other strategies and tactics that go along with war that you have to consider. Even if you don't implement it yourself, you have to consider that the other party may consider that as an option. So if you're not aware of that, then you are just duping yourself, and then you're
I can see.
preparing for a loser,
Yeah,
to be a
you're right.
loser in that war. Period.
There's gonna be a certain amount of subterfuge, maybe even lies in there. Yeah, it's gonna get muddy.
I'm going to cheat.
Cheating.
Well, I mean, like Sun Tzu said that you would be insane to not use spies. Yeah, like spies and you know, traitors are also very useful. You can entice the enemy and some of the members, and you can get some of them to betray, you know, their king or their generals, and reward them. Ultimately, it's just a tool. You know what they are for what they are. But if you can utilize that as part of your advantage, why would you not?
Right.
Is you know, that the Chinese way of Sun Tzu thinking. And then thus, even if you are not capable of doing that, you have to consider the possibility that you can be betrayed by somebody for 30 pieces of silver.
That's why I say never trust nobody. See, you balled me out earlier when I say you never trust motherfuckers. Everybody let you down and shit. Somebody can.
Again, there are layers to that. It's not about absolute trust. It's about knowing the character of that individual whom you're dealing with. Right, and
I think we agreed on that part.
You know,
yes. Yeah.
I think that it's a good thing that corporations only care about profits.
That's sick.
All right,
yes, let's break that down.
Let me hear
because if we had,
unless it's a non-profit corporation,
because we have them, they exist for one reason, right? They provide a good. They are a service, they get money, the shareholders invest to get a return. It's a profit generating tool for the investors. If it were a social well-being tool, then it would fuck up your return tool, your investment tool is fucked up. And who knows? Jack Talcott and I do not agree on the best way to do charity and benefit society, for instance. So I guess could have your money doing all sorts of things you don't want them to do. Global warming, right? I don't think anybody here thinks that that's really a big threat. Maybe you do. I don't.
I do. It's why I want to make a corporation to airdrop beavers into the desert Southwest. No, I'm dead serious. We could completely revolutionize the world.
So if your corporate business model is based on a fake pandemic, as an example, and then you're giving out poison as part of your you know, and then you get everybody in the government to quote unquote believe it, whether they believe it or not. You got the masses, so it becomes a kind of a business model, and then you invest with it, and you can definitely bank on that.
The problem with that situation wasn't the problem with that situation wasn't that corporations exist as a tool. It's that government was leveraged. And corporations don't have power to coerce you to do anything. Only governments do.
You say you're glad that corporations go for money.
And in capitalism, where everything is for sale, it's pretty cheap to buy some legislators. You see that?
But you understand
what I can tell, it's more fractional reserve currency and the leveraging of the banking system that allows the
Correct.
corporation to really monopolize markets.
Correct. But all those things that you're describing were done by government, right? The government is the tool of
Government, yeah.
oppression. Corporations are only able to buy them because they exist.
So,
Can I
go
jump
ahead,
in?
go ahead, Jack.
Got him.
Can I jump in with a perspective on these corporations? Because the government is a corporation. It's run like it. Many churches are run like corporations for profit, for their future sustainability. But if you look at the system, these corporations and these entities, they're just legal structures, like you said, Flo, but they have been given a life. And unlike many people, a lot of these structures, non-existent structures,
What do
they'll
you mean
just,
by given a life?
well, Citizens United gave corporations, and the almighty dollar as freedom of speech. So the corporations, they're entities that exist until they're once they're formed. People will lie, cheat, and steal to keep those corporations and companies alive.
Well, corporations are an extension of the individual, right? If I own a corporation and I'm putting a message out through my corporation, you can't say the corporation doesn't have a right to say that without saying I don't have a right to say that.
Or is it a separation of the individual? Because it means the individual can conduct themselves in a certain way and then not be culpable.
Yes.
Both.
Like we were,
but the corporation is still culpable.
liability.
And if you invest in a corporation,
It's treated as a
Right.
separate entity, almost like a being with its own
It is
rights and
correct. But if you
Sovereignty.
invest in a
Move
corporation,
to another district, started another church, and operate on a whole new group of Sunday school children, then it's not culpable at all because he doesn't work here anymore. Same thing with a cop. Cop gets in trouble and they just move him he just moves to a different department before any negative effects can take place on his record, and it never gets logged. He might get convicted. He might have some charges or something and then get, dismissed. But you're
right too, because I've heard how they have burner corporations, right? Like the parent corporation creates
Damn, like a burner
to
phone.
offset,
You got a burner
to offset all its
corporation.
debt onto, so it can, bankrupt it and doesn't have to bankrupt the whole company.
Burner corporation. That's big money.
Yeah, and then you have
that's
burner
real
presidents,
few
and
money there,
you have like Enron situation. You just hire some guy, and then you're the president of this company, and then we're going to put all blame on you. You get to go to jail. Great, and then so they have vehicles in
they
place,
won't hire you for the
but everybody
head
who invested in
position,
Enron lost everything. So it's not like they won out in the end.
Somebody made out ahead from
A lot of people made out.
event.
But not the shareholders.
Right, not the individual.
But there are people.
The people who know how to use these systems, they know that the value is in the assets, not so much in the fictional banknotes. So like Enron, people who use the system, they profited greatly in assets and transferred the wealth from one place to another, and a lot of investors lost their asses.
I will not explain this further than this, but I do not keep my...
You can't condemn the shareholders in one sentence and then feel bad for them in another one when the investment goes bad. Enron shareholders paid the price for not managing the company.
And yet there are those who use companies just to make a profit and dissolve and screw people over for their own enrichment. I mean,
profit isn't necessarily involve screwing people over.
I would also argue that Arthur
Anderson,
I
don't know. Hold on just a second. I don't know why you're laughing, Jack. It's just a clear fact.
It does, you're right.
What about capitalism?
Necessarily.
Does capitalism involve?
It doesn't even normally. It doesn't no. If you hire a plumber, it's not because you have to. He's not screwing you over. It's because you need your toilet unclogged. If you hire an electrician, if you hire a doctor, a lawyer, anybody that you hire to do anything is doing it for a profit.
Okay, well, isn't that the inherent problem? If the name of the game is get a profit, I can get a better profit if I'm willing to step on motherfuckers. I mean, that's part of
Can
the
you?
game.
I disagree with that, but that's a more philosophical issue. Sarah, we can come back to it.
Okay. I was just going to point out that there was more people involved in that scandal besides shareholders and lack of oversight. Arthur Andersen was the major accounting firm that was doing the auditing, and they were hiding shit. They were allowing things. They were consulting with the head people to do this, put your money here, do this, and fraudulent activity out the ass.
Under whose orders?
Which is
Under
why they changed the Sarbanes-Oxley, that new rule that came in as a result of this, where they required the CFO and the CEO and all of these people to sign off on all of the audits and the tax returns. And they would be held liable and sent to jail if they
So
did
they
all
blame the auditors for not keeping.
They were part of it.
Oh yeah, well, I assume the auditors, the bosses or somebody over them, was telling them what to do. But to be able to blame the auditors for booking mistakes and shit, and have them fucking pay the price, that's all right.
So the inherent issue is, you can say, is capitalism. The fundamental principles of capitalism is to be profitable. You know, like
Right.
so, like all the economics just kind of boils down to two things: goods and services. Okay, that's
Yeah.
what everybody is operating out of. Like either you produce goods and you sell that at a profit because there's cost and time and investment that's incurred in creating the garden or the farm or whatnot, and then at the end of the day you have to cover for that, and then people have to borrow money, and then they have to also pay back with interest, et cetera, right? So but then you can be a restaurant and then you render services, or you can be a financial institution and you say, well, I'm going to package these derivatives up and then sell it to you, and then we're going to get these other guys to give it a AAA standing on it, and then you're going to believe it because this is a quote unquote third party,
Yeah.
right? And then you get things like the margin call like movie, like basically they just tell you exactly what they're doing. I mean, it's just that people fall for it anyways. So you have
That's
to be
why
profitable, in the
you would have to
capitalist system,
have
because
some
the
kind of
fund
moral compass for a society to ever be sustainable or beneficial to the people at any sustainable terms, right?
Correct.
In sustainable terms.
Probably. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't even know that I agree with that. But go ahead.
Okay.
In the God's world, it's always been about abundance. Like you plant something and it multiplies. Like, did you do that? It was already programmed into the seed to multiply, and you can get.
Right.
So we should live in abundance, and the money, quote unquote. Go ahead. I'm being interrupted by somebody.
Before you plant it, you have to prepare the soil. You have to put forth the effort to make the land supportive to grow it.
Agreed.
A deeper investment than the surface implies is all I'm saying. Sorry.
No, good point.
No, go ahead.
That's all. I think that's
it.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I mean, there's a lot that goes into just planting a seed. You have to toil the land, and that's where like the whole the farming revolution has come. Like they thought, well, we're going to just grow wheat here, but then if we grow legumes together, we can rest that soil and also have create more protein while at it, and then we can move things around, et cetera, et cetera. So, but that's a different line of thinking. What I'm talking about is that when you have a system, the fundamental system of what is the fundamental system of capitalism is the central banks. The central banks.
Yeah, but you're right over the target though, because you're saying you wouldn't rape and pillage the field, you wouldn't leave it desolate without any trace minerals, even though maybe for the next 3 years it'd give you a little more profit. You're saying long term, I know it's stewardship to the land, I need to operate with better standards, right?
Well, and you do that because the profitability, that even if it's not in the money terms, if it's not even in the money terms, you create more abundance to yourself and your family and to your community with less amount. It's with a less amount of work. There's nothing wrong with that, because then
the only benefit is instant gratification. That's all you got there is instant gratification, which is the way this world lives.
But flow state, what were you saying? Something that I said that was
I was
incorrect
saying
or
that
inaccurate or
you
wrong?
said that the central bank system is the backbone of capitalism, and I said no, it's not. Capitalism is an economic free market capitalism, an economic model under which all transactions basically are built on voluntary. They're voluntary transactions.
It's never been
Right.
tried.
It's never been tried perfectly, right? Just like communism.
Tested in.
But basically, capitalism is built on individual property rights and voluntary transactions. The central bank
That's
system.
a very libertarian point of view, and
I mean,
I guess
it just is what it is.
Like I don't disagree with that.
I'm not philosophizing. I'm explaining to you literally what they are. I'm
also explaining to you that why capitalism is based on the central banking system is
the
that when
central
the government
bank
is borrowing
system is a grift inside of capitalism. It is not capitalism. It is not voluntary.
What do you mean? It's not voluntary.
Do we have a choice on what currency to use if we need to say right? So it violates the principles of capitalism. It's an exploitation, well, of both government and capitalism.
I see what you mean. I see what you mean. So the capitalism separate from that, like ideally, what you're speaking about, ideally capitalism.
Right. I'm speaking more philosophically.
Like
our current society, our current economy is based on the central bank system. I would agree with that.
I was speaking in terms of the literal sense of what we're dealing with as far as reality is concerned about like what capitalism has become.
I think it's important to make the distinction because capitalism is getting blamed for human corruption.
Oh yeah, I mean, like you can
I need
you
a
can blame
distinction.
demons or devil and stuff like that, but like at the end of the day, just blaming something or a system or a group of people is not really going to solve anything.
Right. And what
would central banks do without currency manipulation? I mean,
that's
really,
their whole thing. That is the entire business model: is currency manipulation and inflation.
So yeah, if you just tighten that up and have a sound weights and measures, then problem
but
solved.
again, I mean, like the central bank only works because of government. Like all corruption that everybody
it took a president to put us on an emergency status where we had to go off the standard. It's amazing.
So we have these like governmental systems, and we call it like democracy or republic. Fascism is when corporations own the government. Okay, communism is when the government owns. I mean, like more or less. Okay, so like,
it's a confusing subject, but yeah,
they overlap. They overlap.
Right.
What I'm getting.
I agree. They do overlap for sure. Okay. And it really, I just look at it in terms of individual versus centralized control. Like everything, economics, politics, it all boils down to who gets to make the decision, the individual or the centralized authority. Go ahead, Nudge.
Well, okay, and that's where the power discussion should have to come in. It's like, where do these authorities derive their power from?
From you, faith.
I guess I'm a little bit. Well, I guess that would be ideal, but the truth of the matter is of the world that we have found ourselves in is that, in my opinion, it's the banks and the central banks and the people who own the central banks, and the banks have been playing a pivotal role in a lot of the wars and a lot of the policies that we have found ourselves in, because at the end of the day, it's a corporation, so they have their own line of generating or trying to harness that power to themselves, which is in the form of money.
But the corporation is not a significant. It's got nothing causal to do. It doesn't. The fact that they're a corporation would be like saying because they're Chiefs fans. It may be true, but it's sort of a non-factor.
Well, they're like a middleman. I mean, like they do have a pretty big say in how things are going to be operating. That's how they are able to generate.
Right. I mean, I agree with the power, or with the what you're the observation you're making. It's just it's the way that you're describing it, and I don't think that the corporation component is significant at all. In fact, I think it's a distraction from the significant components.
I think you're saying,
Which is
like you said earlier, corporation is just a tool, like a gun. The
Right.
corporation by itself isn't.
which
inherently-
is human corruption. And if you wanted to blame any sort of structure, I would definitely blame government over corporations. But ultimately, what we're dealing with is human corruption and human fallibility. But the system, there's no system that will prevent or stop that entirely. And we need to recognize where an economic system's what you want out of it, right? Because an economic system is only designed to do so much. You know, it's not designed to solve all the social ills in the world.
Right on.
Yeah, the banks, though, I mean, they're corporations too, right? And their primary goal is to produce profit for their shareholders.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the bank is doing the same motherfucking thing, except they have the government subsidy, leverage, FDIC, insurance. And look at the situation they're in right now, right? They can't issue any loans because no one can afford 8% loans. All the loans on their books are at 2%, 3%. But then they got to issue CDs right now at 5.5% or you know, whatever their rate might be, somewhere around there. Like it's just a recipe for fucking catastrophe right now.
Failure.
And all of that, I
which
agree.
is done
That's
on purpose.
Exactly. That's a great
Yeah, it's managed markets
analysis. But it's because the central banks, right? The Fed is a grift on capitalism. And they're the one that control rates. So you've got banks that are stuck in loans at the previous rate, but now rates have gone up because inflation is happening too fast. And so it flips them upside down. So yes. Yes.
Yeah, so like, you know, it's like what Jacob Rothschild has said. It's like he doesn't care what policies or enforcements the governments make as long as he gets to control the money system. Right? The money system will ultimately determine, you know, the power structure. Okay, and then they can buy out everybody because they can print out as much as money as they want, and then people are going to be like, okay, you know, I don't care, you know, I'm going to be a prostitute for the government.
And we in the U.S. have benefited from that. We've been exporting our inflation for a long time because we're the central reserve currency. But that ship is turning.
And you know, we used to be fractional reserve currency, but they took away even that criteria. So now there really is no reserve. The banks don't even have to hold 10%. They can just issue pretty much, you know, in perpetuity loans. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, I mean, they need the shot in the arm because rates have gone up, and they're, you know, it's just thrown the whole book upside down, which I believe is the plan. Go ahead.
No, that's the Weimar Republic idea. That's how you get to inflation to hyperinflation. Hyperinflation is needed to ultimately burn down the system. You know, because like it's just not sustainable, and they know it. But people don't really realize it.
It was designed to be temporary.
Yes.
Yeah, they are intentionally burning this shit to the ground. The banking industry is the beast out of the sea. The dollar is the beast out of the earth. They are literally intentionally destroying it as it occurs in Revelation 17 and 18 with the whore of Babylon. And they're going to bring in the fucking Antichrist as your goddamn savior who tears down all of this shit. It is all planned.
They always
that's
told
the
people
secret destiny of America.
It's not just America. It'll be worldwide.
No, absolutely. But America plays a big role. I mean, you have America, Europe, and you know, Russia, China. These are the biggest players on the board, on the grand chessboard. So yeah, like, but you can't ignore America at all. I mean, it's the biggest piece on the board here.
Well, they're the heads. The presidents are the heads of the beast. The actual beast is UN.
Yeah, I agree with that. But,
that's who Jack wants to talk to. Yeah, that's Jack's people at the UN.
Jack's people. Yeah, Jack, you're going to talk to the beast, Jack.
I want to.
I don't really have any issues with corporations. I just have issues with corporations and policies. Because my business is a corporation. It's not publicly traded, but like you said, it's a tool. It just depends on how
itself is just a tool, right on.
It's fine. Like, I don't want to get into the semantics of things. It's just that, like, and individually, people have to do what they have to do to survive, and they do whatever best move that they think they need to do for themselves and for their family to make a profit, et cetera, et cetera. But you can't remove, the system of like what everything is dependent on. All these corporations are dependent on a particular system. These banks, the public banks, are dependent on the central banks. The central banks are dependent on the IMF and the World Bank, and ultimately it's the BIS, or the Bank of International Settlements, who dictate what the the ratios are, or the rates are, compared to one another. And there are people behind that who also determine that.
On that note, Jack, what do you have to say to the Bank of International Settlements?
Well, I didn't type that. That's not me. But
that's not you. I liked it. Damn, fake had a good comment there.
Hell yeah. Hey, I was listening in a way, but Flo, I respect what you were saying about the Federal Reserve versus true capitalism.
Mm-hmm.
I saw an interesting perspective on the Federal Reserve and the way the way the structures of laws are made. I think most people wouldn't have so much issue paying some sort of tax should the money actually be spent on infrastructure and what is actually good and healthy for the nation, instead of funding these conflicts overseas.
I think you got some argument there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically all of our income tax goes basically straight to interest.
Right.
Which is imagined by those damn bankers. So
no, we've actually really gotten the benefits for it already. All these welfare, the handout programs, the wars we've funded. I mean, it's really, it's not entirely. I get what you're saying, and I kind of, that's half correct, I guess. It's not entirely imagined. If it weren't for interest, then there'd be no reason to loan money. And if you don't get the loan, you can't use the resources now to do what you want. You'd have to wait for payment for them. Like I have loans out to somebody, and he pays me interest for it, right? I wouldn't give him the money if he didn't pay me interest.
Okay, so recognizing if banks are run as corporations in the free market, it makes a huge influence in the way the economy works. How do you feel about usury, limiting the interest that can be charged or offered? Simply recognizing that the exchange is an exchange.
I have mixed feelings about it. On one hand, the libertarian side of me thinks that nobody, like if two parties want to have an agreement, no third party should come in and tell them, no, you both want to do this, but you can't. On the other hand, though, I recognize that the people who get into the type of loans where usury would apply it's basically people being exploited in bad situations, which, I mean, is kind of what I'm doing with the loans I have out right now.
That's why it's a straw man argument. If they were going to get into a 30% loan and then usury prevented that from happening, they're going to go get fucked somewhere else.
Yeah, that's entirely true.
That's basically what Jesus told him, was go get fucked somewhere else. He took an oxtail to
I mean,
would flip their table.
Yeah, that's the only time he got angry is the money changers and such. But like usury was outlawed in the past, and there's a reason why. What's that?
That says a lot.
Yeah, it says a lot. I mean, I think righteous indignation is a good thing, personally speaking. But like we can talk, day in and day out about like whether usury is correct or not. But it's part of the system. I'm afraid, because the central banks, because you like, where does your dollars come from? They come from the Fed, which is neither federal nor a reserve. It's a private entity. Right, that's been basically they bought the government already, right? With the money that they printed. And so you exchange your bonds at interest, and then these money that's been bought from them or borrowed from them is injected into these other banking system, and they have to pay a higher interest, because otherwise how are they going to profit from that, because they already have to pay the interest to the higher entity beyond them, so et cetera, it just kind of goes down the line that way.
Here's another downside to the current banking system, this fractional reserve. With the free market idea, the banks are lending, creating money out of thin air. The banks are originating money into the system, selling it as debt. And the wise investments, the wise loans, are those that are going to be profitable. So profit is driving the money creation, rather than using money creation to actually betterment. If there was community oversight, maybe, or some other way to approve the creation of new money, and if there was limits on the profiting that these bankers could have, I don't know.
Ultimate power ultimately corrupts. You can't have that option. That has to be taken off the table, and until it is, corruption will ensue. It's very simple.
Yeah.
Why do you need this relationship with the bankers anyway, just for the government? And it certainly doesn't have to be so ancestral, right? Why the fuck does government, why do people?
It's very malignant at this point, like at this point in our human history, it's so embedded into our, because it's international. These bankers are international. They're not, Russia or China. They've never been. They haven't been for hundreds of years now. They've already spread their tentacles around, and it's just this idea of this system or that system or a capitalistic system. These are all just notions that that we're dealing with, that it should be like this, but it's not. The reality of the matter is that we're living in slavery based on whatever system that you want to call it, but it's a cult of profitability, whatever it is. But like, if you want to, like for example, like you brought up a point about taxes, like if you lived in a community and you have all your needs provided for by that community, you would give all your work to betterment of your community, because you understand that it will be a transparency in the way it is administered, of like what that resource is going to bring to the community. So everything that you give is going to be a benefit to that community, which is ultimately going to be a benefit to you.
What about if one of the things the community does is support a building in the downtown area that kills babies, and they want to contribute a percentage of your blood, sweat, and tears to facilitate that process?
Oh,
no, fuck that. But don't be in that community then, who support that, because
that's exactly. So that's why you need diversity. You need voluntarism, so the experiment can actually express itself in a multitude of ways.
I thought it was something about voluntarism, volunteering your time and shit in the community or money. Or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with Nachi. I'm just dovetailing.
Okay.
No, I agree with you. I mean, I certainly wouldn't want, but that's the problem, is that like we pay taxes, not everybody here perhaps, but like, you don't know where that money is going to go towards. And a lot of these so-called welfare programs are not actually designed to benefit the people. They know exactly, there's an appearance of benefit to the people. And then, some 40-some million people are, benefited from the welfare program. But at the end of the day, it's actually for the benefit of the government, who has them kind of, locked into their system. They become like they're a reserve of their own in a way, so it's kind of for that. So there's always that appearance of something.
It serves a secondary thing too. You can be used very divisively. It's a tool for them. If that's their line of thinking, you can use welfare and certain border issues and shit. Besides you can use them politically, I guess is what I'm
and it becomes its own industry. It becomes its own industry too. I'll be goddamned if all the cancer fundraisers are ever going to let a cancer cure happen.
Oh yeah,
they actively gonna stop it.
Fuck yeah, that's a massive industry, and like the homeless people, poverty is a huge fucking industry. You think anybody in charge of DCF or HUD? You think that they're gonna like go, oh cool, we solved the housing problem. I'm out of a job now. Fuck no, they're in charge of bigger budget. Like that's a lot of power to have. So yeah.
Well, you can
Well, I mean,
delay it.
that's the same thing about like first aid. All these like organizations who go out and help third world countries, and they're on the same page of things, right? They also they're also the middleman for like people who, like, on one hand they're like, oh, these poor people, we need to go help them, but on the other hand, right, they're the authority on whom they're going to help and how much they're going to help. Like
Yes, how much the board gets.
It's colonization, full stop. Yeah.
It's colonization.
Giving loans to small countries to meet their sustainable development goals that they know they can't repay. And the money doesn't even go to them. It goes to middleman contractors that are normally like U.S. companies or something to go do the work there.
Right.
That they got the loan for. That they had to get the loan for, right? Like I was watching the UN. This was like 6 months ago or something. UN Biodiversity Summit in Canada, and they issued a loan to Congo, I believe it was the Republic of Congo, that the delegates were objecting to, and they cut the mic to Congo, and then pushed through the loan to Congo.
I might have saw that. I think it was like 3 or 4 cats in a chair in the Congo.
I've got it screen recorded on my phone because I was like absurd what was happening, and then I wanted to wait and see if there was any news about these delegates that got cut off regarding their own country's obligations, and I hadn't seen any actually. Now that I remember, yeah, I'll have to look back into that.
Authoritative shit.
Wait, I didn't.
St. Laz, what's good, man? We ain't heard from you, pimp.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm sorry. I was actually I forgot that I clicked the link, and then I was sending a message to somebody. So then I was actually on the screen for a long time and not
we want to be part of the conversation. Who are you messaging and what does it say?
Right? Can I have
Yeah, we thought that was very rude of you, bro.
We give you advice.
Yeah, sorry about that. But I was definitely hearing the conversation as it developed from the art of war and Machiavellian, then going to the banking system. And I think there is a connection there between all the things that you guys were talking about, and even the quote by Rothschild, that Nachikita mentioned. So I could actually.
What quote? Because I might have missed it.
About being in control of the banking system and the media.
Oh yeah,
which is actually it's actually an aspect
control
of
currency.
Yeah. It's actually a work. It's actually an aspect of a work by that was plagiarized to be used for a work called the Protocols of the Elders of Zion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
I don't know if you guys are familiar with that one, but yeah, it actually comes from a work from a guy from the French Commune who was actually connected with Victor Hugo, the famous playwright, and he wrote a work called Dialogue in Hell between Machiavelli and Montesquieu.
Who's Montesquieu?
Yeah, Montesquieu is the guy who wrote about the separation of powers. He was a French political theorist.
Wasn't that in the same time period as like Robespierre and those folks?
Yeah, it was in the same time period as like Locke and all those guys, and then later, there was Robespierre and all those guys in the French Revolution, and Thomas Paine was a key figure in some of that. But I actually have a work on proto-capitalism right here called The Two Treatises of Government by John Locke.
Oh, I have that.
That's a good one.
Yeah, and I've studied this work.
That's good reading.
I studied that work in great detail because it's actually like the foundation of capitalism, because he actually invents the concept of money and property and labor and all of those things. He actually presents precise definitions of those terms. And actually he presents a precise definition of the term of of political freedom as opposed to freedom in the sense of man in nature. You know, so he makes a distinction between these two things.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
So it's property. I mean, do you think that something you can be taxed for in a cycle that you actually own that then?
Well,
You know,
I
they
think
say
it's
you own the property, but
I think it's like, if you guys haven't read this work, you know, there's actually a one fucking passage here where he invents the notion of property, you know, and actually, but before he gets to that, he writes a whole first treatise, and I think the first treatise is problematic, you know, because he dispels this notion, because he's arguing against this guy called Robert Filmer, Filmer, who wrote this work called Patriarchy. You know,
Hell yeah.
the author's
so he's
arguing with him about it. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, the fucking shocking part of it all is that John Locke, while arguing for patriarchy, you know, he actually argues this through the Bible, and he says that Adam didn't have private dominion, but God made him work for what he had, through the land, through his own effort. So he had to like create his own property. So Adam just had property. He didn't actually have. Yeah. Yeah. So he dispels the notion that Adam actually had dominion over the land. He says, no, Adam had to.
That?
Well, before I get to that, I just think that he dispels the notion of fatherhood, you know, in the sense that he says that if you can create your own property, if you can create your own value in nature, you know, then the father is like a sperm donor, because the mother and the father have equal value. And he kind of argues for equal rights for men and women too, because he says the mother is just as important as the father, because the father is essentially just giving sperm because of his lust.
Hell yeah.
And he just has lustful tendencies. That's why the child is born. It's not because of any greater reason than that. But I don't think that that's actually accurate. And then also
for the woman too. So
yeah, and then also he says another thing, that he says that after the son is no longer you know, as long as he can get his own property and maintain and create value for himself, then he is no longer under the tutelage of his father. And this kind of dispelled the notion that families and traditions and all of these things are important. It's kind of just like it's kind of just individualism.
Yeah.
You know, and
I
it's
get it
based
that
on
you're separate from your family. You're not really your
you're
mother
never-
and father's kid. I get that part of it, but
no, you're never no, you can never be separate from your family in any sense.
yeah, but the part that it's negative in some way, I don't think those two are.
See, maybe that is one of our flaws in how we organize things, is that because it is considered a property or something you own, instead of stewardship, which to me would maybe more represent Adam's experience, that because stewardship, you know, has that prerequisite that you would have to do it with honor and integrity, and you wouldn't be like shitting in your neighbor's yard.
Yeah.
Maybe
because
there is an
honor,
issue with ownership.
Yeah, because honor and family are dealing with the notion of defense of tradition and family and land, you know, which deals with you know, notions that are not based in, you know, systems of value or other things, you know, but the foundation of society is families, you know, because if you don't know where you came from, you don't know where you're going. You know, so really, you know, everything is more, you know, any philosophy that tends towards idealism, you know, usually doesn't include history in its analysis. You know what I mean, right? You know, so you know, like, people came from somewhere. Like they said, you know, you'll never see a child of a great man who's also a great man. You know, there's a reason for that. It's because of the expectations. You know, the expectations put on that person. You know what I mean? So your family is of extreme value. Even if you don't know your family, you should try to find out where you came from at least. you know, because people who don't have deep roots are just cosmopolitan fucking nobodies, rootless.
Karens.
Yeah, we have to have traditions. We have to have rights, you know, for the young men in the society. You know what I mean? That's what I believe. You know?
And Jack speaks about that. I think that was Jack who said finding the variety of different cultures and stuff. Find the good part of it, aspects of it, as opposed to trying to change them and bend them to yours. You know.
Yeah.
What? Everybody stop talking.
I see a value in the ownership of private property, and I think that, you know, in general, it helps kind of curtail that socialist type of tendency that everything seems to veer toward, or communism of some sort.
I hear you.
But I think that the taxation of land is like one of the biggest atrocities that really takes away people's ability to homestead and
It's nonsensical,
independent. Yeah,
yes.
it's
but the real argument against it was brought forward by a guy named Alexis de Tocqueville, who was a student of Rousseau. He was a French thinker who actually traveled to America and lived in America, and presented his analysis of the American people. And he said that actually individualism and collectivism are two sides of the same like fucking coin, because basically, you know, freedom means that everyone gets to do whatever they want, but equality means that everybody has to do it the same way.
The issue I have,
I don't know about that.
I see what he's saying there. Actually, it's that duality thing. You know, everything's kind of a contradiction at some level.
Yeah, you know, it's like
in the desert vote for water.
Paradox. You know,
they don't have any. They vote for it.
Yeah, it comes from the biological view of man, that man is subsumed to be like a species equal, you know, but people are not equal. You know, everybody starts at different levels. You know, we have to adjust to people's conditions to a certain extent, you know, when we deal with them on a natural basis, at least, you know.
Right. We don't look for equality. Someone said you look for equal opportunity, but you don't try to make an equal outcome. People may desire different things, you know.
Equality is stupid.
As an
objective,
free men
right?
are not equal. Equal men are not free.
You're not equal to yourself, like over time either. Yeah, I think it's a fake target to get people to give up their individual aspirations and rights to the collective good. The greater good, I mean, like, the greater good is always summoned when you're trying to convince the individual why they should not act in their individual self-interest. But the collective never requests anybody to do such on their behalf. So
I understand, yeah. I was thinking about Cynthia's church earlier. Inherently, that system of giving tithes, even if you don't make a request, you know, the people are going to feel compelled and all of that.
So
sometimes you have to give up what you want in the moment to get what you really need.
That's what you should do if you're an adult. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think all these ideas are good, and it's good to you know, study history if you accept the history the way they've been presented. Obviously, there are different notions of like how things actually panned out, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, we still have to deal with what's in front of us, right? With with a system that is already in place, and the subjugation that it intends for the people, right? And
welcome,
you know,
Chuck
we
and
are all
Tennessee
part
to
of
the
it.
Green Club. Sorry, I thought you were finished. Go ahead and finish your thought.
Go ahead.
I was just going to welcome Chuck and Tennessee to the Green Club. Chuck just bought a membership. They're $1 each for anybody who's interested. I only have one tier. It's $1 because I don't offer hardly any benefits. But your name does show up green in the chat, so you get some status.
Sweet. That's all you get, though, is the green? You can't give any other perk? Gonna try to upsell me. Give me a reason.
$1, bro. It's $1. I'd give them that for free.
Yeah,
bro.
Dick. What do
What
you
if I
want?
give-
How? What do you?
if I
What do
give
you? What do you want
$3?
for $1, Dick?
Like a supersized version or
You get
option?
a. You get
VIP.
you get a custom video for $1.
Get
Any
this.
topic of your choosing. Now, if you
Custom
sign up for
short,
my
huh?
Snapchat, you get daily dick pics.
Oh,
Oh, God.
no, thank you. I'll
I
pass.
say-
Get them anyways if you're not careful.
It's a
OnlyFans.
better deal than I was bargaining for. I'm gonna have to pass it.
Oh, man, I'm a gold
All
member.
right, bud.
You
Y'all have
gotta
a
give it a
lovely
shot,
evening. Don't let anybody.
Sasquatch, you up?
Yeah, I got to bounce. Much
All
love.
right.
y'all.
Later,
Hey, thanks for coming up.
Take care.
I dropped Sasquatch's link earlier, and like I do every stream, everybody on the panel who has a channel will be tagged in the description box shortly after we wrap up. So if you see somebody here that you want to follow, come back after I'm done and look in the description box, and you'll have everybody's channels tagged. Simon, by the way, welcome. And if you have a channel that you want me to link to, Simon, then leave it in the back chat, please.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yep.
I appreciate that, sir. I mean, I've been listening to the conversation. It's kind of interesting. I struggle with this whole thing about people are not created equal. I mean, the fact of the matter is, where do we come from? I mean, that's what we need to think about. We need to think about where we come from. And ultimately, where we come from is a woman provides her womb. And we are then exited into the world. And the provisions and guidance that comes after that is something else. But we then make our own choices. That's nothing to say that we're not created equal. There's nothing to say that every newborn baby is not equal. If you actually walk into a hospital and you actually purvey and scan and walk around and look around, you'll find that all the babies are equal.
Some are uglier.
Can you define equal?
Yeah, and there's like a
Define
genetic
equal.
line there that could have conditions, and it's like I think in spirit I follow you, but from a material illusion of form.
Yeah,
not
I'm gonna need
necessarily.
a
Yeah, I mean, I think
definition
it's a
of equal.
semantics issue. I think it's a semantics issue about like what we mean by equal. Like I think like every being has a desire to live and and be happy. We may have like my desire doesn't like trump your desire. Like we
Nothing to
all
do
have
with it, bro.
desires.
Nothing to do with it.
Okay,
I
that's
think
that's why I'm asking the question.
I think in the sense
you're
that
not answering the question. What you're doing is you're detracting to yourself. And this
I'll ask you a question.
well,
I'll
let
ask
me
a
use. Well,
question.
let me use.
What
well,
do
let
you
me use
say
some of your
about like?
terms.
Okay, go ahead, machine
There
license.
are
Take it.
some babies that are born with health defects, and there are some babies
That's what
that
I was
are
going to say,
born
Yeah,
Cynthia.
just to be,
addicted
just to
to
be,
drugs.
yeah, just to
Addicted
use.
to drugs. So it's that not all babies really are.
Yeah, they're not really,
People.
because just how you described it, in your definition, you said that you just exited a womb. But there's a lot more that went into that process about, exiting the womb.
All right, explain that to me,
Right.
bro.
And what if that
Like-
baby was
like-
born in Mexico? What if that baby
Yeah,
was born
exactly.
at
Yeah,
Mar-a-Lago on the island? What if he was born in the
like,
ghetto? Are they
there's so
equal
many.
still?
You guys,
What if
you
he was-
guys
what if
talk
he was
like
born
everyone.
with no appendages?
Wait a
no
sec, hold it for a
Because
second.
you're
legs or
reducing,
arms?
because
you
you're
guys
reducing
talk-
everything to a biological level.
You guys talk like you was born yesterday. Like you're talking about. Okay, I said like we're all born equal.
He's going to school us.
And now you're going, oh yo, there's defects, there's this, there's that. What? Yeah,
Right.
obviously.
Yep.
We're just trying to get you to define equal,
But
bro.
in
That's all.
general,
Stating the
in
obvious.
general, most people are average. Most people have a chance. Most people
Okay,
are
but
born
one
healthy.
All right,
And
but
in
based
that,
one's
on that
in
got
that
statement,
chance,
a large
in that-
phallus, the other's got a small phallus. One's got a big brain, the other's got a small brain. One's got a tendency to be
based
really
on that, you
articulate
still
and analytical,
deflecting.
and the other one can't.
You're still deflecting to the point that There are
differentiation.
discrepancies. There are
Yeah.
discrepancies in birth. We know that. But on average, in general, most people have a chance. Okay. So what differentiates us?
A chance to do what?
Right.
To be
I was
human.
born in the ghetto. The other guy was born in
I
Beverly
don't know. I
Hills.
don't care
Aren't
about
we?
where you was born,
No,
bro.
I am not. Be nice.
There's-
Are we still equal because we were born in different zip codes? Does that
Yeah.
still fit your theory of
Yeah,
equality?
it does
Okay.
because
All right.
you had a chance. Nas was born in the ghetto, and so were you.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
but what
the
if I
Green
was born with a
Closet,
mother
Steve.
that had post-traumatic stress from the pregnancy, and she won't feed me, and she hates to look at me, and ends up, letting me starve? Is that better than the mother that nurtured me and gave me all the love that a child deserved, and kept me warm in her arms while breastfeeding me, and gave me that nurturing love and protection of a mother? Is that really an equal set of conditions? I mean,
Look,
I think
it-
the
it-
spirit
it
we're
depends.
equal,
You
but
benefit
not
from it.
necessarily, in our meat suit and the conditions.
Okay.
That's an argument, right? Once you get here, what is equality? Is it what you can hold on to, what you can keep?
Who made up equality, bro? What are you talking about? Like,
You're the one who made the fucking point, dude. We're just
I
riffing
know.
off
I wasn't
premise.
talking about equality. I was talking about the premise of the conversation. Yeah, do you get what I mean?
Okay, so help us to understand your perspective.
Yeah,
please,
where did we miss
Simon,
it?
By
You didn't miss anything. I'm not here to argue. I was just chiming in. So I was just saying, like, in terms of when people have choices, that's the choice they make. You can't make people make choices. Do you get what I mean? As much as
so
you
are
want.
all choices equal? Are all choices equal?
That don't make sense, bro. You can't say are all choices equal. How does that make sense?
You can
makes
manipulate
perfect
people
sense.
to make choices they don't want.
Well, tell me how that makes sense. How does
I was thinking that.
are all how does that make sense in any sort of shape or form when you're turning around?
Well, you said.
Good question.
The question
Yeah, go ahead.
is, are all choices equal? That's the question. It's
Yeah.
a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or
a good
no question
question.
because that don't make sense. Because
Do you
Question
want
doesn't make
chicken or
sense?
steak?
wait,
Yeah, whether it
wait,
makes sense or not,
hold
you
for a
can
second.
go
Hold
ahead.
for a second. Choices are an individual thing. It's like a pillar.
Yes.
So
Okay.
how can you turn around and say, and you're trying to sort of equate
So
it to
as an
a group?
individual, Simon, as an individual, you can have different choices, correct or not correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you as an individual can choose to eat a hamburger, or you can choose to eat a steak, as an example, right? So are those choices equal or different, or the
Different.
same?
Different.
Okay, so that answered my question.
I would
That
have
not
said
all
different.
choices are the same.
I'd have said different immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd have
So they're
proposed
not
something more
equal.
extreme, but I get what you're saying. I mean, they're not all equal. Some may have a lot more gravity behind it and be something that you're going to take significantly more seriously, right? Over, like, if I'm going to
Well, I
grab
was
the
one.
fucking, 2 napkins
Well,
or 3.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
just the premise. Well, just the premise that you choose what you want to do. I mean, that's just false, isn't it?
No, it's not false. If
I've
you
been
choose
talking
to
about
jump,
that a lot
That
lately.
is
no,
It's
that is
an
false
interesting thing to
because
consider.
everybody starts from a different place, and we don't choose who we are.
that's no. Come on, let's not bar like that.
But you're
Come
saying
on.
you don't choose anything.
No, I want to
you
go
know?
with machine lies, man.
Listen, it's an individual
These
choice.
choices may be a
all
bit of an
the
illusion.
time. It's an individual choice. You want to try and group it? Is that what you're saying? What are you saying? The influences around us make us do things? Is that what you're trying to say?
think
Yeah, that's
that,
part of it.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Hold
part
on,
of it.
hold on,
How-
hold
how
on,
does
hold on,
that
hold on, hold on, hold on, stop. I gotta address something real quick. Jack, this is a full panel. If you have something to say, start talking and keep talking. Don't sit there with your hand up and don't bitch at me from the chats about needing to make space for you. We want to hear what you have to say,
Hey,
but
hey, Flo, chill.
like that.
Right. Chill. That's not me in the chat. I pointed out earlier there's an imposter. I've been enjoying just listening, dude.
All
So
right, my
please.
bad. Hey, mods, will you get rid of the fake Talcott that
Jack be
just
nimble.
made that
Jack
comment?
be nimble. Jack be quick.
All right, and in all fairness,
Thank
like
you,
to the
Jack.
fake
Thank
Talcott,
you.
that was a pretty good troll.
They were doing good. Very convincing.
No, the troll
Thank you,
accounts
though,
are
Flo.
hilarious.
I will. I'll speak up.
Oh, holy shit. Lynn, thank you again. We got
Chuck blessed your game.
People are not equal. People
where
are
did all these
finite.
Chuck
Simon
Tennessee
from
gifted all the
England.
memberships.
all right.
You shame
Hold
on.
on, hold on, Simon. We'll come to this. Chuck, thank you for all the memberships. Green Squad is expanding rapidly over here.
Shaming our DNA. Okay. Our
Okay,
DNA
now
is
we're
what-
back.
Yeah.
Now we're
okay.
back to Lynn's super chat. Lynn, thank you. Simon, do you want to read it? I could hear you going.
I appreciate you, bro. Shout out to Flow State. People are not equal. People are finite. Simon from She-Ho, England. You shame our DNA. From Jamaica. Feel it in you. Equality is only in death.
Damn.
Pretty scathing comment. Lynn is half black and half Chinese. For if you're wondering what the our
Chinese
DNA.
dollars. Keep it rolling.
So, and he's increasingly hostile to people on the panel, but
Yeah, he don't like English
hostility at
people,
least,
obviously.
you know.
God damn.
It puts me in a
It's not
tight spot
necessarily
when I've got a like my biggest contributor also scumbagging people on the panel. But so far it's worked out great. Lynn, I appreciate your comments and your super
Shout out
chat.
to Lynn, man.
Simon, I appreciate you being the object of his condescension that helped me make some money. So thank you again.
I appreciate it. I'm gonna piss Lynn off in a minute. And let's see if he says another one. Let's see.
You see if we can't get some more money for Flo.
Yeah, I'll tell him about himself. But anyway.
Steve
Carry
gets
on.
memberships too.
Huh? Oh yeah. Memberships are blowing up. Thanks to Chuck.
And Steve just gifted some as well.
Oh shit, Steve did too?
Yes.
Fucking A. Thank you, Steve, for gifting the memberships. The gifted memberships don't show up in my starred things, so it's throwing me off. But yeah, I see those there. Right on.
And thank you, YouTube, for
channel,
taking 40% of that and reinvesting it into your fabulous platform.
You know what? YouTube provides a lot for me, honestly. Like it's
over time.
It's kind of a high percentage, but
we just gotta be patient. Like, just let the 3 months blow by, and it'll start rolling in. Don't worry about it, man. It's cool. Don't worry about it. Don't let people.
I'm not worried about it.
Straight up
Dick
business.
seems worried about it a little bit.
It's all gravy. No, not anymore. Not after Simon. You really calmed me down. Thank you, Simon. I needed that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Simon's been very helpful tonight. Which is funny because last time Simon came on panel, I kicked him out within like 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, world record, man. World
Congratulations, bro. Congratulations.
He's like on some WWE shit. We're just like,
There's a lot of over talking going on, a lot of very quickly at the gate.
Chuck gifted 10 more memberships just now.
Another 10?
Yes.
Fucking A. Chuck, this is a nice competition y'all got going. I'm going to need to get some more viewers in here. We're going to run out of people to take memberships up.
Yeah, I had to type in chat or something.
Well, thank you for that additional gift.
Yeah, wait till Chuck, he pulls the old, hey, Flo, I scratch your balls, you scratch mine,
So you're thinking this is like when you go to prison and there's a honey bun waiting for you on your bunk.
I'm thinking he wants some favors for his contributions. He's got an agenda.
And you know what? if he's got an agenda, I'd be interested to hear it. Chuck doesn't have an. Chuck, do you have an agenda?
Hey,
I think
Jack,
he's
I
just
got a
got a
question
big
for
heart.
you.
Yo, Dick, you
Jack,
got to give me some game, man.
Master
when
of
we get a
puppets.
chance.
Yeah,
I'm
you know
struggling
what?
out here.
The only reason any of these people, I brought Jimmy Shively, and then he left me. So you're welcome, Paul. As much as he's a fan of taking credit for everybody's channels, I think I'm going to give myself credit for Jimmy Shively.
Hey, Jack and Nachi, I need you guys to roll with me on
See
something for a second.
why the land is back.
You want to read it again,
Nachi,
Simon?
Simon, donating at your request, my fellow Jamaican, even though you are from England instead of civilization. This is hostile. I'm just being honest.
Nothing hostile there.
I love you, Lynn. Thank you. Thank you for your contribution. We appreciate you. Keep it going.
Hey, Nachi, are you there?
And I want to,
Yep.
I want to address something that Notch said earlier too, but go ahead, Joe.
Yeah. Thanks. Nachi, I need you to do me a favor. I was running Jack to the UN. He had a meeting with this guy, ate a burger, choked. So we need a replacement. You got at least a minute or two in front of this guy who Jack has been setting up forever. What are the words that you tell him? With Jack in mind now, what are the words that you tell him?
That I tell Jack.
No, you're the UN guy who Jack can meet because he's choked on a burger. He's in ER. So you got to fill his Jack's 2 minute slot.
I'm the UN guy. I'm the UN
You're
guy.
Jack's replacement to talk to the UN guy.
I see.
What do
I
you
would
tell
just
him?
tell them to go fuck themselves, and then most of you guys are going to go to hell.
He gonna fuck
And
you,
I
Jack.
better just let them know.
All
Whatever.
that
I mean,
time,
like
Jack, look at your friend. He
just go and
sucks.
tell them to tell them what's happening.
You really
and
failed
then,
this
most
notch.
of them are duped.
We expected a lot
Yeah,
more.
I mean, what can I say?
All right.
That's more your problem than mine.
Welcome, Steve, my newest lieutenant in Green Gang. All right.
Hey, yeah, sorry. I didn't want to interrupt anyone's argument, but for the people that are watching, if you want to be gifted, you have to go in your settings and allow gifts, and that's how you get gifted. So
also, you can't have a brand account. I learned that the hard way because Flow State is a brand account, and I kept trying to accept membership gifts, and you can't do it. It has to be a personal account.
Right on.
What was your question about what I said earlier?
You said that you think righteous indignation is a good thing.
At times, yeah. But you have to be in the right, and then the whole argument is about like what is the right and the wrong and things like that. But then if you know that you're in the right, and then people are gaslighting you and taking advantage of you, and then I think it gives you the right to be angry about it, and you should be upset about it because this is kind of the part of the psychological process that we have to deal with individually, metaversally, but ultimately as a humanity. That's what we're dealing with because we are being gaslit by the elites.
You are in your
various,
feelings, bro.
Flo, what do you think? Flo, what do you think about that?
Excuse me, Simon.
You're in your feelings. Like you gotta get away from that.
What the hell are you talking about?
What? Why do you think he's
in Camp Cupcake and you got sprinkles on your cupcake?
Yo, what do you mean? Elaborate, please. I'd like to know why I'm in my feelings.
Because like wait a minute, how old are you, bro? Like you gotta like understand the way of the world.
Matter.
Like it's sprinkles ain't the one, okay? You gotta be able to like
you've never had a good cupcake if you haven't
So
had sprinkles on your
about
cupcake.
the
You don't
ways
know
of
what
the
you're talking
world.
about.
Yeah, no, but well, maybe you can elaborate on that because maybe I haven't had sprinkles on my cupcake.
You are the one who
rough life for you, I can see.
Well, has someone prepared sprinkles and a cupcake for you? Do you get what I'm saying? That's the difference. And most of these men out here, to be fair, have walked from a nanny state into a nanny state, meaning they've moved from like one household where they were being mothered to trying to achieve another household where they're trying to be mothered. And that's the problem. Like, you're not actually doing anything that's significant in the world. Like you're just looking for someone to baby you. Like, and we're not building anymore. Like, not like we did previously. Like, you're just sitting comfy, you're comfortable. You're just about, oh, I want to be comfortable, and you want to get a girl that's comfortable, just sit down. It's just like, yo, there's no progression in the world anymore. Like, because you're not about to get your hands dirty and do something.
Anybody in particular you're talking about, or
What are
No,
you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
in general. I'm talking about in general. Like, the elders,
revealing what's within.
the
It's
elders,
projection.
the elders built our life. Okay, they built the infrastructure. They made us comfortable. You get what I'm saying? And now
Are
you're
you
too
saying
comfortable.
this off of people in general, or are you saying this off of how you view Americans?
This is
He
not
only
this is a Western. I come from a Western thing, not necessarily sort of like specifically Americans. We're all in the same pot, whether you like it or not. And
No,
the
I'm
fact
just
of the
understanding
matter
because
is,
I'm trying to understand how you're getting this point of view. So I'm like, okay, see, like, because I know
He's not really wrong, is he? I mean, the premise is
I'm
pretty
explaining
solid.
it to you.
It's
It's
right.
the
I'm trying
Western
to
world.
keep up. That's
It's the
why I had a
Western world.
question.
If you want to put yourself in a pot and tell yourself you're an American, you got the wrong perspective in your head. Because the fact of the matter is if shit goes down, we're all in it together. Do you get what I mean? It's never been like that where you can go, okay, we're just Americans. And this is the thing which I find kind of highly intriguing. Look at history. Like, if anything goes down, we're in it together. We all speak the same damn language for a reason. We've all been susceptible to all the bullshit, and do you get what I mean? So at the end of the day, it's like, why are we trying to go against each other every time we try to speak? All I'm saying is this is my life perspective, and this is what's gone down.
I thought we were all equal.
We are all equal.
Only in
I'm saying to you.
only in the eyes of God. Go ahead, Sarah.
But
No, I was
Simon,
just
Simon,
stirring the
you
pot.
began
Go away.
you began your diatribe by saying that I am in my feelers. So can you elaborate how I am in my feelers and how I should get out of it, or why I'm in my feelers? So
You can
what
stay
made
where
you,
you can.
or what
You can.
inspired you to say that?
You
Yeah,
can
what were you
stay where
saying
you
that
are.
made him say that?
Yeah, I can understand why he's asking me that question purely based on the fact that I can read his eyes. Do you get what I'm saying?
Notch, you
Like,
can have
yo,
a
bro,
cupcake. You can have a
bro.
cupcake as long as you make the cupcake. You can't have a
Yo,
woman make it for you.
you know,
Otherwise,
like,
you're just seeking
yo,
mother energy. So that's how that works.
Okay,
most of
I
these
understand.
people most of the people on this panel, yeah. If I actually sort of interacted with them in my real life, I'll be shaking their hands and I'll be like, yo, bro, I ain't got no problem with you. Like, so I'm not saying I've anything against
I
any
have
of us.
no
All I'm
problems with
saying,
you. I have.
yeah. So the question you posed was almost like, yo, why are you asking me that? And the fact of the matter is you damn well know why I'm asking you that, because you know deep within why I'm asking you that. I don't need to explain that shit.
I need you to explain it because
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
think he was
remember.
being
Not
feminine
just
at all or in his feelers. He was literally just speaking eloquently.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, I can only speak to men most of the time, but the fact of the matter is you're a young lady, so I don't even know how old you are, and you
Probably
got a lot
older
to
than
learn.
you. I just look real good.
Okay. So
Yeah,
how old
I
are
understand where
you,
you're coming.
Simon? I'll tell you how old I am. You tell me how old you are
I'm in
and
my
why that
40s, bro.
matters.
It matters
So am I.
because, yeah. So if you
How
know
old do you think
anything,
Sarah is?
if you know anything about your history and the culture that you've come from, you know that age means something. Okay, we
What
understand and
culture
we
do
should
I come
appreciate.
from, Simon?
You want me to do that? You really want me to do that? You want me to
What
do that,
culture do
bro?
I come from?
Do you want me to do
I
that?
mean, you're the one who said it. If I know which culture I come from, then age does matter. So which culture do I come from?
Do you
What do you
want
know
me to
about me?
do that? All right.
I'm asking you.
Yo, that's I don't even want to go there, bruh.
No, it's okay. I won't be. I'm not
Because
gonna be offended. I'm just
if I
you.
call you, it's not about offense. It's about just understanding stuff. Do you get what I'm saying? So
Take a
if I
stab
call,
at it.
if I turn around and call you out, and then I'm correct, what are you gonna say then?
Well, what's the worst that could
And I will
happen?
say you're correct.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
know
I'll
if
say
you
you're
could
correct.
just went on and
So
said it right now, motherfucker.
there's no point. Do you get what I'm saying? I don't want to
No,
do
there
that.
is a point because you. So you said
Oh, you want to
that
push
if
it?
I
Okay.
know which cult, you're the one who said that. You're
What's
the
up,
one who
Lynn?
is concerned about which
all
cult.
right. So I can tell you like you're one of 3 cultures. I can tell you. I can tell you that straight up.
I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
Which
okay.
3?
He's either Korean, Japanese, or Chinese.
Okay, you're correct.
Right. So which one of them?
And so I
And
come
which
from
one
one of
of
those
them?
countries.
Yeah, exactly. So which one of them?
I'm
Yeah, because
Korean by birth.
Thank you very much.
And
so
So,
you're
back
saying
to the
if he's
matter is this.
Korean, he knows what's up. Is that what you're saying?
No,
If he's
I'm
Korean, he
saying
knows
like
what's up.
we are people regardless. It's not a matter of where you come from. Like, you know, to turn around and
why
sort of
mention
think,
it?
to turn around and think someone's ignorant based on the fact that they don't
Simon.
understand where.
Simon, where am I from?
What is this, a game? What the fuck?
No. I just want to know,
Next.
where do you think I'm from?
I want to know too. It's a fun game.
It is a
Jesus
fun game.
Christ. It's Jesus talking? Is this a,
Yeah. I
I'm
think
Jewish.
he's from a heavy metal band in the future. That's my
Oh
position.
my god.
Where am
No,
I
I know I ain't the
Where am I
fortune
from?
teller you want me to be, bro. Like, just
No, but
chill.
where am I from?
I was kind of intrigued with my my brother over here from Asia, but I ain't playing that game. Like, that's something else.
You don't
Come
know. You
on,
can't
Simon.
guess. You can't guess
You
where
really
I'm
You're
started
just
that
tripping.
game.
No, he asked a serious question. You're tripping.
Those are
Like,
those are three uniquely distinct places, like Korea,
No,
like
you're
Japan,
just
like
you're,
China.
no, you're just
They all
yeah,
have
but
egg rolls.
if you've traveled the world, you'd understand this sort of shit. Because at the end of the day, you walk into a store.
I was born in a
and
different
this-
country. How do you know where I've traveled?
All right, well, tell me what country you was born in.
So he qualifies.
Why don't
to
you
be able
guess?
for your-
Simon, you
I
make
like
a
the
lot
game.
of
I like the
assumptions
game
and
because you played it with the
generalizations.
I
dude.
don't make a lot of assumptions at all. You don't know me like that, bro.
Simon,
say
let's
if you
take a look.
travel
Take a look at
the
this
world,
a
guy.
minute ago.
Simon, where do you think this fine specimen is from?
You got too much going on, machine. Like, I swear to God, I don't even know.
Oh man,
what-
he's airboxing you now. Oh,
He's got
what do you
too
think?
much
Oh
going on. You
yeah,
see what's going on?
$100.
He lives in a. He
$100,
must live in a
$50,
haunted house
$50.
or some shit. I don't know what the hell machine's going on. Like, he's got a whole Netflix series going on next year. I don't know what the hell's going on with machine. Like, I swear to God.
Is this fake cot? Jack, did we get a super chat from fake cot?
I want to get a
I will
contract with
read
you,
it.
machine. Yeah, I'll sign you up.
Hold on,
what do you
Simon.
say about that?
Let me read fake cot anyway.
Yeah, it's fake. I went to his channel. There's no viewers, but
All right.
he did donate
The
$10. So
bickering on panel is becoming old. The arguments need to be called out if they offer nothing of value, like right now. Still, I can appreciate your tolerance for ideas. Thank you, fake cot.
I think he's saying you should call him out for
Sorry,
bickering.
I want to ban the sock impersonator, but like I can't right now because
The whole super chat is
How long does
complaining.
$10 last?
Complaining on a super chat. What the hell?
I don't know how long it lasts, but it lasts long enough for now.
We're having a decent
Buy some
conversation.
time
What's
for
wrong with these
sure,
people?
man. Respect.
London guy from London.
all
That's why I was asking, because like Sarah just mentioned, you do have a lot of like perceptions, and we just kind of ask. I know I'm just trying to ask so I can kind of understand your perception more, because sometimes it's kind of hard for me, and I'm only speaking for me, to understand where you're coming from because it's so general.
I think it was that if you travel the world, then you know. Remark.
Yeah, because it took a long while. Like, you know, the thing is like, I ain't know what African people look like until like 10 years ago, because I thought all Africans looked like Africans, and that was just my perception. Although I was black, so the rest of the world turns around and goes, "Okay, all African people look like this," and I was like, "Okay." I married a Ugandan woman, and then she schooled me on what Africans look like and how Africans talk and their different language and the different type of, the continents and, the separations and the history of it. So unless you actually sort of dealing with certain people, like you're not going to know. You're just going to make assumptions like, oh yeah, I'll go to Google. It's like, nah, like unless you're actually like, yo, I dealt with a Philippine lady. That's how I know about Koreans and Japanese and this, that, whatnot. Because like, the way
So
she spoke to
you
me,
dealt with the African woman and you dealt with the Korean woman. You did not travel the world, as you alluded to.
I didn't say any of that. I didn't say I didn't travel the world. What are you talking about, bro?
Okay, all right.
The
I didn't say any
assumption
of that.
was that you assumed Machine Lies had not traveled the world. That was the
Right.
assumption.
Okay, so elaborate, girl. Elaborate.
You assumed he was from the U.S. and he immediately said, "I'm not from there," or wasn't born there, or something like that.
Okay.
And that he hadn't traveled the world. I
Have
don't
you
know
been
where
outside the
he
US?
said
Have
that
you been outside the
assumption.
US?
Yes, I have.
What countries have you been to?
Italy, mostly. That's where I played volleyball.
One.
Yeah.
So now what, bro? You reek of arrogance.
So
One
if
country.
you're a world
That's
traveler, what does that
all
make
Hold
you?
on.
Are
you
you?
reek, bro.
Is that
Hold on.
narcissism?
Let's
You're better than
hold
everybody
off on
else?
Simon for a second. Sarah, would you care to read the super chat?
Sarah, language is generalization. That's introverted
Then
intuition.
yen
Don't
chen.
go full woman, aka
Sour language.
professional. Assumption is required of communication, or it would be telepathy. Asking questions before making assumptions would actually work for communication.
And I disagree with that claim, but
I agree with it.
Simon,
I was
you were
about
asking
to
me
say
how
that
old I.
Simon's the one making assumptions, and then I bit my tongue just to be polite. But go ahead, Notch. You were about to get him.
No, I'm just asking, like you were asking about, like, so like age is important, and it is true. I don't disagree that age is an important part of East Asian cultures, which is I was originally from. But I'm an American citizen, but I live in India, to give you a little bit of a lowdown on, where I am, but I lived in Korea for some time. I speak Korean, actually, so I know a little bit about the Korean culture, and I've traveled to Japan and China as well, spent some months there. So I would like to say that maybe I know a little bit about these cultures. Have you been to these countries? Have you actually met and mingled with these people?
What part of India did you go to?
Well, hey, ho, hey,
You're
answer his
detracting.
question first.
Am I?
You didn't answer the question.
You have to answer my question first before I can answer your question.
All right, yes, go.
This is how a quid
Yes, go.
pro quo. This is how.
Yeah.
I already asked.
And then my rebuttal is what part of India, because India's vast.
He asked you what countries have you been to?
No, he didn't. He said, "Have I been to India?"
Oh, I bet.
No, you did not listen to me at all.
All right. So what did I miss?
I
Is that
asked
not what
if
you
you've been
asked?
to. No, it's not. This is not what I have
All right.
asked.
What
I
did
asked you.
you? I'm sorry, bro. What did you say?
Have you traveled to China, Japan, or Korea?
I traveled to China. I haven't gone to Korea.
Okay, so do you know that Chinese culture and Korean culture and Japanese culture are very different?
Of
And
course. I mean, I specifically went to Hong Kong because
Hong Kongese culture is very different from rest of China as
yeah,
well. Actually,
of course. That's why I brought up. The colonization. I was part of all of that sort of stuff in terms of the governmentational transition that went over to Hong Kong, and the school
so
system. and
it's no
everything.
secret. It's no secret. Everybody can see here very clearly that I am of East Asian descent. I don't think anybody can mistake
No one can mistake I'm
about
black
me.
either.
But I didn't make any assumptions about you. Did I?
I don't know.
Did I make assumptions about you? All I said was what you stated, which was, you said, "Oh, where am I from? Can you guess where I'm from?" And I was like, "Yeah, maybe." You're either this, that, or the other. Do you get what I'm saying? And you could do the same thing.
No,
It's like,
that's
yo,
not
I'm
how it
black.
started.
All right. So what's your thoughts on that then?
Well, no, my thoughts on that is that that do I know based on where I come from, do I understand like the culture which they operate, right? Like these are the kind of I'm kind of paraphrasing now, but that's the way in which that you initially brought out that. Oh, and then I asked you which culture I'm coming from. That's how it began, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. I mean, but don't get too caught up in it. You get what I'm saying? It's just a passing phrase. We're just talking. Don't worry about it.
All right,
Like,
right.
the fact
I'm
of the
not
matter
worried
is,
about anything at all.
all right, just chill, bro. Like you seem to be in your feelings. I'm just saying, like, just chill. You get you see what I'm talking? It's like I'm talking to you and you're going, you chill. It's just like, yo, bro.
You kind of, Simon, you kind of kicked it up. You kind of asked for it. Flo asked him about. Flo asked him something about something he said earlier. He spoke on it, and you said, "Man, you sound like you're in your feels." You kind of kicked all this shit off.
No, but he is.
Simon, it sounds like you have some past wounds and traumas that we could discuss with you here if you wanted to open up about your wrongful conclusions. And
I agree, Dick. Let's unpack Simon's traumas. But first, let me do a couple super chats. Conversations the back and forth to flesh out and correct our baseline assumptions, orientation in what any conversation partner is intending to convey. I assume he's talking to you, Simon.
Yeah, because he knows what's going down. Do you get what I'm saying? And the fact of the matter is like when you're trying to talk to somebody and they're in their feelings, they always like go and backtrack to their subconscious. It's just like, yo, I'm just talking.
All right. Like, we got another one though. Jack, would you do the honors on this one?
Please and thank you. Holy cows, man. I am cracking up. The best part of this about this panel is that it always has more people than my broadcasts, which gives me the feeling of false success, something I haven't yet experienced on my own. I miss my family.
If I had read the whole thing through, I wouldn't have had you read it because that's getting a little bit dirt kicky. Fake Talcott, watch yourself.
As long as they're
toeing the line, fake cot. Sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Hey, as long as they're representing with generosity and fun and humor, God bless.
Yeah,
man.
but I don't like the family jabs. So let that be a warning to you, fake cot. Jack, thanks for being a good sport about it anyways.
True.
All right, now where were we? We were talking about how Simon is antagonizing and gaslighting Notch.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dick was trying to Dick was trying to come at me. Don't think I forgot you, Dick.
Don't what now?
Can Notch talk about what he was actually saying that Simon thought he was in his feelings for? Because he was actually talking about something.
Good point.
I forgot you had asked him the question, Flo. You said
this is the problem with modern society. We have a 10-second memory span. It's like no one remembers anything.
It's because you interrupted the conversation and said he was in his feelings. Who the fuck can remember it happened an hour ago?
Yo, there's no need.
Thank you, Simon. The whole panel
is implying I don't remember an interaction with him, but I do remember an interaction with him.
It's like a 10-second attention span, and yet he couldn't answer Notch's question. What'd you say? I missed that.
I don't even remember the guy being up here. I got a short attention span. I don't remember who you're talking about.
All right, so where were we? Because my attention span is short. Definitely.
All right, if we
mine can be too, especially when it gets.
But I asked Notch about righteous indignation.
There we go.
Because I think that's probably has been the most destructive emotion of all, sentiment of all. Everything, every atrocity has been done under righteous indignation, or obedience,
got an argument.
or obedience.
Yeah. I know a lot of people use that righteous indignation bullshit every time they go violent or attack people.
Over all sorts of silly things that they shouldn't really feel that way about, but they get seduced into it, or just they're childish about it, you know. I don't think most people use righteous indignation properly most of the time.
Well, anger can be weaponized, right? And you know, I don't know if you've ever heard of this operation called Crimson Mist, but it's an operation they did in Africa where, you know, they amplified people's emotions between these Tutsis and I forget the other group, and they basically massacred each other.
I remember
Yeah,
that.
but so the premise behind it is that they already created a kind of atmosphere where people were being territorial, and they had animosity towards a group of people, and they were able to amplify those emotions using frequencies. Now, anger, as we know, can be weaponized through these various groups, right? Whether you can say that that's quote unquote righteous indignation or not, I don't know. Like what I'm talking about initially is that you have to understand the difference between what is right and wrong. And if you're in the right and people are, you know, doing you wrong, you have to defend yourself, whether it is metaversally speaking or physically speaking, but you have to understand that you're in the right in the first place. So this is what I was speaking about initially.
The frequency between the tribes over there, that's documented. What type of frequency? I know they were using radio stations to communicate. Are you telling me what do you mean? The frequency they manipulated to kick that off?
They were using an airplane with kind of like a microwave type of thing where they were able to manipulate human emotions and
that's
amplify
been
it to the point
documented.
of,
I'm not aware of anything saying that we can use that through a frequency, that we can change emotions through frequency, even to this day. Well, I guess listening to
whether
some
you believe it,
music or something.
you don't have to believe it. I'm just saying, I'm not. It may not be correct, but it's called Operation. It's called Crimson Mist Operation. Crimson
I'll
Mist.
look
You can
it
look
up.
into it. Whether you want to, whether you want to believe it, whether you think it
Yeah,
exists or doesn't exist, is besides the point.
they have a lot of ways that they could actually do that. They could actually do it through like little electrodes and stuff that they put in your brain, because essentially certain certain neurons are basically moved through I guess electricity in your body that's controlled through the water molecules. And if you can send a signal one way, then you can actually diffuse the signal by sending a low frequency like EMF wave. And they actually have like disabled people, like made them like docile by sending this shit out. So it is, yeah. So they actually do have weapons that can do that shit, like you know, because yeah, because you know, essentially the neurons are just moved through the water molecules, and even your blood is moved through.
And then if you say they can make them docile, dudes saying they'd have to be able to make them hostile too. We're talking about mood manipulation through satellites and airplanes.
Yeah, you could physiologically, you could both physiologically and mentally like hack somebody through like electrochemical shit, because yeah, you could actually
Man,
do
you
that.
guys drifted far away from the righteous indignation. The conversation moved quickly.
The righteous indignation is a good point, because because it goes with this this concept of vengefulness or resentment that Nietzsche said was a slave morality that's based on a kind of fossilization of violence, where it tries to make the poor people behave, you know, because because the rich people don't actually believe in that type of equality. What they believe in is a kind of a morality that's based on richness, beauty, power, wealth, and honor, you know, and they actually don't actually consider themselves equal with anybody that's lower than them.
Right.
So they consider it moral?
Well, they actually develop, they actually invent a slave morality for the poor people and tell them that you're all equal and stuff, so that
Yeah,
they'll believe it, so that
that
they
sounds
won't
like
believe that they
the
can change to a
situation we're
higher.
in right now.
Yeah, yeah. They'll actually tell them like, poverty is wealth. That like you have to be good to each other. That you just have to trust each other, and actually you can't have like security, on power, beauty. That anybody who has power and security,
Hey,
in richness and family tradition, that these are actually evil things, and you don't want to
yeah,
preserve
they
these things.
create a they edited the Bible and created a Bible for the slaves, for the slave class to convince them that revolting against your master is sinful, and
Yeah,
then
yeah.
they have this kind of like the when the English came to India as an example, like that's where actually the caste system really originated. Is
Mm.
that they were trying to convince people using kind of Indian philosophy against the Indians, saying that well you're
Oh,
poor because you're karmically deserve it, and then
oh, yeah.
karmically speaking
Damn.
that so it's a very like a big psychological game they played against the people to convince them that they're in the condition that they're in because they're not really they deserve it, you can
Yeah,
say. And then
yeah.
if you convince people of that, then they kind of stay in that state because that's where the vibration that they're at.
I
And
love
that
it.
goes to a greater thing, which is the nonprofit industrial complex, with non governmental entities that control world interests.
Mhm.
The
Yeah,
NGO.
And they always convince the people that it's all about environmentalism and global
Yeah,
security and all
that's
of these
right.
things.
Right.
So it's the illusion of unity that they're trying to push on people. Trying to usurp people's kind of good nature, towards
yeah,
each other,
Mhm.
into a
Dope,
kind
dope,
of
dope.
assimilation. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah.
yes,
so this false assimilation, complex that's held, you know what I mean, in the world, but also it's controlled by spies. For example, in the Limits of Growth document, I often cite this guy named Alexander King, who's part of writing this document. First of all, they want to take control of the global resources. So it's like a snake move to like come in and control the world's resources through this thing. Well, they say they're doing it for like whatever, like global warming or whatever like that. But like Flow State
yeah,
said, that might be like a narrative. What you actually see on the ground level is that there's less and less local influence in our towns and cities, but there's global markets being controlling our towns, our cities, our hospitals. So there's a type of false assimilation going on there that kind of usurps the people's own power, on a local level. When we should be able
Right.
to build local communities and build up from local communities to the republic and honor ourselves, honor our families, honor our country, honor our nation, and stand for something, that's yeah, on our own level and be able to protect our own land. We should have land. At the end of the day,
Yes,
land is
yes.
wealth. Land is true wealth. Trust is
Yeah,
better than gold. All those things. You know what
yeah, yeah,
it's all calculated and it's very deliberate. I mean, it's just like the EPA, under the auspice of Environmental
yes,
Protection Agency. They're taking up land, and same with the UN with the we gotta protect these
yeah,
special places or whatever, like monuments and whatnot. And then but
I mean?
at the
yeah.
end of the day, they're just kind of rounding it up for all themselves, and then but under the guise of like for the community. It's the same thing as I was talking about the fire in the minds of men, is that this like all these revolutions which were already actually people were ready for a revolution. They were getting tired of, so okay, we revolve and we go into another system, and then you get the feeling that you have done something about it, but then it was already influenced by the secret
Damn.
societies. And that's kind of what's happening already now in the 20th century terminology, with the technologies that we have, but the sentiment is still the same.
Yeah, and that's two sides of the coin that they promote. One is that humanity is the enemy and technology is the solution. So in the
Yes.
Limits of Growth
Right.
document, he says, the guy Alexander King, he literally says the common enemy of humanity is man. It's like a paradoxical statement. It doesn't even
Yeah.
fucking make sense. You know, it's like we created our own problems with the technology and we have to make new technology to solve the problems with technology. It's like the most redundant fucking statement of all time. It's like, what the
Well,
fuck does that
it's the
even mean?
same idea. It's the same
Yeah.
idea with like, the carbon footprint, and then you have this like when Bill Gates was talking it on TED, you one of these numbers have to go to zero, and in order to get zero carbon footprint, we are carbon as well. So that's kind of what they were alluding to, that we have to get rid of humanity if you want to have
Yeah,
you
you
want to
gotta
have
lower the
zero carbon
population.
footprint.
Yeah, you gotta lower the population.
Right.
But that's because they don't like people very much, and then the second thing they promote is a myth of progress. That means that science and progress is gonna save us, but science creates as many fucking monsters as it creates like solutions for things.
Science got men
So
pregnant, sir.
yeah, exactly. So science creates all sorts of abominations, you know what I mean, that we have to deal with and we can't control, all sorts of misappropriations of nature that we can't,
Yeah,
once you let the jack
nuclear
out of the box,
radiation leaks and
yeah,
bombs and
once you create a
radiation.
technique, anybody can use it. That's the problem with
Well,
fucking
I mean, like,
knowledge.
GMO was supposed to save us from hunger, and nuclear power and fusion power was supposed to save us from, a lack of electricity and whatnot. But obviously,
Yeah.
none of these things really came, and did
It
our
will
society
not. You
actually
just got to print
progress?
more money. We need more stimulus.
That's right. That's how it works. You just add a zero, kick the can down the road. Let our
Right,
children and
right. That's
grandchildren
how it
deal with it.
goes.
And
Yeah.
that's how it's
Hey,
been, and that's how it's going to be. So
all you
just
gotta
go
do
with
is
that.
lower somebody gas prices, man. You can inflate the dollar bill to no end, and some country heck gonna be like, you know what I paid for gas last year at this time? Fuck
Mhm.
everything. Get his gas down. You got his vote. He can manipulate you
Well,
all. You're good.
just blame somebody who's got resources and tell them they got weapons of mass destruction, and then go in there. You have an excuse to invade, and then you can have the corporations take over, and you pay pennies over the dollars of
Yeah, this is
the resources that they have.
Watch
Everybody has probably looked into the economic hitman a little bit and understand that you either get the stick or the carrot. Usually a little bit of both.
when gas prices don't move though. Gas prices have been the same here for months, probably 6 months essentially. But I looked today, a package of blueberries was like $11.99. Just not even a huge
Crazy.
one. Yeah. So I think that they fixed gas and probably milk as well, because people look at those as reference points, and if they don't move, people think, oh, the economy's not inflating. But it costs like $40 for me and my daughter and girlfriend to eat at Taco Bell. It's insane.
Yeah, I know, right?
$40 to eat at Taco Bell for 3 people. I mean, like, my gosh.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. It's 20
Yeah.
something at McDonald's for 2 motherfuckers, man.
Well, maybe Demolition Man is going to be real. That Taco Bell is going to be the only restaurant that we're going to have in the world, right?
Better
I
than
just got a
McDonald's.
little vomit in the back of my throat thinking of McDonald's and Taco Bell.
We
McDonald's
stop
made
eating
us
now.
do
We
meat.
make our own food. We cook much better than anything you can buy. So fuck going out to eat
Very
and waste all
good.
that money.
Very good. Yeah, very good.
We chef it up in this
Well,
bitch.
inflation is real. I mean, like, like the value of the dollar since it's the creation, let's say, of the Federal Reserve. That's the third central bank system. You had the Aldrich Act, and then you had the Federal Reserve, and then a lot of the senators were and a Congress member were away because it was passed on Christmas Eve, et cetera, et cetera. And Titanic is also a part of that whole conspiracy. But like with it, the price of gold has gone up. Price of gold was quite stable for about 100 years, and then it goes up like more than 50%. Once it became illegal and the government confiscated your gold, and then your dollar's worth 90 maybe pennies. I think pennies over $1 compared to what it initially was. That's inflation, and it's hyperbolic in the way it works. It just goes up and up and up until it comes to a point where nobody can afford anything anymore.
Right.
It's a slow burn anyway. Like you put your money in the bank, and then they give you some percentage. In fact, in some cases, you have to actually give them money to keep your money as well. Right?
Yes.
What is that? Am I
Negative
talking too
interest
much?
rates.
I'm sorry.
I'm
A
told
bail
that's
in.
what we do.
I'm just fucking around. You haven't
Our
been on
money.
in a
I'm
while, so-
sorry.
Jack, I just want to tell you, when I picture you nude, I do not see you the way that he just characterized you.
Thank you. The chat has been, you know what? This has been entertaining and enjoyable.
It
I
has been.
appreciate you guys.
Good.
And profitable.
It has
Yeah.
indeed. Hats off to Steve Gang,
Chuck.
Chuck. Yeah, Chuck. Everybody.
Lin Yin Chin.
Everybody's helped contributed to my lucrative evening.
And lunacy.
Minus
And
30%.
lunacy, right? Well, I am the insanity pimp. That is what I've labeled myself recently, and it's holding true. I think that we should acknowledge Jack's luxury.
Accommodations.
The robe. We got the
Oh,
robe
the
going
robe.
on.
Look
Okay,
at that
I see
robe.
it.
That is slick. Man,
I think
Like a
I get
sweater or sweatshirt.
Veterans for
is it like a
something.
robe or a
So
sweater?
he's
Veterans
got a
for
country club
peace.
membership.
Okay.
Oh, veterans. Okay.
Veterans for peace.
Wow.
Were you wearing that earlier?
When I got here,
Okay.
not
yeah.
on my stream.
I get a kick out of how like he dresses up for his stream and then instantly gets chill wherever he goes after that.
Someone needs to do a Mr. Rogers where Jack walks in, changes out of his sweater, from the day's work.
Right, the
children.
music playing in the background.
That'd be funny as shit right there.
We can go to Joe, whose room never lights up at night, who doesn't pay his electric bill.
That's right. This time is vampire time.
Trying to figure out how to get out of it. There we go. My mouse pad wasn't working. Sarah's gotten a lot of attention for her attire tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. Yep.
What is
One
she?
more time before we actually fill the layout.
Is it a gymnastics meet or something?
Right, I
Nobody
should
can go
grab
after
my
that.
crotch.
It got cold here. That's why I'm in a sweatshirt. I actually turned the furnace on today.
Did it get cold there?
What the fuck?
Why? All right, I'm gonna keep eating, keep talking if you guys got something. Or we're going on 2.5 hours.
Oh, I'm
Have we been going on 2.5 hours? I don't know, but I don't want to be accused of speaking too much. So,
Well,
Come on,
accuse,
man.
We'll
Jesus.
accuse you of whatever the fuck we like.
I got a
go
buddy
ahead,
who
Steve.
thinks, I got one. I got a buddy who thinks that you can literally think things into existence. Someone said it requires action earlier, but this girl believes you can really just think it without any action. Is that a thing?
Depends on what you're
That's
talking
kind of
about.
like magic, I guess you can say. I think magic does exist. Not everybody's at that level, though. I don't know. I cannot, confirm or deny that your friend is able to do that. A lot of people who claim that they can do it usually can't, and most people who can do it, they usually keep it a secret.
They ain't gonna tell
At
nobody
least in my
about it.
experience.
Yeah, she thinks it's feasible.
Well, in the sense that the process of creativity is pretty mysterious. It's
It's true.
Yeah. So in that sense, you do think things into existence you know, but the result is not immediate. You know, the payoff is not immediate. You have to construct a design first. That does come from your thoughts, you know, your imagination.
Right.
You know, so the process
I,
is in a sense immaterial in one sense.
I
You know,
think
so
I understand the process is integral, but I think it's just basic as in I think peace and I'll make peace happen. I mean, I think, you know, I
yeah, I
want
don't
to
know.
oversimplify her shit, but I think that is exactly what she's saying you do. If I think it hard enough, it'll happen.
Yeah, that might not be a thing unless
It
enough
depends on what
unless you
you're
get
wanting
everybody
out
to
of
think. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. If
that's
you get
dope.
everybody to
Praise
think that,
God.
you know.
That's
Like,
dope.
you're not going to think a building, but
Right.
you can think some things into existence, but you're not going to think a building to construct
Very
itself.
good. I'm gonna
That
use
Yeah,
that
requires
next time I
action.
talk to her.
yeah, and and there's also a quality in which you don't know which things have thoughts. So there's also that quality because we don't know where mind actually comes from. So there is that quality that not only is creativity mysterious, but actually mind is pretty goddamn mysterious. People don't actually
Yes.
have a definition for what mind is versus brain.
Yes.
Some people
Oh,
think
I
it
do
comes
want to
from the
talk about
brain.
that. Hold on, I do want to talk about that, Jack. But Jack, are you going to let Sarah get away with what she just said?
And then I have something too.
What did I object to?
No, she just said something that it sounds like something that you would object to. She said you can't just
probably
think a
did.
building into existence, and I think that if you can think the UN into not being corrupt, then you can think a whole bunch of buildings into existence.
I've heard stories on manifesting that people have experienced this miraculous manifestation of forms, things that they needed.
No.
Out of
Whether
thin
you believe
air,
in
or
I
that,
someone
guess I probably
provided
heard
it for
stories
them.
like that.
both. I mean, I've actually heard testimony where a guy swore that, and I don't remember exactly what it was, a tool or a 2x4. It was something basic, but he swore it just appeared. It was not there, and then it was there. But who knows?
He was just
Who
drunk.
knows? That could be. It could
I would
be.
say that was.
So
I would
But,
say that came from an angel,
but as far as
rather than even
internally,
visualize.
people do manifest health miraculously,
That's
just
interesting.
through the
That's
power of thought
interesting.
and intention.
That's dope.
That's true.
okay, so obviously we all know I'm the Christian, and so one of the things that I really don't ever like to get involved with is conversation of manifestation. People love to talk to me about this all the time. They're like, you manifested that, and I'm all like saying that because I feel like when you manifest something, you don't know what comes with it, and you have to be very, very careful. And some things that sound like, there's perhaps a guy that I love and I think he's great, and I manifested him, but he's also a woman beater who secretly beats me all the time, So you have to be very careful what you manifest. So that's my biggest barrier when it comes to the manifestation. It's something I definitely don't believe in. If anything, like Sarah was just saying, angels are giving it to you. If there are things that I think and they happen to happen, I credit that to my discernment, that word that nobody really likes. So that's just my point of view on it, because I don't want to bring in anything I'm not ready to deal with.
Well, obviously, you have to be careful what you wish for. That's true. And often when people want something, they don't exactly, they say, I want love, or I want this, or I want this, but they don't know what comes with that. So you have to be a little bit more cognizant of the things that you want and why, in my opinion. And that
how
would
you
maybe,
get it?
uh,
What if it comes with a tough lesson? Some of the things that you're asking for may require a tough lesson to get there. So be careful what you're asking for.
Well, if you're not ready to be in a relationship that requires unconditional love, you will be tested to be able to be put in that situation so you can have the love that you desire.
Don't all relationships require unconditional love?
No.
Wow, I mean, I have a hard time with that definition of unconditional love. I've always had a little bit of a struggle about quote unquote unconditional love. I think a lot of relationship is a little bit dependent on things, you know.
Let's assume that
You can have
person.
unconditional love and not have a relationship. Relationships are conditions. That's
Agreed.
not love.
Yes.
It's just
But can
an
you have a
arrangement. That's not love.
can you have a relationship though with anyone without unconditional love?
Yes.
Yeah.
All love has conditions.
Which
Is
I
the
agree.
goal-
Like humanly love, like God's love to us may be unconditional. I mean, maybe that's something that I can agree with. But like generally speaking, in human terms, and maybe second to that would be mother's love to their child, would be a close second. But after that, I think it's quite conditional.
And I think that every religion espouses very conditional love from God.
I would not say any of those things were love. I would say if you only love someone if they do this, that's not love. That's an
why
attack.
What
all
they don't do this.
relationships-
Yeah.
The
why all
condition is that you don't.
relationships
You can fuck it
require
up, right? Not doing
unconditional
something is
love.
also a condition.
To truly love
But then
someone, you
those-
want what is best for them, regardless of how it affects you. Okay?
Mhm.
But if you only have, you're talking about emotions here, like lust or feelings or butterflies. That's not love. That's a chemical reaction. True love is not a feeling. It is a knowing. It is from the higher self. Okay. So regardless of how they act or what they do or how you feel, you have this unconditional love that you want the very best for them no matter what. Even if it isn't what you personally want for yourself, it is what's best for them. There's nothing
That's
to do
for
with feeling.
everyone. Don't you want that for everyone?
You
I
should,
want
but
Joe
there's
to
a
get
lot of people who
his
don't. There's a
electrical
lot of
paid
people
for.
that want you dead. And not you, Joe, but you in general. Just
Yeah, but
saying.
to say unconditional, if it's love, then it's love. Then you don't have to say it's unconditional love. To say it's unconditional love, then there must be different types of love, and
Well,
true love,
yeah, semantics.
right?
I think I
Yeah,
said
it's semantics.
unconditional. I think it's a little different for semantics. You say love, people imagine a thing in their head. I think I throw the unconditional in there because that's the difficult part. I want a motherfucker to understand that you gotta let a person be themselves. You gotta let them do their thing.
You give them 100% free will.
And they may hurt you and all of that shit, and you still gonna love them. That's part of it too. Just because they're nasty, you don't get to stop loving them. That's unconditional love. Most motherfuckers, man, you know what she said, you know what he did. I don't fuck with people like that. They got so many conditions on love. Just saying love ain't enough.
Well,
Hey, will one of the mods boot fake cot?
You can love that person unconditionally and not desire to stay in a relationship if they're abusive. You
Totally
can
agree
want
with
the very best for them, but
Yes.
recognize that the situation is not good for you and
I
walk
agree.
away.
Yeah. And you should be able to do that too if it's called for. That's smart. That's just smart.
Yeah. It's the people that after they get a divorce or during the divorce where they're attacking each other, they're constantly I hate this person and they try and take
Yeah.
everything away from them. Like that to me says
Yeah.
you never actually loved them. You just
Ooh.
don't actually want what's best for them. So most
I'm
of
glad
the
you did that thing, Joe, because I was about to.
So, if you truly loved each other, you would have an amicable divorce and separate,
Yes.
wanting best for each other.
Best for each
I
other.
disagree though,
Ideally.
because I think that the nature of a relationship can change. You can love somebody at one time, and then the nature of the relationship changes, and you are now enemies.
Interesting. Sarah,
Happens
what do you
often.
think? I mean,
Yeah,
but
because-
does that mean you truly love
Was
them
that
enough
an
to begin
emotion?
Sure. I mean, I think that because both people, nobody's the same over time. And so if two people both change over time, you can actually love somebody and then actually not love them.
I don't know, man. That's the thing.
Still think
I don't know either entirely. I'm sort of trying it on.
not actually.
Yeah, I feel you.
Does the love change and is it different? Because you can love people from a distance.
Yes.
Did the love change? Is it different?
Someone's got YouTube
Someone's
open or
listening
something.
to Cynthia. Here, let me
So
do some
here's the
super
thing.
chats real quick because I think Lynn's got a couple stacked up here. Love equals 0, aka nothing, which is why it is God, aka absolute, as opposed to relative, finite, changing. May you poop in peace always. I don't know what the first part meant, but I agree with the second part. Jack, I won't make you read this one, but I'm
Thank
imagining
you.
it and it sounds funny in my head.
Yeah.
Is Lynn Buddhist?
I don't know what Lynn is. I think Lynn, what are you? Emotions are just electromagnetic pulses generated in our hearts and pulsed through our nervous system. K-pop intellectual is right about that. Not sure which one of you is the
Is he
K-pop
talking about me?
intellectual. I would
It
guess
must
it's
be me.
about you. It could be about.
Well, it could be
I don't know who it's about actually, but
maybe
K-pop. I gotta guess.
I mean,
What is wrong with the fake?
okay, never mind.
Holy crap. The Jacktown
I mean,
cut
like,
is persistent.
Fake cut is really.
Relationship and love, these are complicated topics. It's a very, very dynamic thing. You know, I mean, it's something that we are here to experience and explore, and that's part of like human. Otherwise, God would not have created men and women. You know, and you know, it's a kind of like magnets that are, you know, somehow trying to find the right distance from each other and such. You know, so like I think it's a very complex issue, you know, on that. But in terms of quote unquote relationships, you know, it's a partnership in a sense, you know, and people get into a relationship, you know, and they get invested, and then, you know, everything gets mingled together, and then you start living together and your schedule around each other. I mean, like, there's a lot of things that gets involved with that. Now, is that love? I don't know. It's hard to say, but like it's part of love, you know, and everything that goes along with it is an expression of that quote unquote love. Now things can go sideways sometimes, as it does. Often it does, actually. So, you know, how you deal with that. Maybe you didn't know the character of the person then whom you're dealing with. There are a lot of people who get involved with a narcissist because they're very, you know, charismatic and then, you know, attractive, and there are a lot of very intelligent narcissists out there, you know. Right?
This is why
And
I was
then
saying unconditional love is not a relationship. A
excuse me? I didn't
relationship
hear
is
you.
conditional. Unconditional love doesn't require any relationship. It can have a relationship, but it does not need one to exist.
Okay. I agree with you. I agree with you 100% in that way.
Isn't that the goal? I think that is the goal, man. When you graduate this class, that is what you will be trying to achieve, unconditional love for the average guy, not for your mom and shit. That's the beginner's course, you know, for the average person. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Even your enemy.
Yes, especially enemy. Yes. Yeah, I think that's where you need to be chasing off to if you are gonna do that narrow God path and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the best love that I can give to my enemy is to put them down as quickly as possible.
Yeah, if it is, I think somebody made a caveat for that. When they said if a person's trying to hurt you, stay away from and all of that. I guess that would assume if they're trying to kill you or kill your neighbor, you might have to cut the throat.
Wow.
I think you still achieve your goal.
Well, I mean, here's a perspective. I mean, like, I see that this person is, you know, irreparable, and that, you know, if you allow that person to continue to be, they're going to harm others and themselves. And karmically speaking, you know, they're not going to go to the place that they need to go. So I'm going to have to take that action upon myself and then put them down. And, you know, and I say to God,
Okay, can I throw a wrench into this?
Go ahead.
You know how we were just talking about all of those frequencies that we send out where you can implant feelings and actions, and what if they are completely fucked in the head from these frequencies and they do a lot of harm, but had they not had it there, they never would have been. So they're not actually your enemy. The enemy is the dude that's fucking with them. They're actually the good guy. So then
That's a great question.
How can you be the judge to decide who's actually the bad guy?
Here you go, girl.
Yeah, if they're a victim of circumstances at some level, you could say, well, don't be the victim, whatever. But if they wouldn't have operated that way, had the situation been, more altruistic, it's a good argument.
We're back to unconditional love.
Hey, can I share an abstract thought I had earlier regarding reincarnation, karma, and addictions? What if we become addicted to this life experience? And that's why we're here. We just haven't figured out how to overcome our addiction to living.
True. I mean, addiction is a dependency, right? So, like, there are a lot of things there are a lot of things that we depend on. We depend on air and food. These are things that we already depend on, right? And then, like, for example, they've done experiments with babies where they just kept them in the incubator for weeks at a time, and they all died. The babies needed a human touch and somebody to cuddle. Otherwise, they had no reason to continue on. And these are biological things. This is science, in essence. So, like, to be born, according to Vedic tradition, is that you're already karmically bound to the laws of nature, right? Like, you need to breathe air, you need to eat. These are part of this karma yoga, they say, right? And I forgot the exact terminology, but basically the idea is, like, if according to the Gita, you have 3 different paths of yoga. There are many different types of yoga. Yoga just means union, but it's the union ultimately with God. But you have the karma yoga, the jnana yoga, and bhakti yoga. You often talk about faith, right? And faith is the bhakti. This is considered to be the ultimate road towards God. But in between, along the way, you have the birth and the death, which is just 2 sides of the same coin, right? Because there is no real quote unquote birth and death in terms of a spiritual aspect, right? From the soul perspective of things. These are just identities that we have of this body and this incarnation of things. But within that system, as long as you're identified with this material carnal creation of things, that you are bound and dependent, so that's what and in a way addicted.
Well, it's all about what you want to put the big letter on, and what I mean by that is that if you want to put the big letter on a nature with a capital N, then that's going to be your thing. If you want to put it on God with a capital G, then that's going to be your thing. If you want to put it on man with a capital M, then that's going to be your fucking thing. And, if that, whatever you hold as a root is going to base how you live. You know what I'm saying? And I think, I mean, for me, I think the ultimate one is the big G one. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean? Because that's the ultimate question, isn't it? I mean,
I think a lot of people who use the big N, they just don't recognize the big G when they see it, when they be thinking,
the
I'm
big
in tune
N
with nature. Yeah. No, that's God. You just don't
it's
see
a slippery one. It's a slippery one. The big N is the big N is one of the most slippery ones.
I thought we were talking about something else.
Yeah, because big N is hijacked by both science and religion. So that big N is a motherfucking slippery one. Right?
It is. That's why everybody said avoid the N word. That's why everybody's scared to say.
Yeah. We got a response about Lynn follows Christ through outer space in liberation from gravity, the gravity of insecurity. Joe Cool and I are Christians of Gundam. All right. Is that perfectly clear to everybody?
I've never been to church. However,
You've never been to church?
I've never been to church service. I played basketball, I've toured the church. I've never been to a service. But yeah.
Man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Go to church, man. Go to church.
It's gonna be boring, Joe. Make sure to fold up your tithes and offerings before in your pocket, so you don't get all like eyeballed down by all the elders on how much you're giving and shit. It's one way to kind of go covert.
Unless you're putting in like a lot of money, then make sure it's sitting right on top. Like fluff that fucker up.
That's the thing.
You can
Exactly.
fold it in half long
A
ways.
lot of singles at a 5
Look,
on top.
treat it like a strip club and fold it this way, and then just sort of perch it on top of all the other bills.
Right, you got a technique down. That's fucked up.
I've seen that done. I've seen that done at churches that I've been to.
Absolutely, people do that for sure.
They like to show off how much they give in donations, don't they?
Makes church scary, bro. Make it scary, man. You know, going now, shit, man. It seems like it's a demon infested. All I hear about it nowadays, shit is scary.
I want to go to a church that tracks it. So when you come into the congregation, right up there is like a fucking thing with the stars on it. And you can see who in the congregation, you know, contributes the most. And you can see who loves God the most.
That'd be fucked up.
That's shit on the
getting
table.
competitive.
Wait, does something like that exist already in church? Right?
Probably.
Yeah, in the Catholic Church, they called it the indulgences. You know, basically, more you gave, the better chance that you can guarantee a spot in heaven by how much.
These are appropriated funds for my mansion in heaven. I actually want to do a remodel when I get there because I have a few issues with Jesus decorating propensity. So
I don't know if people know this or not, but I also sell indulgences. So if you're worried about your sins, you want to get to heaven, I got you. Super chat.
Stimulating.
It's not even very much money. Yeah, because my overhead is very low for indulgences, right? Like there's not a lot of inventory expense for me to grant.
Right, it don't take up a lot of room.
I think that one of the interesting aspects of the churches is that they essentially they unified the various European tribes, you know, and they did so for almost 1,500 years, you know, and almost one linear progression of civilization that lasted, you know, from the first century until the 1600s. You know, so I think that is one of the notable aspects of them. Their military or colonial kind of arm, you know, kind of highly impressive situation, you know what I mean? And also I think that you know, in a way, you know, these churches are almost a cultural institution as well as a religious institution because of that. You know, because you're talking about such a long scale of development, you know. Yeah.
No, they were healing centers, like the original Catholic Church with their stained glass windows. You know, they operated with alchemy, right? And then you have the sunlight that shines through them, and then they have. We don't even have the technology to know how they were actually built. And then you have the organs, right? You know, the organs in your body and the organs, right? And the
and that's another thing.
You know,
No, I never made the leap. I never thought of it like that.
Yeah, and that's another thing that the churches, because the political people of the world and like, you know, like the Masons and shit, like, you know, some of them held like knowledge and stuff, but they made their own societies and stuff. But the churches are the ones that actually held like the books of like philosophy and science.
I hear where you're going.
So they preserved that shit for like a very long time. You know, so
it was the original control mechanism, or maybe not the original. There could have been some before that, but it was definitely one of the first.
Yeah, because those monks, like you see how many books like Aquinas wrote. It's actually like crazy how much that guy wrote. Like it's actually just impressive. Like I just had to say, you know, you read some of the Christian philosophers, like some of their books. Like it's top-notch philosophy, like on the level of some of the Buddhist philosophers, or some of the Muslim philosophers, or some of the Taoist guys, or any of that shit. You know,
well, I think
it's comparable.
Yeah. No, like when you look into like quote unquote top-notch philosophy, they actually all overlap. It's just the way that they're expressed. It's going to be different based on the language and the culture, but like more or less they kind of, you know, point to the same direction. Philosophy gets you to a certain point.
I like that old school shit. Socrates, Confucius, Socrates, the guy who uses the simplest words. That's where the true philosopher goes. It's
Socratic method.
it's a quest for truth. I like that basic shit. Yeah, I lost it at the end. What can I tell you?
Yeah,
Hey, I'm
and
gonna step out and thank you.
okay.
I've had a lot of fun. Much love to all of you guys.
Love you,
Jack,
man.
thanks for
Love you.
coming by. Been a pleasure as
Later,
always.
Jack.
And he was a great sport about fake cots too.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
Mhm.
Especially considering
He's very tolerant.
He's been bruised and used in that area so much. Other people may have had a little fun at his expense. I'm glad that he knew that you'd be looking out for him and you're not trying to exploit him or no shit. And Fake Towel Count was kind. From what I saw with his comments, they were funny. He didn't go.
I deleted some of the more.
No, okay.
Yeah, there was some management going on there. I still appreciate the super. If Paul is pissed off at Jack enough that he wants to keep donating money to insult him, then
Right.
I guess I have to encourage it to a small extent. But that doesn't mean that I have to broadcast it.
That's so
Yeah,
funny.
Are you and
I
Paul
mean, I
on the
just
outs
think-
again? You guys aren't getting along now?
Well, I mean, I don't know that we ever really were. We're getting along as well as we ever have. We talked a bit last. Was it yesterday or the day before? I don't remember. Just privately, and it's more of the same. It's what you expect. He's maneuvering, and at least that's how I perceive it.
You're right. I figured.
Which I mean is what it is. Every time. Here's when he contacts me. Every time I'm on Jack's panel, and I end up getting in a conflict with Jack, I get a message from Paul like, "Oh man, that was great."
Interesting.
I think it shows a lot in terms of what our values are based on what we make fun of, and I think we're all guilty of it to a degree of putting other people down or making fun of somebody and stuff like that. But there is a line that we should understand in terms of what is acceptable or not, and each man has their own line. I mean, some people can be very tolerant about how much, but you got to have a line.
Exactly.
As a man,
I agree with that.
and if you don't, then you're just going to get stomped on, and especially in this metaverse. So whatever this is, you're going to get curb stomped. Somebody's going to take advantage of you.
Yeah. You got to have thick skin to be on YouTube, and
it helps at times.
I've heard a lot of people on a lot of different panels kind of freaking out and having breakdowns because they thought that they were interacting with a sincere person, and then they found out they weren't, and
right.
it's just a little bit naive to think, because as much as everyone here is awesome, on the whole, I've met far more, the concentration of narcissistic people on YouTube is way higher than which of course, right, it makes sense because
it attracts us apparently.
Yeah, who else would want to just be watched by everybody all the time?
Right. Everybody thinks they're
everyone I've ever met off here has been awesome, amazing people, and I've stayed friends with them on some level. But in general, I'm pretty arm's length.
Life.
I don't. It's not something I make a habit of. But there's a handful of people that I've interacted with on here that I ended up meeting in person. They've all been great interactions.
So I wasn't talking about in-person meeting, even though I said everybody I've met. I mean, just the people on YouTube. I haven't met a whole bunch of people, but I can agree. Everybody I have met in person has been.
Well, solid. There's a sense in which that it's possible that people could have dual motives, which means that they don't necessarily have to be narcissists, and they don't necessarily have to be the character they present online. It could be part of a separate project. In terms of their goals and
collecting intel, whatever.
You never know who online is the type of plant.
Right. Well, regardless though of their actual purpose, it still comes down to the same, I guess, takeaway, which is, don't overextend
behavior.
yourself.
Yeah, I mean, what's
or live
the
in a way
behavior,
that
you know?
you're above reproach, you know, if at all possible.
It's all about
You,
respect, though. If you're not getting respect, then why even bother fuck with them people?
Well, I think
Yeah,
I think in a sense, like the reproach, it like it adds to the flavor. Like there, like for example, there's people who spread bad rumors about themselves to gain fame.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're not necessarily like looking
the
to
game.
like you know, benefit from people's narratives about them, because they understand that infamy is just as powerful as fame once people are paying attention to you. You know, it really doesn't
well, that's a
matter.
little
So
bit
people,
narcissistic, right?
well,
I mean, you just want
well,
attention.
it could be to a certain extent narcissistic, but just to point out that it is happening, and that's a sense that that Machiavellianism is useful, because just to see that there are tools of deception being used, you know, not to say that you have to present yourself as a character online,
but
but
you
you
at
don't have
least
to
should be
assume
able
that.
to be aware and
Yeah,
see.
It takes faking to
you don't
make
have
it
to
to a whole
assume.
nother
Yeah.
level, though. I mean, you got guys. I don't know why it's in my feed, but there's this rapper, Little Man Jay, and he comes up in my shorts, and
That the gay dude.
nah, he's just got a
This
medical
little man
issue.
gay.
He's got a medical issue. Go easy on him. But he's
Okay.
working his angle. He's trying to get, you know, some notoriety and some recognition. But so he does the whole illusion of fame where he fakes the paparazzi recording his ass like it's the paparazzi. You know what I mean? He's only getting like 50 views or whatever. But
That's crazy.
Yeah, and like,
that's what I'm
and I
worried.
mean, there's people who spread bad rumors about themselves to get bad hype, you know, and there's also people who spread bad rumors about themselves because they're kind of like masochistic, and then there's also a sense in which bad rumors spread about yourself could actually improve your character, because it lets you know whether you're doing things for your reputation or not,
I'm not sure about that last
and
part.
who's there just for you and not for what people say
Okay,
about
I
you,
hear what you're saying. Yeah.
and like who's really on your team.
So much,
All right.
It's like
so much
strategic
care
marketing.
about what other people think, you know, rather than just, you know, being who you are and
Yeah.
just trying to be as
Exactly. Yeah.
you know,
I think
honorable and, you know, as
on
Yeah.
possible. Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody fucks up along the way, but you know,
Right.
you fuck up and
I,
then you admit to the fact that I fucked up or whatever, and then you move on. You know, it's
Yeah.
just that when there's that kickback, you know, from people, and then people have to try to bring you into that attention. That's where a lot of these you know, imaginary disagreements starts to arise.
And
Right?
YouTube in
But
particular, though, it might be something to that argument that it attracts narcissists, generally speaking, people who want to be stars, who think they're better. It might attract a higher level of twisted individuals.
I think what Machine Lies was saying, like it's a character, like this is our representative. Like we have to be a character to be on here. You have to be. You can't. You have to separate this.
I have.
This
Yeah,
is
I
all
that's
real.
kind of
disagree.
like,
I'm
yeah,
the
that's kind of like the difference between like body and like spirit. like
yeah.
like you know,
I
like
don't know about
like
that. I
you.
think maybe you
I
accent
the
parts
way I
yourself,
am.
like you
but
gotta
No,
really like
well, no, the way I
like
am, like, hey, I'm the super Christian girl. That's my character. True enough, that is truly my essence. But that's the only side of y'all. Y'all know me. In my real life, everybody already knows it, so I never have to say it. So I have a different vibe with them. Not that it's I'm being fake on here and I'm not real. It's only one piece of me that's the character part of me that I'm allowing you access to.
I'm not trying to
don't be
understand.
a
I think I'm the
don't
exact
be a
same
character.
dude. When this cut this off and I
No,
walk in the other
y'all
room,
tripping. No,
I'm the
Well, you're
y'all
not
exact
being
same
your true
cat.
self then.
No,
You're
y'all
putting
are
on a
tripping because
performance.
on this internet, people will try to suck your soul, and people will
They do
play
that
off.
in real life
Y'all are
too.
tripping.
Yeah.
Y'all haven't met the people I met then. Y'all haven't been in the situations I've been in then.
Well, no one's been in
Well,
your
but
exact
you allow yourself
situations,
to
but
be in any
No,
situations
but I'm just
that is
saying, and
fear
part
on.
of the defense mechanism is the way everybody's like, hey, I talk to you private. Nobody can talk to me private from the internet. Nobody. And that's just,
Then how
this
can
is
they
a
suck your
business
soul?
to me. This is a business. We talk in emails or we talk online. Like, I just don't allow this to interfere into my real life. Like, I separate.
You can separate and still be a genuine person.
And I'm not saying I'm
Yeah.
not a genuine person. I'm just saying you don't see all of me. If y'all make fun of me of the way
We
I am,
would
I'm
assume
just
that.
I
get
understand, Cynthia. You're only
Yeah.
showing a piece of you, not all of you.
right. And
I
I'm
get that.
doing it for security reasons, not security for like, oh my
True
God.
with
don't
everybody.
mind
That's
me, but
true with everybody,
I'm
Cynthia.
not
You're
sure
not,
yeah,
that's
you're
I'm
a
not
not unique
keeping
in
up
that sense.
everybody's vibe on me. You know what I mean?
I'm not
Like,
sure that's a character. You're playing a character then if that's all you're copying to.
Yeah, when you
Well,
originally
everybody
said you were
presents
playing
them
a character
differently
that loves
depending
Christ,
on the circumstance. You're going to be a lot looser having a beer with your buddies at the bar or whatever you
Right.
do to
I'm not
cut
sure
loose
that's being
than
a
you are when you're
character.
sitting in, maybe court or at the fucking board
Right.
meeting or whatever.
Right. I'm not sure that's being inauthentic.
I thought you were going to say that your character was someone who loves Christ, but in reality, you're like a devil.
no,
That's what I was
they already
waiting for.
no.
There can be pride. There can
In
be
my
pride, I
church, I'm
suppose.
always
But like,
talking
don't.
about strip clubs and hookers, and like
Right.
I'm always talking
Are
about
you
because
now?
I'm always meeting the craziest people, and I'll be like, I met this hooker today, like, but I would never come and share some of these stories with y'all, just because I've seen the way you react to not saying y'all this panel, I'm saying y'all the internet, just to see the way people have reacted. I would not dare share some of that with y'all because I don't feel like I'm worth giving y'all, and not y'all again. Let me stress that again. I don't feel like YouTube's always the place to give my best jewels to, if that makes sense.
All right.
Okay, Cynthia,
No, I mean,
here's my challenge to you on Christianity. Cast your pearls before swine here. Why in the Bible back in the day did you have like Jonah and the whale and bushes, fiery bushes talking, staffs turning into snakes, all these things that you don't really experience in reality now? Why do you think that stuff happened then, but we don't see God really working that way now?
It's a fair question.
I was about to answer that. Again, there's always going to be things in the Bible that I can explain that surpass my mind, and I can't answer those questions for you. So I'm sorry.
Well, ultimately, you have to ask yourself, what is the basis for knowledge, and if you can't really answer that question, I guess it doesn't matter where you derive your information about how reality is formed. Isn't that the bottom fucking line?
Boom, boom.
no, I mean,
No, like
the
I
thing
can't
is,
explain how bushes were on fire. I can't explain how Jesus walked on water, and I can't explain how the donkey began to talk. I can't.
People can't explain.
I would think the main
scientific
motivation
facts.
for knowledge would be to stop suffering, right? Because you suffer for lack of wisdom and knowledge. So at some level, if you're trying to develop self, you're saying there's aspects of yourself you could improve or that you could refine.
So
or
you're saying,
whatever word you want to use.
So then you answered the question, because you said the basis of human knowledge is ethics. It's like trying to end suffering, people, how we treat each other, so that's one aspect of looking at it. Well, if you look at it that way, I mean, Christianity's been doing pretty good at that. I mean, talk about values. I mean, if you have
I think
value
it's a
system,
big contradiction in a lot of ways, but that's a whole nother conversation.
I don't know. You'd have to be more specific. You know what I mean? But
just
like,
the Old Testament, like thou shalt not lie, but you see him lying there. Thou shalt not steal.
No,
it's
but
like
Christianity,
take everybody else's
Christianity
shit.
is the
Don't kill, but then
Christianity
he
is the New
tells his people
Testament.
to murder, and then basically breaks every commandment. That Jesus supposedly is perfect without sin, but doesn't honor the Sabbath. And
but here's the thing. Okay, there's the New Testament, and then there's the Old Testament, right?
They both have contradictions in them, though.
Okay, but you were talking about the ethics.
Yeah.
So what
the
can
morality
you point out?
of it? The knowledge will give you, a better, I guess, perspective on morality or integrity. Yeah, I would imagine.
Well, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Uh,
Sure.
but I think that if you derive, you'd have to be more specific what value system you cannot derive from Christian teaching that is or what value you think comes from the Christian ethical system that you think is bad.
Yeah, I think you can derive the values from it. I just don't think it's a morally consistent book. I mean, the same demigod or
But what do you think?
Elohim.
Yeah, I know. You said that like 3 times, but what do you think is morally inconsistent about it?
What's morally inconsistent?
It's a deep
Yeah,
topic.
yeah.
It's
Like
a
what do
very
you like? What specific passage or what what are you talking about?
So, for example,
Okay, there you go.
God,
For example, yeah.
God commands his people to go and kill other people and take everything that they have. Is that, morally correct
Yeah.
when you're
In the
That
New
sounds a
Testament?
bit
In the New
antithetical.
Testament? That doesn't
in
happen
the
in the
Old
New Testament.
Testament?
I know, but you don't understand the
Oh, in the
concept
New
of the New
Testament.
Covenant.
Okay.
The New Covenant. Yeah, but
All right.
Paul has this whole concept of the New Covenant. And and the law of the age to come. The law of this world is not the law of the age to come. In the Pauline like type of thing, and that's included in the New Testament. And they include, so you're specifically referring to Christianity, but in the but Paul says like there's gonna be like peace like for everyone, like there's like
All right, give
you
us
don't have to
some
go
New
to war with
Testament
anybody.
examples. Jack.
Yeah, he
Give
says
us
he
some
So
says
I
New
like
would say in
Testament.
the
like
Gospels,
like
there's
there's gonna
like
be
in
love
between
for like
Luke and
everybody,
John,
like
and
universal
there's so many
love.
He giving us
contradictions on the
some from the New
accounts of
Testament.
Jesus.
Like he doesn't
Give
Where
say
he
us
like
some
was,
now,
when he was
Machine
there,
Lies. He's
who he
giving us
talked
some
to.
in the New Testament now, Machine Lies. I don't go ahead. Go ahead.
The accounts of Jesus, there's a lot of contradictions there. One was, I don't have them all like bullet points where I'm ready to just sit here and try to do some apologetics about the Bible.
But I got
So
the
not a
bullet
lot
points.
of
But I got the bullet
contradictions.
points, so I'm just
Not a
asking
lot of contradictions. Maybe
Yeah.
a few.
So,
If it's a lot,
what
you'd probably be throwing them off top of your head.
he was
Okay,
on the
so
road to Damascus,
Not
right?
you, all right.
Dick. So
Right, the
one
road to
thing that
Damascus.
I've definitely learned and I really appreciate about flow states panels is everybody has a different viewpoint when it comes to God and the Bible. And the one takeaway that I'm learning is we are looking at it through different eyes. I see a lot of people look at it like, did that technically happen? How did somebody really walk on water? How did Jonah really sit in that well for 3 days? Like, you really think he sat in that well? And some
Very
people
good.
look at it. Some people look at it as far as Sarah, and I'm not saying this in a negative way. She's always
You're good. Keep
connecting
going.
it. Huh?
I said you're good. Keep going.
She's always connecting it to the stars and to the universe and how it all comes together in a connection. And I think that's what we see. I personally look at how can I apply in this life. Like, everybody thinks I grew up a Christian. I've only been a Christian since 2012. I lived in a dark, dark place, and I don't mean just dark in my mind.
Africa.
The warg. No, I mean like in the underbelly of the ground. Like, I worked in the underbelly, and you saw darkness and hatred. So I always use the Bible. How can I make my life brighter? So I think a lot of these conflicts come is that we're all looking at these from different eyes and different applications that we use the word for. And
but are we saying that? So Machine Lies, just so I can clarify, are you saying that there's no contradictions in the New Testament?
Very good.
I'm not saying that, but you were pointing out that knowledge is based on ethics, and then I asked you which ethics are derived from the New Testament that you disagree with, and you couldn't even name fucking one of them because you said you don't have that bullet pointed.
No, I said
the flow of the discussion that went on.
Now you're mischaracterizing my answer. I said that you can derive all the ethics from the Bible, but that I said it's not a morally consistent book, that it contradicts itself. And then you started to press me on that angle, which is fine. I mean, that's a fair direction to take it, but I'm just asking you, are you coming from the vantage point that there is no contradictions and you see it as completely a consistent, infallible word of God?
I'm just pointing out, based on the flow of the conversation, that you're saying that it shouldn't be based on logical contradictions. It should be based on ethics. So I'm saying, things can be logically inconsistent with how we make sense of how things are going on in the world. You know what I mean? But we don't know everything about how the world works, for example. But
But
we
here's
can
the
still
thing,
use
like
we can still
hypocrisy.
use there's people who only have a
Hypocrisy is a
Bible.
part of that ethics. If something is hypocritical or is contradictory or illogical, then it goes against the morals of that. I mean, how can you put any trust in it?
Yeah.
That's
Right.
Well, you're
that's
looking at it the wrong way
that's
too,
part of
because the words
That's where
are
faith
there
comes.
to reflect off your own moral compass that's within you. So it's kind of like
look. What if somebody was born, right, and the only book they read was Jefferson's Bible? You guys know what Jefferson's Bible is?
yes.
well, regardless, what if
Yes.
they just
Okay,
read row,
okay,
row, row your
okay,
boat or
okay.
heard a
Would that
nursery
be
rhyme?
would
I mean,
that be
it's like
would that
you
be a
can still
good
glean
would that be a
something from
good
it.
guide? Hold on. Would that be a good guide for how they live their life or a bad guide for how they live their life?
I'm not familiar with how his Bible differs than my King
Hard
James
to say.
version. So
Isn't that the problem with literature? It's the way you interpret it.
Jefferson Bible. Okay. I'll explain it to you guys. The Jefferson Bible is the Bible with all the miracles taken out of it.
Yes. Thomas Jefferson edited the Bible. Yes.
Yeah.
And then he took out all the miracles.
Yeah.
That's in
Oh,
the Bible.
really?
So
Interesting.
And would that be a good guide or a bad guide to how you live your life? Is what I'm asking you.
I think it beats the one I would have wrote or the one Flo would have wrote. So in that aspect, it's still good.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
don't
dependent
think
upon the individual.
I'd like to answer that question. I don't think taking a third party on to be your ultimate source of truth is ever going to lead to a good result for you, spiritually.
I think there's people who have developed a pretty good philosophy on life from reading fucking Moby Dick. Right. I mean, and that's the only book they've
but
read.
that doesn't mean it's your ultimate source for truth. That's not where you corroborate it. That's not where you actually confirm it. That's not where the discernment comes from.
Where do you confirm it?
Within
Right?
you, within your own internal investigation.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't that come naturally to want to be good and do good?
So the Bible has the truth and the lie in it. So of course, there are the values there, and you can glean that from it. But you can also do that from seeing someone act out of accordance with what's true, because you see what you don't want to be.
In the Bible a little bit. In the Bible a little bit.
That something has a lie in it and not be able to mention what lie.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, the entire book is full of contradiction. I said that from front to back.
I know. You keep saying that, but you don't know.
Here, I'll give you in the Old Testament, I can give you a few.
All the accounts of Jesus.
I'm not saying
many contradictions.
Let's bring a little bit more order to this now. Everybody's starting to talk over each other.
I'm just saying, if you don't know the contradictions, don't say that.
Machine, let's bring a little more order to this.
I've done entire streams on them, dude.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a gotcha tactic from my perspective, and I understand where you're coming from. Like you want to hold Dick accountable for, but I think we.
But he won't even ask the question if he sees it as morally consistent and without contradiction. Don't you find that ironic?
I
did
answer that question. I did answer that question. And if you want to refer to a stream, I can refer to a book I've written on the subject of whether I think it's contradictory or not. You know what I mean, right? So, you know what I mean? You
so
can
why
say
not
whatever
just
you want.
answer the question directly? Do you find it contradictory or not?
You want me to cite the contradictions? You're the one claiming that it's contradictory, and you can't cite any fucking contradictions in it.
Do you find it contradictory or not?
When you make a claim, all I'm saying is you should be able to defend that claim.
The accounts of Jesus in Matthew and Luke, they contradict each other. They say he was in different places at different times. One day
they were told by two different people, and two different people had two different perspectives.
Exactly. So God, in his perfect, infallible nature, was not able to communicate a consistent message between two different individuals.
That's not true. I disagree.
That's exactly what you just stated.
Well, but you're missing the deeper point. For me, okay, well, let me try to just speak for myself. And I tried to say this before. I don't really know how to explain it, but I'm going to try. if the Bible had never been written, if I never had picked up a Bible and read the Old Testament and the New Testament, I still know who God is because it's written on my soul. Before I ever came into this world, I still knew who God was because I'm created in the image of God. And for my faith path, it just happens to be through my understanding of the teachings of the Christ. For me, that is how I have my relationship with God, not a religion. I do not follow man-made doctrines and dogmas or churches. I do attend a community church sometimes for the fellowship and for the outreach that we do in our community, because that is part of what Christ taught us to do, is to give to others and to help others who are in need. So I do attend for those reasons. I do not attend because I feel like I need a preacher to tell me how to walk with God. I already have that. It's written on my heart. And when I do pick up the Bible to read it, and which I do, and I will agree that unfortunately it has been corrupted, it has been perverted. Some parts of it, if you don't have the Holy Spirit, if you're not looking for divine intervention to understand it and absorb it with the light of Christ, it's not going to make any sense to you. If you are not thirsty for it and seeking it, you will think that it's that it contradicts itself. You will think that there's no value in it. But if you read it seeking God and wanting that connection and that communion.
But there is a lot of contradictions, right? We do agree.
I really don't see, no, I don't see the contradictions. I see in the Old
Jesus
Testament.
and God the same person, Sophia?
I see in the Old Testament, I'll answer your question, Joe, but let me complete my thought, please.
Let her complete the thought, then we'll drill around the obvious contradiction.
Yes.
In the Old Testament, I see where when God is talking about the creation story, he's talking to somebody. And that somebody that he's talking to for me is Jesus Christ, his son. And yes, I do believe that God and Jesus Christ are the same because Christ said, I and my Father are one, and I wish that you would be one, when he was speaking to his disciples. And yes, I know it's a recorded word. It's written and interpreted by a lot of different people. I get all of that. But the message is still there. The message of salvation and redemption is still there from Genesis through Revelation. It is still there.
All right, the idea was, are there contradictions? He says that, yes, he is God, and we know that he sat in a room somewhere and said, God, if it be your will, can you let this cup pass me over?
Right. He was praying to the Father when he was in his human form.
It's easy to see at least some apparent contradiction there, yeah?
He was praying to his Father when he was in human form. The Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word became flesh and dwelt among us.
He was talking to himself. Who was he asking?
He was talking to our Heavenly Father.
So he is not the Heavenly Father.
Yes,
Christ is God incarnate.
He's not. There is contradictions here.
Well, it's just like I was explaining the flow state one of the times on my pen.
Trying to explain and failing.
Well, maybe you didn't understand it, but
you can only explain it to me. You can't understand it for me.
Okay, so
yeah, exactly.
Since you wrote a book on it, I'm sure
that's
you.
A good, that's a good
the verse and the.
I'm saying that if you get the Christian system, there's an internal consistency that's been used. So if you have a civilization that's based on that, well,
internal
you can
within
develop.
what?
Yeah,
consistency. Yeah, what's the barometer? What's the
what's internally consistent?
The internal consistency is that if you have a separation of body and spirit, then you can create a dualistic map of the world where you have a kind of a correspondence theory that's been used to create all sorts of science, all sorts of architecture, all sorts of philosophy. And then historically, it's been used for its internal consistency, because none of the
duality doesn't address the Trinity.
Oh yeah, duality. Yeah, duality does address the Trinity. Absolutely.
Are you saying that there was no soul or spirit in the physical Jesus?
Soul or spirits in the physical
Because duality addresses, right, like the you're speaking
Jesus,
of how.
Well, Jesus is the logos.
What does that gang member from LA?
Yeah, exactly. You're criticizing something.
Right.
You're criticizing
He's right
something you
about
don't even
logos.
understand.
But look,
That's
I
why it
understand this.
says-
I understand.
You don't
this.
even know. No,
Father-
wait. If you don't know what the fuck the logos is, then you don't know what the fuck you're criticizing.
Here's what I know.
You don't understand the Trinity at all. If you don't know what the logos
I
is,
know
I got
logos.
He's gonna try to make you out to be a mental midget now.
Hold
so
on,
it's
don't
not-
over talk me on my own
You're
fucking
angry.
panel.
I gotta
Listen
say-
to me.
gotta
I
say-
understand that a father is mutually excluded from son, and that all God is exclusive from being all human. These things do not exist in.
You understand what it means that God created the world through the logos,
No,
and that something exists alongside God for all of creation.
no. What does it mean?
Okay. well, that's something. Well, that's something that you can use to derive dualism.
Well, derive it.
Yeah, do it now. Do it now.
Yeah.
He can't
Explain it to
understand
me.
logos. You don't expect him to go read up on logos right now. Why don't you explain it right now?
I understand English language well enough to know the Trinity doesn't make sense in that sense.
I can explain it, and I already have explained it to you, and you can watch the tape again if you want to. But the point is that I don't have to be responsible for your understanding, as you already said.
It just came up
But
in the conversation.
Hold on.
Hold on.
If you want me to explain it, I can fucking explain it.
You
Don't
just said
pretend
that you
like I
were.
can't fucking explain
Okay,
it to
go
you
ahead.
just because you don't understand it. Just because you don't understand, that's not my fault. But I can fucking definitely explain it to you. So if you want me to explain it, I can explain it.
Motherfucker, could you do it
Yeah.
anytime soon?
Yeah, I could go ahead and explain it. If you shut the fuck up, I'll explain it right now.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you
because
for the
I'd sure
silence.
like to talk about these
Joe, can I
contradictions.
give
in
it
the
a
Oh
Bible.
God, there he goes. I thought you guys want me to explain this shit. Shut the fuck up, dude. Here we go.
Joe, can I give it a
Cynthia,
shot?
do you want to take a shot?
Yeah,
I'd love to
okay.
hear it.
This is the only. I'm not saying this is perfect, but this is kind of like the way I would equate it. Like we've all had a dream.
No. If you
where
don't want me
we-
to explain it, that's cool.
We've all had a dream where we sat down and we had a conversation with either somebody that's passed away, our father, or we have all met a stranger that we had some deep conversation with in our dream. And so at the end of the day, though, were we really having a conversation with somebody else, or were we having a conversation with ourselves? Because it's still our dream and it's still our thoughts.
Yeah, Freud talked about that. Yeah, he said you're everybody in your dreams. Yeah.
Right. So, but in my Bible study, we're actually going through John, and it was saying, I highlighted this and I actually thought about some of you. And it says, Jesus took on the flesh to be able to die, equipped to understand our struggles. Jesus provided an example of reverent and obedient submission to his fathers. And then that's pulled from scripture if you want to. But yeah, so that's just kind of how I think of it. Like, we think he cried out and another voice answered, and how was he doing that? He was really talking to himself, but there was a different type of connection.
I think that I think both are true. I think he is a separate guy who was with God there from the beginning, all these things. He came here in the flesh, communicated with God, the other God. But I believe they are connected, as in most things here. Both things would be true at the same time. He is one, the same way I would be connected with my father, and we're son. We're separate individuals, and we're still connected. However, I don't think it's a hard stretch. It's not something I'd even stay up at night trying to figure out.
And also, I think, what if God didn't come as Jesus, but he came as a dragon or a unicorn or a mythical creature? Would we believe? You know what I mean? But would we believe? We don't even believe when he came as a human. So would we believe if he was that? You know, so again, it is going to go back to where I state, what are our intentions when we're seeking God and we're building this relationship? Where is our heart at?
Yeah.
All right, hold on a second. Let me clear the floor. Machine lies. Go on.
All right. Before I was rudely interrupted by
Machine
a pile
lies.
of
I
fucking
cleared the
dog
floor for
shit.
you.
Fucking shut. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Now. Let me clear the floor. Now you're gonna fucking say.
All right. That's enough of that shit.
Would it be so bad
Yeah,
if he
well,
wasn't ready to tell us about God while he was cussing us out? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Is
no, he
is
not
that your-
right now. Yeah.
Were you jerking off and throwing it at the screen, Machine lies?
I don't even remember the topic that he was going to talk
He
on
was
anymore. At
backstage doing
point.
this.
No, that's what you're doing right now on camera. No, that's what you're doing.
Contradictions, I think, is what he was going to talk about.
Yeah. Contradictions like, oh, Machine Lies is doing this. No, I'm doing it. Fucking
That's not a contradiction. It's a demonstration.
All right. Do you want me to explain this shit or not, dude? Because
I don't even know. I don't even know anymore.
You don't want to.
You're gonna backstage me again. If you're gonna backstage me again when I start to
keep
explain
acting
it, I'm not gonna have to.
He's not gonna explain it.
I'm not
He's
gonna
just
have
not
to
gonna
explain
explain
it.
it.
You could have explained it
No, I've been
8 times
backstage
by
twice.
now.
No, I've been
you
backstage
want
twice
some
in the middle of trying to
drama.
explain
You
it.
want some drama
He'll
or
never
something
explain
right
it.
now. Yeah.
All right. No, you don't want me to.
Yeah. You don't want me to explain? You're going to ask us 87 more times? You
Yeah,
want me to
they got
explain it? You want me to
ontological
explain it?
transcendence and the
You want me to
concept of dualism. It's how actually invented by Aristotle, the difference between form and matter, because he thought that the universe existed alongside itself from creation, that God actually that the universe or matter existed alongside God from the beginning of creation. He didn't believe that God created matter. He believed matter existed alongside God, and God shaped matter through a third thing called the void. So he thought void, matter, and God existed since the beginning of creation. It's an internally consistent system that's been used to derive science, materialism, and spiritualism, all sorts of fucking consistent ideologies.
Where you fall on that?
What is void?
Where do you
Dumb
fall on that?
motherfuckers. You dumb
What is
motherfuckers.
void?
Wait,
there you go.
What
Void
tell
is
us what
the
the field is.
nothingness that everything was created out of.
Wait, now we're dumb? We're
No, I
dumb, bro?
said void. To answer that question, void is the nothingness that everything came from. Because darkness was upon the face of the deep, there was nothing there, it was void. And God spoke and said, "Let there be," and there was. And whether that happened through a series of evolution or some other way that we don't know, that doesn't matter to me. I just know that God has always been, and God is the creator of what we see in this realm, the beauty.
different.
There are
That's-
good things here. It's not all bad.
Is
We
that
have
what you
beautiful
meant?
nature. We have the sky. We have the trees. Like creation is beautiful.
Hold
It's
on.
not always
Tribe.
a horrible, evil world.
Tribe, let me see your camera before you come up. Machine lies. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, Machine lies. You were saying that things existed.
The material existed
at the same time alongside, and God just
simultaneously.
manipulated them. Where do you fall on that? Is what I was curious about. Do you believe that, or do you believe He created matter?
Did God create matter?
Yeah, or did it exist alongside Him, as that philosopher you just quoted?
Oh, I think. I don't believe that.
Which one?
The Aristotle.
Okay, my man.
Yeah. Dual stick, dole stick. Yeah, this dumb motherfucker. Yeah, keep typing away, bitch.
Well, as if God was in matter from the beginning as well. So then it's like this matter being stuck in space and time. I mean, I don't know.
I think where you're about to go.
It is what it is, man. You know, if people want to believe fairy tales, that's their choice.
Sometimes what it is, it all boils down to, what does your soul want? What does your heart want? If you want to have a relationship with God, it's available. If you don't want it, then you don't have to do it. It's your choice. God gave you free will.
Okay,
God
so
gave
let me
everyone free
tell you the
will.
truth. The truth is, you can walk with the Spirit, which is a personal relationship, which doesn't need to be confirmed or validated by anything outside of you. That's a knowingness that will build in confidence the more that you rely on that truth that has already been provided, because you see
That's
that you're
why I
fully
said it
sufficient
was
with what you
written
have.
on our
So you
soul.
don't need a book. You don't need a doctrine. You don't need a religion. You don't need a label. You don't need a box to crawl in. You can get up without any of these ideologies or any of these labels, and you can just, with no intercessor, just as the Christ said,
What do you think
communicate with the
about
Most
that,
High.
Cynthia? What do you think about
Hold
that?
on.
What he
Let me
just
let
said?
me address
No.
two things real quick.
All right.
First, Tribe, if you want to come back up, I got to see who you are before you come on panel. If that was you, Tribe. Machine Lies, go fuck yourself.
Oh.
Just because your entire explanation doesn't make sense, doesn't mean that you can stop around and act like a little bitch on panel the whole time. Suck it up, be a big boy, and explain what the fuck bullshit you're proposing.
Yes,
If you
explain
can't
yourself
explain
without
it
putting
in a way
people
that
down.
makes sense to people, it's because it doesn't make fucking sense, or you're a bad teacher.
Yeah, and if you don't, and if we don't grasp it, you don't get to put us down and call us names if we don't understand it, right? Be kind, be gentle.
Yeah, I was incredibly patient with that bullshit, and at the end of the day, it still didn't make sense because Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is not God, matter, and void. Like,
Okay, but thank you.
So
Yes, yeah. What the fuck question
if
I wanted?
He was saying he doesn't. We
Again.
don't need to have a church. So
Yes,
are you saying that, Dick? Are you still here? Is he still here?
he was saying that
Oh, yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Are you
it's-
saying that
it's
you
in
don't
your
have
heart.
a relationship if you
No,
do
no, no,
go?
no, 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 no.
Hang on, Flo, Joe. I know. Hang on. Are you saying that because you go to church and because you read the Bible and because you said crawl into a box, that's not really relationship with God? Or are you saying you don't have to do that, but you're on the same level as somebody who does that? You can still have that same type of faith.
Going with one of the 5,000 denominations of Abrahamic religion is going to be a limiting type of spirituality, because now you're bound by a set of principles that's made by man. So you've given up your free will to a third party outside of yourself instead of taking full accountability and responsibility for that direct relationship with the Creator. And you're made in the image of the Creator, so you have that co-creative responsibility.
We have to be accountable. If we choose to walk with God, we absolutely have to hold ourselves accountable. So that's not true what you just said.
You contradicted yourself, Sophie, according to your own religion.
I feel like
according to your own religion, you said that the world is remember Prince of Air. So this world was according to your.
So
wait your turn, Snafu. I'm not dealing with
walk,
it right
and
now.
in my spiritual faith, there came a point where I accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as my personal savior, and I wanted to be around him more. And I equate that is if I got married, of course I'd want to live with my husband and spend time with my husband. I wouldn't be like, all right, man, this was a dope ass wedding. I'll see you when I see you. I want to engage more. This is how I engage. I engage with my church, with my community. I just expressed some of the things that my church does, my community does. So
it has its negatives and positives. You get to be with your people, and it has a positive. And as he pointed out, it can have negatives too, because your church says, you can't believe that. You're stuck. Got to believe what your particular fucking church believes. Where if you were not part of that shit, you could have came up with different philosophies. Now you're bound somehow because you're Catholic, Protestant, Southern Baptist, Equinox, or whatever.
Well, I don't know what you mean when you say I'm stuck and bound in this belief.
I mean, you got to believe what those alongside of your church believe, right? You can't go in there with no radical shit. You got to, pretty much the church you come up in, you got to believe that shit. If the church somewhere else, the Catholic Church, believes something different, you're bound by what your little small church believes.
It's a group think, Cynthia, and I guess I think illustrative example of that is when Sophia came up here, I challenged her on the contradiction of the accounts of Jesus and why they contradict, where he was at different points, different time frames. And it was two different testimonies. Okay, well, that's fine, but then your book is not perfect, infallible, inherent, word of the Most High that is a complete beginning to end account of God's, revelation to humanity. It can't be
There was
that.
no one who claimed that was too bright. They don't study history if someone made that claim. But I didn't hear nobody make that claim.
I didn't either. So it was interesting to see how fiery he got in defending that. He wouldn't really claim if he was for or against there being contradictions, but apparently he wrote a whole book on it. Told me he answered the question, but I never really understood his position. So either I missed it or...
that was interesting to no end. He had every opportunity to explain himself, man, but he was content to, to keep moving it on. I thought that was interesting. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like this conversation about God is usually doesn't go well in my experience. Just because the people are coming from all kinds of different perspectives, and at least from my perspective, God is something that is very much you cannot use words to explain God.
It's
but
difficult,
that's the problem of having to try to communicate these concepts. But different traditions would probably say, like, it's better to remain silent in regards to certain topics. And
I would totally disagree, man. I've seen all of these. You say you don't. You say you don't see that they go well. I've seen them all go well. I thought every one of them. If someone gets in their feeling and stuff, it don't affect me negatively. Right. As from my perspective, even if people act weird, it seems like they all go well. To me, I've learned, I've benefited. I think I'll be appreciative of all religions.
No, what I mean, okay. What I mean by they don't generally go well, what I mean by that is that, people are gonna disagree on, who God is, and these
I agree with that. But that's a good thing from my perspective. Like you say, it's subjective.
This conversation went
Joe, it's really hard to have a conversation sometimes, Joe, when you like to interrupt people.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah, this conversation went really well. Flo does a great job of keeping it under panel control, and we all have respect for each other and respect for each other's different beliefs. So they're not a confrontation isn't always bad.
I absolutely agree with you, Cynthia. I don't find any of this confrontational. I enjoy hearing other people's perspectives, and I would never ever force my viewpoint nor my perspective on anyone else. I just enjoy talking about it. And I'm not sure, but this part of this may have came from something that Flo and I had discussed earlier tonight, where I know Flo likes to argue. And I told him I would volunteer as tribute sometime, but I'm not really here to argue with anybody because everybody gets to make their own choice. And it doesn't have to end badly.
Argument, right? I like to hear everyone's argument, and I'd like to hear if they're strong enough. I'd like to hear the debate,
to hear
why
the different viewpoints, but not to argue about it.
Yeah, nothing negative.
Right.
But
were you guys arguing? I was dealing with some other.
No, I was just trying to say it's not so much an argument as it is a discussion where we're human beings having a spiritual experience, and we are all sharing our different viewpoints or faith walks. I don't think anybody here is trying to force another person to believe like they do.
And we got to keep in mind, I think it was Knox that just said it's hard to explain this with the words that we have currently. It's difficult to explain these concepts.
Yeah, you can also say that we're spirits having a human experience as well. But like, in terms of trying to convey the concept of God using language, it's impossible. I mean, that's why they talk about the Tao and the void and all this.
Okay, here's where Flo might like it. I have a question. I just have a question. For those of you that are speaking externally about God. Do you ever talk to God? Do you ever seek to have a conversation with God?
What do you mean
And
speaking externally?
and I'm asking specifically, I'm asking Dick and not Chiquita.
What do you mean speaking externally?
Well, they're talking like God is outside of them when God can actually be inside of them and they can talk to God. And I'm just curious if to use, for lack of a better word, do you pray? Because I don't know what other word to use. Do you pray, or do you just talk to God as a friend in that form so that you feel communion with God? Like Dick was saying, he doesn't think he has to have anything, and not like a book or
Dear
whatever.
God, please help the people understand that you are not a graven image or a deity to be worshipped. That's some kind of thing that you can bind or put into a framework that you could actually intellectualize, because you surpass all understanding and you're actually something that we're interconnected to, that we can have a direct experience with. So please help the people understand it's experiential. The Spirit is something we walk with and that we can have guide us, but it's not something that we need to confirm outside of ourselves. We need to confirm it with inside of ourselves.
That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that.
The Most High
I
gave you
just
the
don't
words.
think I you know, I just don't think how do I like put this, like it's private, you know, in general. Yes, you know, it's good to have a conversation about, you know, what we believe and, you know, how we behave, but like I really do think there's a lot to say about, you know, going to the closet and praying there type of deal. And I think even talking about it here on panel about like quote unquote my relationship with God internally or externally is something I try to keep to myself. It's not something that I need to present to anybody that like I am, you know, like this or like that, or I am so, I don't know,
Totally
dedicated to God.
understand.
I think, in my personal opinion, that you know, the whole of why we are here is to understand the nature of reality, and God is the nature of reality. In fact, they say that real, in according to the Vedas, real is defined by two conditions: one, that which does not change, and other, that which exists forever. Right, and you can say that they are one and the same thing, but they have a little bit of a nuance in terms of you know, definitions. But so everything that exists in terms of material things that exist out here, we call it duality, is in fact not real according to that definition. Does that make sense?
Yep. Illusion of form.
Yes, illusion of form. And so consciousness, you can say, it's like gold, right? You use gold to create what? Rings, earrings, necklaces, but they're all gold. But we put different forms and names to these things, and consciousness is the foundational building blocks, you can say, of all these things. So you know, one of the kind of conditions what God is, they say, is Sat, Chit, and Ananda. Sat is truth, or you know, reality, and then Chit is consciousness, right? And then Ananda is bliss. But those are all mm, like kind of like qualities of God. You know, may not exactly define God, but these are the qualities of God. Just like Jesus said that God is
Yeah.
quote unquote love, and then you go into the kind of the, you know, like what is love? You know, these are the kind of concepts that we can, like, you know, ponder about within ourselves. But then
Yeah.
again, you know, it's not for me to tell you exactly. You know, these
And
are
it'd be
things I agree
difficult
that
too. Yeah.
you have to experience. Experience is why we are having the human
Oh,
experiences.
that goes
It's a big part of. Go
that
ahead.
goes yeah, that goes back to the question that got this started. If and if, to either one of the girls, what if a person, like Dick was saying, what if a person had never had any experience with the Bible or church or anything like that? He cause it's in him, according to Dick, he'd still come to know Christ. Yeah.
Yeah, you could still walk with the Spirit and have nothing missing, nothing broken. And I find it interesting. Swim, he's sitting here saying, "You got nothing, Dick. Why don't you come up and then be the voice of reason with regards to this matter?" Because the other guy was a hothead and he couldn't actually conduct himself well enough to have a conversation. So if you actually got something to bring regarding the matter, come on up, Swim. I can think a lot of ethical issues. I wanted to address them, but that wasn't even my question. Are you saying there's no contradictions? I'd first like to know that.
You're talking about machine lies when you said the other guy who couldn't,
Of course,
be an adult, right? I just want to clarify that we were talking about machine lies.
Yeah, you got the. Oh, you know what? Here's an ethical one. I don't remember where it's at, but anyone that wants to look it up, they should do their own research. There's a point where Jesus, he sent his people ahead of him to go to town, and he deceived them and said, I'm going to stay back for whatever reason. And then he ends up going incognito with some different threads on so that he wouldn't know it was him. And so he was deceptive. Now you can say, oh, well, God can do that, But so a white lie is okay when it's, when it's Jesus doing it.
What was the lie? He told him he'll meet him later. What was the lie?
He said he was going to stay back, but then he went and he changed his clothes and he went and he went there so he couldn't be noticed. That's deceptive. Why would you deceive your people like that? It's a simple, small thing, but when people try to say that it's all morally correct and that there's no inconsistencies, what about when Jesus said, "Bring the people who don't believe in him before me, and I'm going to slay them, and let's slay them."
That's not what you think it was. When he said that, he was talking about a king, and he was putting this as an analogy. And then the king says, "Bring these people before." He wasn't saying him do it himself or telling his people to do it. He was giving telling a story about some whole different person.
No, I'm sorry, that's incorrect, man. We can bring it up right now and
We
read it.
We should, because I just brought it up. That's how I'm so versed on it. We should bring it up right now because I just did. And that's how I'm sure. I have my Bible right here. Just read a little bit before it, because I just went through this with a religious cat, and we looked it up.
Yeah.
I've heard it justified in a different way, but I haven't heard it.
Yeah, read back before
that way.
Just pull it back a little bit, and you'll see that he's telling a tale about someone and it wasn't even him.
So furthermore, these enemies of mine, those that have been willing for me to reign over them, bring them here and slay them before me.
Yeah, so you'd have to go back that up, and he's telling you this is what happened with a king or with a whole different individual that's not him.
Okay, I'm gonna grab my Bible. It's Luke 19:27, though.
Thank you.
So yeah, you should back it up, whoever that was, Cynthia. Back it up to
Well, let me look it up. Jeez.
Back that ass up.
Twerking for Jesus.
Welcome, Mitchell. Welcome, Hopkinson. Welcome back, Sophia. Jump in. Joe's here. Dick's here.
Is Snafu still in the back?
Huh?
Is still in the back?
Who, Snafu?
Uh-huh.
No, he left. I blocked him in the chat, and then he came back to the back chat, and I told him he has Asperger's. And you know what? I'm going to remove Hopkinson too, because he's just here to complain.
You said Luke 19:17.
Well, you could start there because it was 1926, I believe.
Yeah, it was started 1917. Mitch, if you got it, yeah.
It says, "Verily I say unto you, whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child shall in no wise enter therein."
Mitch, is that your radio? Can you lower that? Somebody's radio?
Oh yeah, that was me. My bad. I fixed it. And a certain ruler asked him, saying, "Good master, what shall I do to inherit eternal life?" And Jesus said unto him, "Why callest thou me good? No one is good, save one, that is God. Thou knowest the commandments: do not commit adultery, do not kill, do not steal, do not bear false witness, honor thy father and thy mother." And he said, "All these have I kept from my youth up. Now when Jesus heard these things, he said unto him, Yet lackest thou one thing. Sell all that thou hast, and distribute unto the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come follow me. I'm getting
verse are
into-
you on?
Yeah, that I don't even think
20, I'm
that's
getting
what
into
we're talking about.
23 now.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You're going to 26, but yeah, go ahead. That gives us the context.
Yeah.
All right. And when he heard this, he was very sorrowful, for he was very rich. And when Jesus saw that he was very sorrowful, he said, How hardly shall they that have riches enter into the kingdom of God? For it is easier for a camel to go through a needle's eye than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. And that's 25. 26 is just a question. It says, And they that heard it said, Who then can be saved? Should I
Are
keep
you
going?
reading Luke 19?
Yeah.
No, he's there.
Yeah.
But he's saying, okay, let me continue on. I'm reading from the NIV version. I'm starting at 24.
Okay.
Then he said to those standing by, Take the man away from this man and give it into the one who has the 10 mantas. Sir, they said, he already has 10. He replied, I tell you that everyone who has more will be given. But as far as the ones who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But those enemies of mine who do not want me to be king over them, bring them here and kill them in front of me.
Pretty clear.
No,
That's in
it's
context.
No,
Come
no,
on,
now
Joe.
that's it.
That
No, I'm missing
it
something,
wasn't
man.
talking about some other king. That was talking about him.
No, he clearly. I'm not from there. He was sound like he was talking about it. But I probably didn't go back enough for what.
Go
Whatever.
back
I
to
want to see it my
Genesis.
damn self. No, no.
Well, that's the problem. Often is that
Wait.
everything is kind of open to interpretation, you know, and then people are
No,
going to interpret
that wasn't open to it. That's
When
the
he was
problem
saying
with
the
you
king-
people. We read it right there. It said exactly what it said.
No, I
and then
agree,
you want to say,
Dick. I agree with you. I'm in agreement with you. But the people who can look at that situation a little bit differently, I'm saying that, you know, they're gonna
What passage
double
was
down
that, by
on
the
it.
way? What passage was that?
Luke 19:26.
19:26.
well, that is my problem with giving it to a third party for definition, because the pastor's going to tell you, oh, no, you don't think too much about that. Look, did you do your tithes and offerings this week?
Well, and
Gotta
also,
get-
like,
hung
you know,
up on those
Got to
ties
get our
and
ministry dollars up.
well, another elephant in the room is that the King James Bible, which is mainly used by, you know, most of the Christians, is that it's been heavily edited by a Freemason. You know, it's a Freemason Bible, right? And
we
so
could say the same thing about all writers and all movie directors.
no,
pedos.
not
So
necessarily.
only one, but they don't all get worshipped.
I mean, not
Yeah, good
Epstein.
Yeah, there's you can't equate the Bible with a Hollywood movie script or something like this.
No.
Cynthia.
But y'all talk like it's just a book that's been interpreted. You can't be the Bible if we're just equating it to being a book being translated by a pedo.
But I mean, that is what it is.
Exactly. So if those are just movies funded by Goldsteins, who also like children. They're just we
But
can't judge that.
nobody watched The Big Lebowski and then decided that they needed to only drink White Russians.
No. He's saying that it was somebody that translated it was a pedo, and I'm saying, well, pedos are movie directors.
Well, he was a gay. I don't know if he was a pedo, but he could have been a pedo. But he was definitely King James was
Yeah, but how many gay people
homosexual.
write books? We can't discredit the
There are
book.
lots.
They're gay. Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute. So,
because they're
well,
gay.
Cynthia, but here's the thing. If the Bible was heavily edited by a secret occult organization, do you think they have any agenda behind it?
No.
No. Okay.
Well, see, and then
actually,
here's the mental
can I jump
gymnastics
in?
of Swim. He says, you think the Most High was ordering people to be literally killed through that parable? So, of course, it's a parable when it's convenient. When it says that Abraham and Sarah, which are allegorical, of course, the Bible doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean Abraham and Sarah were allegorical when it says it's allegorical, but it does preclude you to say that it is a parable when it's convenient for doctrines of man, Abrahamic
But that's
religion.
where the
It
open to
just said
interpretation
the
comes,
parable of
right?
Midas is the title of the thing. He's telling a parable.
But
I
it's not
just
like
read
God
it.
hasn't ordered people killed all throughout the whole Bible.
But a parable can be literal, right?
Is that mine?
Or is it only
Uh,
is it only fictional?
I
Maybe
guess
it's
I
only
said
fictional.
All right, I'm finna eat, man. So I'm finna
Well, by
mute up.
definition, it cannot be all those things. Like a parable and literal cannot be the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
How? Like, why differentiate those words? You know, like at all. You know, why not just say it's literal? Why
Unless it's
call it a
fictional,
parable
right?
or
sort of
an
like why
allegory?
calling it the Father and the Son
Yeah,
if it's the
yeah.
same
I've
Like,
looked
being.
if
this
there's
up
no
before, but
distinction,
I forgot
if
like the
there's no
difference between
distinction,
a parable and an allegory.
so I mean, this is the some of the issues that I think. I mean, you know, seems like some of us have in regards to scripture is that, you know, which book are we talking about, and is there any agenda behind them? Like I mentioned before, there is a Bible that was heavily edited for just slaves to make them believe that it's good to be in servitude of their masters, and that they shouldn't. You know, it was to convince them that they shouldn't revolt, and they use kind of a religious, you know, aura, you know, or doctrine to try to
Not
enslave people. Right?
Chiquita.
Yeah.
The people that did that, I
Yeah.
agree with what you're saying. Unfortunately, that did happen. I know what you're referencing. And the people that did that will answer for that. That was evil and that was
Well,
wrong.
for sure.
And
Yeah,
they'll
and the
answer
people
for
who
that.
Yeah.
absolutely, and the
And I'm going to say one more thing real quick and then I'll be quiet again. A while back, I tried to say this on another panel. There's a gentleman on here that goes by the name of Seven Spalding. And he's a really cool guy, really nice fella, very smart, very intelligent. He did a 4-hour breakdown of how the Bible had been corrupted and unfortunately misused and abused for doing things in the name of God that should not have ever been done, that were obviously against humanity and against God's creation. But he said that enough of what is in there has enough truth and enough light that the gospel still got told. The story still got told. For those who do want Christ, they can find Christ. Even like we were saying before, it is written already on our hearts. We don't have to have a book. But some people want a book. Some people find value and fellowship in reading that book. The Psalms and the Proverbs are particularly inspiring to me. There's a lot of beauty in that book. It's not all
I
garbage.
agree.
And
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's not all bad. You can find
It's
good in
not
it.
all
And
bad.
unfortunately, humans have used their free will to do the very things that y'all are talking about, the things that are corrupt within some systems and within
Yeah, but
some churches. But not all churches are like that.
But what is the
no,
reason
it's
to
not all.
believe it's true or the word of God?
What's to believe?
Well,
What's the
can I
reason?
Why would
address this parable issue real quick? So
real
it's a
quick, yeah.
parable, which is fiction. So how does that? It's just these straw man arguments. How does that change the premise of the argument that
Well, the
you
premise
have a
was Jesus just
contradiction of
selling
what
it.
Christ? You know, in 1 minute he's saying turn the other cheek, and the next he's saying in a story to teach you something, bring them forth and let's slay the motherfuckers.
Well, now, if we're going to use that line of logic, I can't use violence to teach a story of good, right? All my stories to teach good. I can't have a dragon in the story or something. He's telling you a bad thing that happened in another story. That doesn't
Well,
sound
he's showing
crazy.
his character, though, that he's human. Maybe what he's teaching us in that parable is that I have a human element and that I deal with the same, things everybody else does. And there's a part of me that just wants to kill every one of these motherfuckers.
Perhaps
And
we
Well,
that
I
and
think
don't some of us feel that way sometimes? When
Well,
we hear about evil things happening, we hear about
Yeah, but
children
as
being
Christ said, if you've
abused.
even lusted after a woman in your heart, you've already sinned. So if
Right,
you've already thought of doing the murder, you've already murdered. So he's
right.
not a sinner, so he wouldn't do that. That's not his character, right? God is not a man that he should lie.
That's right. God's word will not return void.
So I always remember, I don't know, I'm pretty sure nobody here did, but there's a show on Netflix called The Last Kingdom. It's in biblical times. So that show really helped me in seeing that those were totally different times. Those are the the Vikings, the arrows, the kingdoms and everything. So let's always remember we're back in a different time when they're saying come and kill them before me. When I hear this,
But it's the same God.
no, I'm not saying that. I'm saying different times. So when they say, come and kill them, slay them before me, those were biblical wars. Those were your enemies. Like, advance our word. Do what you have to do. We call it a spiritual warfare now. It was truly war then. Do what you have to do to advance this word. The word of the gospel of truth, the Lord Jesus Christ. Do what you have to do. And whoever who's spreading false rumors and letting you astray, bring them to me and I'll destroy them. I'll destroy them. And you can't be
Okay,
mad
so
at everybody. And going back real quick,
well,
that Nacho Keto just asked me about that.
Better yet, notice he has them do his dirty work for them. Bring them
He
forth and
said, bring
slay
him
them
to
in front of me.
yeah, be a good disciple.
So
Be
he
a
has
good
them do the
disciple.
fucking dirty work so he can just sit there and
Yo,
watch it and chill.
Circle,
Be a
stop
good
it,
disciple.
bro. Y'all
Let
like a
me see you be
motherfucker
a good
reading too much
disciple.
into fucking Tom and Jerry cartoon. Tom
Yeah,
really was
shouldn't
a
read into the
masochist.
Bible, right? Just take it at face value. That's all it's worth.
Absolutely.
but here's the thing.
For me personally, if I choose to believe in the Bible, I have to believe it. I made that commitment. I'm sticking to that commitment. My word
Regardless of if it runs
Yeah,
cross
fuck that
your
regardless,
sunken
unconscious,
because this
Yeah, we
Bible
don't do
hasn't
the
failed
sunken
me.
cost fallacy. No, we don't do that. Fuck that.
that's head in the
No,
sand as
this
far as I
Bible
can tell.
hasn't failed me though. This relationship that I've gone to know my God by attending church, by having fellowship with my Christian friends, by reading his word, it's never failed me. And I'm not going to switch up on it. I'm just not. Not because I'm dumb and because I'm
And nobody's
scared or
asking you to.
fearful.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to.
What'd
It's
you say?
working for you.
To
That's
switch
good.
up on anything. Yeah,
What?
I mean, like that.
No, but this is my
Nobody, no,
spirituality. This is my spirituality. This is your essence, and it's different. I take that very
that's
seriously.
fine.
We all
That's fine.
probably
But just
do
have
those type of things.
I'm not switching that up. I'm not switching up my
nobody's
foundation.
asking you
And
to.
I'm not either,
Nobody's asking you to
Cynthia.
switch.
I
All the
co-sign
Right?
on
Christians
that
have to
with
switch it
you.
up right now.
No, but what you're saying is if we start thinking, oh, you're right, the Bible is contradictory. You've now introduced us in to doubting, and I can't.
No.
If God isn't
That.
go,
Go ahead. No, you go
you,
first.
No,
if
please,
God
not.
can't stand up to questions like this about its internal consistency, then I got news for you about God, your God.
But if I can't stand up to
If
questions,
God can't
Truth.
stand up to
oh yeah.
questions,
Okay,
And
yeah.
I
so
agree with
Truth.
that. I
Well,
think
that's
God,
Yeah, I'm
I think
okay.
it's okay for people to question. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of C.S. Lewis. He's a
yeah.
Yes.
very really good writer, and he was an atheist, and he
Yeah,
started
I read
studying the
Mere
Bible,
Christianity is
and
great.
he decided,
Thank you.
hey, I believe in this, and he wrote some amazing epic works.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah,
see,
like Alice
what
in
Flow
Wonderland,
State
look through the
said
looking
is the
glass.
bad news. That's the bad news. The good news in all this is that even if you see the Bible as intellectually inconsistent or morally flawed, ethically flawed, or you find a contradiction, it does not take away any of your experience you've had with God and the Most High and your prayer life and your
Amen.
spirituality.
I like you,
You can't.
Dick. Amen. I
but then
agree.
back to the bad
And
news.
Cool.
Doesn't take away
yeah,
our
so
personal
Something you guys
experiences.
resonate with.
Yeah.
yeah,
I'm pissing everybody
and
off all
you
night.
know,
No, I'm not mad at anybody.
no, I mean like that. This is the strength of Christianity is faith, in my humble opinion, is that faith is a very important part of Christianity. In fact, they call it Shraddha, in Sanskrit, but that's also faith or bhakti. Bhakti yoga is devotional. But the thing is, they also speak about it in a similar way in the Vedic tradition about Krishna. Krishna is the incarnation of God, and they also talk about Buddha as a kind of an incarnation of Vishnu. Whether you believe it to be the case or not, all scriptures will have to be held up to the scrutiny of logic, whether or not it contradicts itself. So on one end, if it says this, on another end, it says something that is very contradictory. Now, it may be the fallacy, or not the fallacy, but maybe our inability to understand the paradox, because we do live in the world of paradoxes, right? The good and the bad, they coexist together. The two seemingly opposing ideas coexist at the same time. That's what a paradox is. And the opposite of that is aporia, which is that logically something should exist, but there are no examples of that. Regardless, it's not anybody's intention to sway people or bring doubt. If there's any doubt, that's only coming from the individual themselves anyways. But when you objectively, let's just say, scrutinize the question, has scripture been used to obfuscate and control humanity? The obvious answer would be yes. It can be
Yes.
used for good, and it can be used for bad, but it's up to the individual to come to those conclusions themselves and see for themselves what is correct and what is incorrect
I'd
within that.
take
And
it
then
further, Machi. I'd say the entire Bible was written for that, were assembled with that purpose in mind. The people who put it together, their book selection choice, they was already thinking dominion, dominate, mind control when they established the version of the King James Bible as we know it. That was the main purpose of it.
Well, there's an argument for that, and I don't necessarily disagree. But again, like what Sofia was saying, is that there's a lot of good there that can be derived. Even though there are a lot of contradictions and there are a lot of things that are, kind of bad. Like I don't know, rain havoc on people, or plague people, or pull somebody's eyes out. I don't know what. What I mean? Like, I'm not a Bible expert, but there's probably a lot of good.
As somebody, as the direct descendant of Constantine, who is my 12th great grandfather, I agree that the Bible was probably compiled nefariously.
I'm sure it was. However, remember that the original books that it was taken from, though, there was a lot more of them, and all of them had started a whole new movement, and they were considered so fucking great that they started burying them, and the world changed. So they were taken from some good shit and used for nefariety.
But I do think that one thing that's super, it's plainly apparent to me that nobody ever seems to really talk about, is that Christianity is an inversion of Judaism. It's not a continuation of it. You undid everything. You brought multiple gods into the one God. You brought Sabbath on the Sunday. You brought what is it? You went from the law is God to not needing the law. Just end over and over and over. It just
you said Christianity did all that.
Mm-hmm. Compared to Judaism, if you look at the Old Testament compared to the New Testament, I think the New Testament was meant to undermine the Old Testament entirely, or it was meant to undermine it for the goy.
I don't see it. I'm a fan of the Bible, and it looks like the Old Testament was written from some motherfuckers who existed 3,000 years ago. You scare them with lightning and thunder, then Jesus slide in later and clear it up for cats like me and you. It seems consistent to me.
But we're talking about the same God. This is one God throughout the whole thing, or three, however you want to look at it. But God wouldn't change with people.
Hello, can I jump back in for just a second?
Jump on it.
Thank you. When Jesus Christ was talking about the 10 Commandments in the Gospels, he never ever said, don't obey them. He said, I give you 2 new commandments. Love God and love your neighbor as yourself. And in this you will fulfill all the law. Christ came to fulfill the laws of the Old Testament. He came to fulfill that.
He fulfilled them, meaning they're not really relevant anymore.
I guess in some ways. In some ways.
If you fulfill something, right, that means we're done with it. Okay, check it off. It's been fulfilled. We're done with that. We don't need to do it anymore.
In some ways, I think he's even saying that when he reduces the 10 Commandments to love your neighbor like yourself or treat them
Well,
like you want or whatever it is.
it does say, and it's in one of the epistles. I don't know who wrote it. Cynthia might. It does say something to the effect of, you can have freedom in Christ. All things are lawful, but would they be
Someone got a
profitable?
duck or something.
Cynthia, do you know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
somebody's got some feedback or something going on.
Me?
I'm not sure. I think it
No,
was
I
Mitch.
was asking you a question.
No, I don't. But say it again.
I've lost my train of thought. I'm starting to get sleepy. I was talking about how, oh gosh, I had a point.
Of the law. Sarah's saying something.
I went, well, yeah, let Sarah have a turn. Chime in, Miss Sarah.
You're talking about that he fulfilled the law, that
and then
within those 2 commandments.
They were saying it's no more.
Oh, I remember what I said. It says somewhere in the epistles, it might have been from Paul, one of the writings of Paul in the Bible, where he said, all things are lawful for me with Christ, but not all things are profitable, which means, at me following the teachings of Christ, I think it's okay to occasionally have a glass of wine, where some people would say that that's a sin.
I understand.
So, do you understand where I'm coming from? Anybody?
I understand that part clearly. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I
all
just look
things
at
are
the law was
lawful, but
flawed from the beginning. I
the
mean,
law, well, I think the 10 Commandments were pretty spot on, because most
no, they're
cultures,
not. That's the problem.
most cultures,
What's wrong with the 10
most
Commandments, Dick?
most backgrounds have a version of the 10 Commandments. Like, don't be going out and killing people. Don't be, don't steal. Don't lie under false witness on the witness
But the
stand.
same book has an accommodation for stealing and tells you what to do if you do steal. And by the way, if your kids were starving and some rich fat slob was sitting there who probably got all his fucking winnings through some nefarious dealings because he's like some socialist oligarch, and you got to feed your kid or some,
Right. I think God understands those situations.
unfortunate situation. Exactly.
I
So the
do.
law is
God
not
is
sufficient for
merciful.
morality. You have to
I
go
think
with the
God
law
is
that's written on your
merciful.
heart. Then it
Right.
becomes clear. You know what's good, right, and true. You know if you're doing the right thing.
We're
You know
not
if you're
that far
compromising
apart,
yourself.
Mr.
It's the same with same
Richard.
with killing, right?
We're
It's the
not
same
that
with
far
killing.
apart. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I will protect myself. Like, if somebody tries to harm me, I will protect myself. I will.
it says don't murder, but it says don't kill. And
That's
so
right.
like
I mean, I get it. I
so
get what y'all are saying, but I'm
yeah,
kind of with
There's a
Cynthia.
difference
This is
between
my
murder and
path.
kill.
This is my faith,
Ain't
and this is
nobody
what I hold on
tell you to get
to.
off your path. Don't go down that route. I'm gonna stay on. Fuck with y'all talking about. Y'all trying to talk me away from God. We are not.
What?
I don't think he
I
was
didn't
trying.
understand
I
any
don't
of
think
that.
he was trying to do that.
I saw that path developing.
What path?
I didn't understand anything you just said.
I got a mouthful of grilled cheese, but I was saying I thought she was gonna go down the path of I'm staying with my God. I don't care what y'all say. I'm like we're trying to talk her up out of it. I'm saying we're not
I'm
trying
just
to talk you
trying to
out of it.
say I
No, it's
agree
not
with
what she's
what
saying.
Cynthia
It's not what she
said.
said.
Yeah,
That
I know. I
and
thought I
Nacho
was
Kita
sleeping
made a good
ahead.
point. It's about faith, and you can't prove faith. Faith
Right.
is not a science. Faith is something you have in your heart. You can't.
It's
I can't prove
completely
it.
illogical.
It
Of
is.
course
It
not.
is.
It bypasses needing to be demonstrated or rational.
Right.
But we're also talking about God.
Kind of saying that you can actually have
human. We're talking about a
if
God
you
who's different. He created the whole world. He doesn't always have human logic, human ways, human
His
thoughts.
mind is higher than our
But
mind.
you
You
can
cannot
guarantee,
understand.
though, you can guarantee that somebody who is deceitful would capitalize on that.
That would be the same. Don't bear false witness. Don't take God's name in vain. That's a commandment. Don't bear. Don't.
Here's
do
the thing, Cynthia. you know, we live in a time now, right, where there's a lot of deception. I mean, I think everybody understands it, and that's part of the reason why we are, you know, on these panels and talking about, you know, all these world
Right.
events. And I think a lot of people are on the same page of this notion of the new world order that's coming into fruition of things. And there's an
Yeah.
idea that there's an antichrist that they want to crown, right, and who's going to be the head of that new world order. So what I'm getting
See,
at
I'm just
is that
stuck on what she said, though. She said, "Don't take God's name in vain." What is God's name?
Don't use his word to manipulate yourself to get things better than you for you. The Bible says that if you love God, you will pay him all of your money. And since I work for God, that means you should pay me give me that money. And since I
Wait,
have the
what?
relationship with him, I'll give it to him for you. Okay. Vain.
What?
Don't use it for your own vanity. That's what I'm saying. Like, don't
Okay, you were demonstrating it.
don't use that for your own vanity.
Right, but that, I mean,
Oh, good
that's
point.
essentially what all the books and all the institutions do is exploit being the middleman. It's
Right.
a layer of bureaucracy.
Nacho Keto, are you finished? Because you were in the middle. You were saying, I say all this to say.
So, I mean, I think the crux of the issue is about having discernment, you know, like whether
Right.
you want to label yourself a Christian or a Buddhist or a Hindu, you know, seeing things for what they are and how things are unfolding. I think that's an important part of that process. Okay. Now, I don't have anything against Christians, but there a lot of people who are Christians, I think they're kind of, you know, manipulated and controlled, you know, under the guise of religion. Okay, and I would also say the same thing about a lot of Buddhists, a lot of Hindus, and a lot of Muslims as well. Okay, so there are very few people who represent themselves as, you know, I am this or I am that. Actually, what I would say, like, kind of knows or sees reality for what's going on. Okay, now what I was talking about before in terms of the Antichrist, you know, like the way they've always manipulated humanity is that, you know, just like the same thing, like the EPA, it's like, well, we're here to protect the environment. So it has that's the kind of like facade of, oh yes, it's good, we're good for humanity. Same thing with the Antichrist. He's going to come like charismatic, you know, he's going to be handsome, and, you know, he's going to be like people's people. And then it's going to be like a Trump like character. It's like, yes, you know, and but the thing is, you know, they're going to pull the rug right underneath everybody, and there are few people who are going to be able to see that for what it is, but a lot of people are going to be deceived. I think that's kind of what's happening now, in my opinion. I don't know if that is
In the Bible.
detracting from the conversation or not, but
Yeah,
you know,
so
I think
that's
it's
in the
part of it.
Bible. So I definitely am aware of that. Earlier when you were speaking and you were kind of, it's not only were you saying the words, I could actually feel your words. Like it was very hard for you to speak about your relationship with God. You were, I guess, somehow along the way, is something that just became very private to you. And so when we do have these type of conversations, they're not even necessarily just for us on the panel, but they're also for the people listening. So that's how come I really find value in these type of
Well, that's
conversations.
fine.
Uh,
Yeah, but what I was expressing in regards to that is that I think it's important to have privacy in that matter. You
No. I
know,
was just circling back to that real quick. And this was just a good example of that. I understand that a lot of people do hear that word Christian and they automatically think, oh, you're dumb. You're so dumb. You don't even live in your truth. You can't stand in your truth. And I just really consider that that's the cross that I have to bear. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you thinking that way about Christians. Um, Hopefully, you still get to know me as a person and don't hold that too much to me.
Cynthia, what if you were born in the Middle East?
Hold on. First, I want to, you know, acknowledge Cynthia's honesty about the limits of her knowledge. That's some intellectual honesty that I don't think is particularly common. And thank you for coming up here and continuing, and Sophia too, but being the traditional Christian perspective.
Sophia is great. She's a great. She would be awesome on her own page.
But
But go ahead.
Cynthia,
If I
what if,
was born in the Middle
yeah,
East,
what if you were born in the Middle East? Wouldn't you be saying, well, Allah is the greatest, I'm sticking with Allah? I mean, doesn't a lot of that depend on where you were born?
absolutely. I actually had a friend who was a missionary in Saudi Arabia, so I do think that it's don't just assume that God can't get into those places and touch people. I've also heard y'all say, well, are the people in the jungle going to hear? I also attend Bible study with somebody else. Before her and her husband had children, they used to go to the Amazon jungles and try to do missionary work. Like,
Well, that's how we take over places.
that, but she
I
tells
would.
she tells
I,
crazy
Are they
stories.
spreading
Yeah,
God's
they're
words,
eating.
or are they spreading corporate word through these missionaries? I mean, like, there are a lot
And
of
she's
war
Indian,
stories.
and he
Oh,
he
I
I
mean, I
guess
met
bought
them.
her. But she was Indian and she attended a Christian church and he attended a Christian church and their churches were connected. They had missionary works. And he asked if there was anybody that had a bride, and that's how they met. And then they went on together to do this missionary work in the Amazon jungle, I guess just from off their churches. And
Well,
now they run a gymnastics center for kids here in town.
that's wonderful, and I think that most of the people who are involved mean well. I genuinely do believe so. But the issue of the matter is still that there are still under the guise of missionaries and people who want to convert the Native Americans or the Indians or the Chinese or anybody else. They've done horrific things under the name of God. That's also been well documented as well.
Oh, absolutely. The Jews have been received horrible treatment under their beliefs here in America. Absolutely. Absolutely.
well, the
Yeah.
But
Jews,
So again,
the
go
Jews
ahead.
deserved it, though, right?
No, what?
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 Joe's like, Taylor
Get
made
him
enough
off of your
money on this
show right
stream. He
now,
doesn't need to be
Flo.
monetized anymore.
What?
Let's
Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna start to wrap it up. Do we want to do final thoughts, questions, comments,
Yeah, I
concerns?
got to head out of here. The Bible's full of contradictions, both the Old Testament and the New Testament. Anyone that wanted to be intellectually honest with himself could take an afternoon and verify that for themselves. That does not mean that I'm trying to take anything away from anybody's spirituality or that I think that their relationship with the creator is fake. Only you know that. If you're not being real with God, that's between you and the Most High. So you know in your heart if you're being genuine, authentic, and truthful with your seeking and your dealings with the creator. Beyond that, why give anyone else any power to define it or have any say anyway? It's all, just shit they're fucking coming up with in their imagination, because who can know another man's spirit but God? That's biblical, right? It's like, how are you going to know that perspective unless you were actually walking in their shoes? So I'll leave it at that. Have a great afternoon, evening, morning, wherever you're at. And thanks for everyone on the panel. Nice talking to y'all. Have a great evening.
Thanks for joining, Dick. Have fun in hell for not
me f-
believing in the word of God.
Let me follow Dick then, since he was talking about the Bible is full of contradictions, blah blah blah. I would agree with all those things, and I would still say it is the greatest book I've ever read, and I've read a lot of books, and it's so far ahead of whatever's number two would be. It's ridiculous. Still the best asset you can have. Everybody needs to rush out and go get 2 copies. Get one to your best friend if you care for the Bible's incredible.
Thanks, Joe.
What book?
The
What book again?
Bible. The Bible.
Oh, the Bible. Okay. Which version?
Whatever's in the hotel you're staying at.
Oh, okay, the free
Sophia
one.
go?
Those are the best.
Oh,
What's that?
I was saying, where did Sophia go? I enjoyed the conversation.
She took off a little bit ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I enjoyed the conversation as always. I'm glad Nacho Keto got to come up here. Sarah, I always want to hear more from you, but I definitely enjoyed listening to you today on Jack's page. As always, Flo, you're a master at this, and as soon as you realize it, you're going to take over this little cube of the
Well, thank you.
metaverse. Yeah, this will be your prime property. Alrighty,
Right on.
guys. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks again.
Well, I kind of stayed out of that conversation.
You did.
Purposefully.
I was gonna let you go and freewheel for a little bit if you've got thoughts.
I would have totally derailed this conversation and taken it to a complete left turn. So I just let them do their things, and I made my comments in the chat, and I will talk about my shit another day.
All right. We'll have to get that shit out sometime with fewer people.
Yeah, that'll cause issues.
But I from what I know of your views, I tend to agree with yours more than any other one that can be easily narrated. Notch.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for having me on, and I think you're doing great, Flow State, and appreciate you operating these panels the way you have. It's a good balance of being, open-minded, but also being strict at the same time. So just to finish up on the Bible thing, I think there's a lot of allegory in there, but there's also a lot of astrological stuff that's actually in the Bible, that is that's that I believe the Bible is alluding to is more like the astrological stuff that's happening up in the sky clock. So,
That seems
but I think
logical.
there's a lot of overlap. Like a lot of these scriptures do borrow from each other, and whether it be the Quran or the Bible and the Vedas. So I'm more into the Vedic scripture just because that's some of the more older scriptures known to man. And I like to see the kind of like the correlations between these so-called religions, and see what they do have in common.
What are the Vedic scriptures? What are those books?
They call it the Vedas. There's like the Rig Veda and the Atharvaveda, and there's the Gita, the Mahabharatas, the Upanishads. Actually, there's a vast amount of it, but a lot of them got destroyed as well when the English came over. There seems to be, with the whole reset, if you believe in the whole reset type of thing, the people who were in power who were able to kind of harness or obfuscate the old technology for themselves, and they ran off to different countries, to different tribes, and they were trying to destroy their knowledge base, through these like East India companies or companies like that, under the guise of profiteering and stuff like that. But that's another topic for another day.
Speaking of,
But anyways,
have you seen the East India Trade Company flag?
I've seen it. I don't really remember it, but remind me of it.
Here, I'll pull it up real quick. It's fascinating.
Is that the the skulls and bones?
No.
No.
Here it is.
I don't remember at the moment. Oh, it's a British flag with American flag.
Yeah,
the double cross, the
that
Union
is
Jack.
the East India Trade Company flag. So that sort of blew my mind when I saw that.
Yeah, I mean that's the the idea of this, like the double cross, right? When you double cross or betray somebody, I mean that's where people get it from, is because the Union Jack flag is a double cross, right? And
Oh
they
yeah, it
betrayed
is.
people
I
along the way.
hadn't
But
I hadn't noticed that. All right, man. Well, thank you for coming
anyways,
up. You contributed a lot, and I appreciate it.
yeah, I've been kind of harnessing all that for a while and just kind of keeping it to myself. And then when I got on the panel, I probably spoke a little bit more than I should have. But
That's okay.
anyways.
I've been fairly low energy tonight, honestly, and so I didn't mind having people on panel that I could just let it go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Where
We'll
have
do it
you
another time.
Where have you been, by the
Yeah,
if you
what?
don't mind? You kind of disappeared for a few weeks there.
Yeah, I just been, I go into different. My pattern is that I like to interact with people. I can't be 100% introverted, even though that's my baseline personality. I need to kind of, go back to my safety space or whatnot. But and just trying to catch up on some reading and trying to do some exercises. I need to go out and fix my motorcycle today and get some shopping done. But mostly just being in nature, and doing my own thing. So
Engaging the real world.
yeah, you can kind of say that. I mean, everybody's engaged in their real world in their own way. I'm a literal hermit. I haven't actually seen anybody for more than a week, like in person.
Really?
So yeah.
Does that get mentally strenuous?
I mean, I think it depends on the personality. I mean, like my temperament is very introverted, so like it's actually quite good for me, even though I can't be 100% introverted all the time, and that's why these panels are kind of interesting and fun to engage with. I like to get involved with like intellectual conversations and stuff. As long as it's worthwhile for everybody, right? And obviously, the conversation can go into like gossip or other type of stuff, or people get into like tirades, and it's not something that I'm interested in so much, personally speaking. But if we can have a progressive conversation about actual solutions to what's happening in the world, I would like to be a part of that and learn from myself. And if I have anything that I can offer to people, that would be great.
Right on.
All
Yeah,
right.
we all say that we're not into gossip and drama, but then at the end of the day, it seems like we all are. So
Yeah, but I mean, like, yes and no. I mean, I think there's some amount of it that needs to be had. Otherwise, it wouldn't come to any one of us on one end. But on the other hand, there has to be a point where you get out of that loop as well, because
agree.
it does get a little bit, right? And it becomes like a broken record. So, like, if you are not learning from that experience, whether it is in terms of like understanding what your boundaries are, in terms of like how we engage with one another, or you don't really understand like what that person is really about, but you got to understand through your interactions, and then you have to reassess how you want to engage with whomever it might be. That's just the part of the process. Sometimes like for me, I feel like I have pretty good experience with people, so I know almost like very in a very short amount of time whether or not I can really engage with somebody or not, just based on the way they behave, and their tone,
Right.
and their knowledge base and all this kind of stuff. So like I read people fairly quickly, even though I may allow them, and it's good to allow people to give them rope to hang themselves so that you're not in doubt of things, but you have to listen to your intuition.
Yep. 100% agree. When I engage in drama, I normally justify it to myself, at least by I'm demonstrating something, or at least try to, whether or not it's actually getting whatever I'm trying to put on display is getting it absorbed and interpreted how I intend it to. I'll never know, and it probably isn't, but
there's a cost incurred with all that engagement, you can say. I mean, there's a cost to here's the thing, like being like all of us being like a kind of like an online character, our reputation should be guarded, and this is probably the most important thing that anybody should um like really like consider to be, because the reputation is something that precedes you. It's a representation of your character, right? Like, don't be a character, have character type of deal. On the other hand, we have to have an understanding of what is worthwhile. Your time and attention is most valuable thing. And then once you get into these like type of loops and you go into panels and to go like back and forth with people, your energy gets kind of like it gets curtailed in that direction. So you have to ask the question to yourself: is that really worthwhile for me to do this? What am I?
right.
You have to be selfish. You have to be selfish. Like, you have to be in understanding of like, what am I deriving from this? It doesn't have to be of monetary value, but it has to be of like some kind of energetic thing where like, like, are you actually benefiting in that sense?
Correct.
So
I
anyways,
totally agree, which is the number one thing really that keeps me sort of out of as much drama as I would otherwise naturally be inclined to get into, is because I do believe in, you know, the law of manifestation, if I'm using that correctly, where you get more of like, you know, so I don't mind. I like a
Yeah.
little bit of metaversal drama here and there, but I don't really want all the conflict and turmoil following me back to life.
No, because then you know, you don't know how that's gonna pan out. You know, and look, like I always say, like, you know, when words have no meaning, right? Swords come out. You know, I don't want to take my sword out. I don't want to take any kind of weapon out to engage with somebody because I cannot communicate with them, and that's why I do the best I can to try to engage with people so that we are on the same page. Or even if we come to a disagreement about things, okay, we leave it at that. But then, you know, when people try to poke you and prod you and gaslight you and manipulate you and this kind of stuff, you have to draw the line at some point, because otherwise people just keep on taking advantage of you, and that's not something that anybody should be looking forward to in any way. So
Agree. And that was, I don't know if you saw the last video I posted was a clip from one of my previous live streams where OTW spurged out.
I saw it actually.
Yeah.
I was, you know, like I don't get involved in the chats, but I do watch from the background, and you know, I look. One of my policies is that if I see something that, especially like at a personal level, that I see about people that is not necessarily positive, I don't tend to highlight it. I know it, you know, like it's like we need to have people be accountable for their words and actions and stuff like that. But like, it's not something that I try to focus on too much. I know we're all
Sure.
fucked up in our own ways, and everybody makes mistakes. But you know, obviously,
Right.
people display
Yeah.
all their insanities
Well, and
here.
I bring it up just to illustrate something that has a purpose, right? Like, or to illustrate sort of what I mean, because that has a very clear message that I was trying to send, and I think it gets through clearly, which is exactly what you were just saying. Like, you have to stand the fuck up for yourself, and not be a pushover bitch.
Well, and from maybe somebody else's perspective, again, they have their own rationales as to why they did what they did, you know. And again, if it's like a business deal or whatnot, like who am I to say? It's just like I can only have control over my time and attention of where I want to go and how I want, like being here or your Jack's panel or anybody else's panel. Like I am a guest. This is your house. You have your rules, and then if I understand the rules that you have, and I agree with it, I'm more than happy to be here, right? And you're more than happy to have me here as long as I follow them. But you know, that may not always be the case. Like other people have their own rules about like how, you know, that they are, like, for example, the boss, and then you're going to be a subservient to them, and then that's the only way that you're going to engage with them, as an example. And then, you know, maybe I'm interested sometimes, but most often I'm not. So it's just we're all voluntarily coming in. Nobody's forcing or putting a gun into our head and say that you got to go on these panels and talk to people in this way or not. You know, it's not happening that way. That's the good thing about these panels.
And that was a nice segue into the last super chat of the evening that I did not get a chance to read earlier, but I want to now. Dual map, not dualistic map. Is this mouth breathers are so stupid, constantly flexing redundant suffix to sound smart. This machine guy shames all machines, just a drama queen, not a man. And I have to agree. All right, Notch. Thanks for coming up. Chat.
Yep.
Viewers, thank you for watching. I will put links to all the guests' channels in the description box right after the video. So just in a few minutes here. So if there's somebody whose channel you want to check out, come back in a little bit, and they will be there. If you haven't pressed the like button, please do so on your way out. If you haven't subscribed, please do so as well. This is by far my most lucrative live stream tonight, so I want to thank Lynn, Chuck, Steve, and Fake Talcott, and anybody else who contributed that I haven't mentioned or that I may have forgotten about. And I think that's all the house cleaning stuff. If I kicked you or blocked you, yeah, you deserved it. Snafu snaps, if you're watching this. I don't know what to tell you, man. I've tried lots and lots of times to let you have an interaction where you interact with people instead of just blah, blah, blahing over them, and it's getting old. So you said that my Nazi optics were high, and I say that your Asperger's optics are exactly the same, and they need to get better. Machine lies, blow it out your ass, and do all the things.